Hey everyone. We'll be starting the stream in a couple of minutes when more people join in. So thank you all for being here and thank you for your patience. Hello, welcome everyone to ThreadCon 2021 virtual edition. I'm Shreyas.
And I'm Rashmi Upadhyay, and we will be your host for today and tomorrow.
So let us get started with a short introduction about ThreadCon. So ThreadCon started back in 2018 as a small, humble endeavor of a group of hackers who wanted to bring the worldwide hackers and InfoSec professionals and security enthusiasts to Nepal and introduce the Nepalese security professionals and cybersecurity enthusiasts to everyone all around the world. So since 2018, we have been welcoming speakers, trainers, and attendees to this cozy and inviting part of the world. But sadly, we couldn't do this year due to the COVID pandemic, and we have gone virtual. And but we hope to make it even better and bigger than the years before. So in 2018, we started with a day of workshop and a day of conference. And then in 2019, we expanded to 2 days of workshop and a single day of conference. And this year, we conducted 2 days workshops on the 8th and 9th of September. And today we are starting with the 2 days of conference.
Moving forward, we would like to thank our sponsors for supporting our event. Our diamond sponsor Google, gold sponsor Microsoft, silver sponsor HackerOne, bronze sponsor Bockrowd, Epinic, and Probably, who gave us the means to make the conference even better than we could have possibly done alone. We would
Sorry for
also
the
like to
mishap.
take this.
We'll check the audio real soon and get back to you.
I think I'm audible now. I can start.
Okay.
We would also like to take this as an opportunity to pay our gratitude to our review panel for taking the time out for reviewing the talks for ThreatCon, Manuel Caballero, security researcher from Argentina, Eduardo Vela, senior security engineer at Google from Switzerland, Mario Heiderich, founder of Cure53 from Germany, and Jons Niewest, security researcher at GitLab from Germany. Also, we would like to thank our training platform partner Corellium, which helped our attendees immensely during the workshop, and our community partners Nalkan and InfoSec conferences for helping us spread the word out. We thank our speakers for sharing their valuable research with us. At last, we would also like to thank the entire ThreatCon community for continuously supporting us in our endeavor to make ThreatCon successful year after year.
Also, let me give a little stats about our past iterations. In 2018 and 19, we did two physical conferences, and our 2020 iteration was halted by the COVID pandemic. In 2018 and 2019, we had participants from over 10 countries, and we had 700 plus registrants for these iterations combined. And this year, we have grown to over 50 plus countries and over 500 registrations for our conferences. So, and to give a little introduction about the workshops that we concluded yesterday, we had a workshop on Advanced Guide to Finding Good Bugs by Hussein Daher, which introduced the concepts and advanced concepts on web application hacking and bug finding within web applications to the attendees, and the other workshop, iOS, IoT, and Android hacking by 7A Security, gave an introduction to mobile application hacking and mobile security. And we hope the attendees took away great deal of knowledge from those workshops. And today's session will consist of six talks selected through our CFP process with a keynote by Eva Galperin, the Director of Cybersecurity from EFF. And for tomorrow's session, we'll be more focused on the national scene of cybersecurity, where various national local professionals will give their opinions and share their experience regarding the cybersecurity space in Nepal. And we'll cap off the event with a panel discussion involving various stakeholders and decision makers, where we'll discuss about what the conference's agendas were and discuss more on how we can improve the national cybersecurity space.
Before starting our session, we have a few announcements to make, a few giveaways for participants with most interesting set of questions. So do not hesitate to ask questions to our speakers. We have created a dedicated channel for each talk so that it would be easier for speakers to get back to your questions after their talk. You can join our Slack workspace ThreadCon, and I urge you to direct your questions in Slack rather than in YouTube so that we don't miss any of your questions. Now, without further ado, let's begin our today's first session with the keynote on Surveillance Begins at Home by Eva Galperin. Eva is the Director of Cybersecurity at Electronic Frontier Foundation. Her work primarily focuses on providing privacy and security to vulnerable populations around the world. She has been in the industry for more than 14 years already, and we're glad to have Eva on board to open this session as a keynote speaker. Let's hear the talk of Eva. Thank you.
Director of Cybersecurity at the Electronic Frontier Foundation. And I am going to talk to you a little bit about the work that EFF does, the work that I have done, about privacy and security all over the world, and how you can do a little bit of that work yourself. So usually I would be joining you in Kiev, but we are now in year 2 of the plague. So I am doing this keynote from the comfort of my own home, not even the EFF office. I have put on a festive gown, but because we're doing this talk from inside of my house, I am also wearing fuzzy slippers. So normally what I would do when I start a keynote is look out over the audience and ask everybody how many people here know what EFF is. So right now I'm just going to pretend that I have asked you how many people here know what EFF is, and that some of you raised your hands and some of you knew and some of you did not know. And then I usually look relieved and I go, good, I don't have to do a long explanation. And then I launch into sort of a medium-sized explanation of what EFF is and what we do. So the Electronic Frontier Foundation is a digital civil liberties organization. We make sure that when you go online, your rights come with you. And in order to do this, we have teams of lawyers, activists all over the world, and technologists. And we sort of combine to form a Voltron, doing all kinds of interesting work in order to help to maintain people's civil liberties. I have worked at EFF for 14 years now, since 2007. And as a result, I have had the opportunity to work at EFF through a lot of really interesting times and in a bunch of really interesting positions. For example, when I started at EFF, we were in the middle of our lawsuit against AT&T for their part in the U.S. government's warrantless wiretapping program, where they were installing secret rooms in telcos and simply copying over all of the data that was going through there and using it to spy on Americans and also people all over the world. And the only reason that people in the US were particularly bent out of shape about spying on Americans is that the NSA is specifically forbidden from spying on the communications of Americans. The NSA argued that they were not spying on the communications, they were merely copying the communications for possible spying later. And that court case lasted for many years. And it was actually the reason why Snowden first published the first of his revelations from inside of the NSA. And the very first thing that Snowden published was an order from the NSA to Verizon, which gave rise to EFF's case directly against the government. And that was ongoing for many years. One of the things that you learn about impact litigation, that thing where you have lawyers who file cases that they think are going to really make a difference to the law for everybody, impacting not just the people who are the plaintiffs or the defendants in the case, but all kinds of other people, is that the wheels of justice move very, very slowly. There was a copyright case that EFF refers to as the dancing baby case, because it involved a baby dancing on YouTube to, I think, something like 14 seconds of Prince's Let's Go Crazy. And that copyright case with Universal lasted so long that I think that baby was approaching middle school by the time it settled. So we have these sort of three different kinds of people. We have lawyers who do impact litigation, and we have activists. We have activists all over the world, because sometimes the answer to a digital civil liberties problem is that people have to get out in the streets, or people have to sign a petition, or people need to make their voices heard about a particular issue. That's why we have activists. Again, one of the sort of early things that EFF did that you might be aware of was that we once rented a dirigible from Greenpeace and flew it over the NSA's secret data center in Utah, just to let them know what it felt like to be spied on. So we do all kinds of things like that. And then finally, we have technologists. We have teams of hackers, and our technologists work on two kinds of things. The first is that we work on a series of software projects. So we have people who work on some things that you may have heard of, such as CertBot. So if you've ever gotten a free SSL certificate, you're welcome. We also built a web extension called HTTPS Everywhere back before the web was largely encrypted, that made sure that if you were going to a website and it supported HTTPS, that you would go to the HTTPS version of the site by default. We have other tools, including a tool to let you see whether or not you are your identity is being used by Google and linked to other identities on Flock, which is sort of their new way of grouping people together, which is super creepy. And then finally, we have the little corner of EFF that I work in. I work in EFF's Threat Lab, and Threat Lab is made up entirely of security researchers, and our job is to sort of expand people's ideas about cybersecurity, because often when we think about cybersecurity, especially in academia and sort of in information security, we think about security for corporations and we think about security for governments, and that leaves a lot out. That leaves out security for individuals. It leaves out security for journalists and activists, for dissidents, for people in domestic abuse situations, for people who are being harassed online. And so the work of Threat Lab is really to take all of these conversations about privacy and security, especially digital privacy and security, that have been pushed out to the margins as corner cases and as special cases, and really move them to the center. And the thesis of our work is that if you start with securing governments and corporations, if you start by securing people in power, you will never get around to securing the people without power, to securing the people on the margins, the people without money, the people without a voice. But if you start by building tools that are secure to use, and that are safe to use for the marginalized, that you will automatically build tools that are also safe for people who are sort of at the center of conversations and people who are already in power. So that's what we do. I could talk a little bit about how we got there. I started out at EFF as answering the phone. I was on my way to law school, and I took a job before starting law school and somehow never quite left. But my job in 2007 was to answer the phone and do legal intake. So people would call me up and they would describe their legal problem, and then I had to figure out whether or not this was the kind of case that EFF might take, or this was the sort of situation that EFF might blog about, or write a petition about, or an angry letter about. So I had to get very good at recognizing all of EFF's issues very quickly. This was also, again, at the height of the NSA case, and so there were a lot of people who were calling me to tell me that they were being spied on, who actually just had mental health problems. And so I had to learn a tremendous amount of empathy and patience. Not everybody who called us really had a digital security problem or a case that EFF could take. But every single one of those people deserved to be taken seriously and deserved to be heard and deserved to be sent to resources that could help them, even if that resource is not necessarily my organization. So I did that for a while. And then after a few years of legal intake, I moved into the activism team, and I did a bunch of work on internet censorship. And at the time, sort of the big issue in internet censorship was that Facebook had instituted a real names policy. So up until then, I don't know how many of you are old enough to remember an internet where it was normal for people not to use their real names. It was considered a little weird for people to use their real names online. Almost everybody used some sort of handle on, on MySpace and Friendster and Tribe and a lot of these sort of early social networks. And Facebook, because it was based around the sort of college idea of a Facebook, where everybody knows everybody else, was really hung up on the notion that that everybody should use their real names. And they started taking down accounts that did not look like they were real, or names that they felt didn't look particularly real. And I'm sure you can already see the problem with this, which is that all kinds of people have names that, by the standards of some white guy working in Santa Clara for Facebook, look fake. It is not common across the world, especially once you have 1 billion accounts, for people's names to have two parts, for the last name to be second, for there to only be two names, for names to be symbols. This is also a thing that happens. Lots of people use pseudonyms or stage names by which, especially if they're performers, by which they are known better, and a lot of people don't even know their real names. And that is incredibly common. Marilyn Monroe, for example, was not born Marilyn Monroe. Her original name's Norma Jean. And if somebody had made her be Norma Jean on Facebook, nobody would have known that they were looking at Marilyn Monroe's account. So this was a very serious problem. And it was a big problem for people who were not using their real names for a variety of other reasons. People were not using their real names because they were doing activism, and they didn't want their activism to be linked to their jobs or to their real identity. Sometimes people worked as school teachers, or they were pastors in a church. And they wanted to separate their work identity from the identity that did other things. And this is normal. The idea that we should all have the same identity that is the same to everybody is actually fairly new and a little bit crazy. We are different people at a conference online than we are at work, than we are to our parents, than we are at school, than we are at church, than we are at the nightclub, than we are at the bar. And that is perfectly normal, and they don't all have to exist together, and they definitely don't all have to hang out with one another and know about each other. So there were all kinds of ways in which Facebook's real names policy was a very serious problem, and I spent a lot of time yelling at them. While I was yelling at Facebook, the Arab Spring started. And at the time, the internet was largely still unencrypted, so people were sending their web traffic over straight HTTP. And this meant that if you were a government and you ran a telco, it was actually really easy to spy on all of the traffic. At the time, Facebook had just started moving some things to HTTPS. Same with Twitter, same with Google. And the common thinking was that HTTPS was for logins and it was for credit card information, because otherwise, who would buy things online? But that it was not for everything else, because the contents of your chats and the photos that you send and the specific URLs that you're going to, that stuff's not private. That stuff won't give away, important information about who you are or what you're doing. Surely that will be fine. So I know all of you can poke holes in this argument really quite easily. So there we were, and it was the beginning of the Arab Spring, and the Assad government had gotten this reputation in the United States as sort of as a liberal government. Assad was described as the father of the Syrian internet. And the reason for this was that he had sort of throttled back the censorship and the blocking of social media inside of Syria. But it turned out that the reason he was doing this was so that he could spy on people's traffic. And the way that it turned out the Syrian government was doing this was by faking SSL certificates and man-in-the-middling all of the traffic. So again, we had to go and yell at the companies and convince them that what they really needed to do was to implement HTTPS for everything, SSL by default, and we got a lot of pushback on that. We got a lot of pushback basically saying that, again, these are edge cases, these are just activists, it's just people in Syria, it's just people in Tunisia. And what we started to see was that as more and more governments became interested in man-in-the-middling this sort of traffic, the more important it became for everything to go out over HTTPS, and also for those certificates to be trustworthy and pinned. So I spent a bunch of time working on that. Right around this time, people in the Middle East became very interested in sort of digital security because they became more and more aware that their efforts to organize were being spied on. And so I spent some time traveling all over the world, teaching people in vulnerable populations about privacy and security online. So I taught people, how to use end-to-end encryption tools, how to make sure that their web traffic was not going to be spied on, how to maintain their anonymity online. And the kind of advice that we were giving at the time can sort of be summarized as use Pigeon, use Tor. But it was actually much more complicated than that. And one of the big problems was that a lot of trainings were entirely too simplistic and weren't taking into account the way that people were really using their tools. And the stakes were very high. There was a journalist whose name was Andy Carvin who got reasonably well known for his reporting on what was going on inside of Syria at a time when Syria was closed off to journalists entirely. And so the way that he was getting his stories was by communicating securely with people inside of Syria. And one day someone asked him, so what tools do you use in order to communicate with your sources? Are you using Skype? Are you using Tor? Are you using Pigeon? And he replied that he had all of his communication over Tor. And when asked why, he replied that everyone he knew who was not using Tor was dead. So this was very serious business. And as I was going around working with all of these different groups, I started to notice that they were being targeted with malware. They were receiving emails mostly because at this time malware was largely still targeting people's desktops. They were receiving emails with sketchy attachments, and I started collecting these attachments as sort of a hobby and reverse engineering them. And I spent several years publishing reports about what I found in there. So I wrote about malware that was used by in Kazakhstan, that had been used by the government in Lebanon, that was being used by the Vietnamese government. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Ocean Lotus as an APT. And I spent several years working on this. Again, one of the ways in which this really related back to the thing that Threat Lab does was that at the time, companies like Mandiant and CrowdStrike and Kaspersky were already publishing reports about APTs. You know, the Mandiant's APT1 report had already gone out. One of the interesting things about that report was that they really emphasized that that China was targeting journalists specifically, and that journalist organizations and newsrooms really needed to step up their game in terms of security, which was really interesting. So a lot of money suddenly went into journalist trainings. Who got left out of that? Usually freelancers. Most journalists do not work for large organizations on salaries. They work freelance. And if you were a freelancer at the time, you were essentially left on your own to figure out your own digital security workflow. And if you messed up once more, you were just left out in the cold. There was no training for you, and there was no help for you. So that was a very serious problem. One of the things that EFF did in order to deal with that problem was we took all of these trainings that we did all over the world, and we took that information and we put it online. In fact, you can find it at Surveillance Self-Defense, which is at ssd.eff.org. And we did a lot of things with our privacy and security guides that other privacy and security guides were not doing. To begin with, we translated it into a bunch of languages. We had people read it and test it and let us know whether or not stuff was working properly. We updated our guide. In 2013, I gave a talk at CCC in which I described the internet as sort of a graveyard of abandoned security guides. So actually keeping a security guide up to date is really hard, especially when every update that you make has to be translated into several languages. And EFF really put in the time into doing this. So around this time, we start seeing malware, and malware is targeting journalists, it's targeting activists, it's targeting dissidents, and it's not getting a lot of attention from the big security companies because it's not that sophisticated. Because we're looking at stuff from Iran and going, oh look, it's written in Delphi, because it's using our RTF vulnerabilities and vulnerabilities in all kinds of stuff or Flash, for example. And this is 2012, 2013. So it's not like we were short on vulnerabilities in Flash. We were not looking at a lot of new techniques in phishing and malware. We were mostly looking at governments using extremely well-known techniques. And so this wasn't very interesting to security researchers, so they rarely wrote it up. But if you were a journalist or activist in a place like Kazakhstan or Lebanon or Vietnam, these were attacks with very serious consequences. Vietnam has a long history of targeting dissent and jailing journalists and bloggers who are critical of the government. Same goes for Kazakhstan, most definitely. Lebanon has some very serious problems in the press freedom area, and so again, the stakes are high. And we started tracking a couple of APTs that were sort of pro-Assad hackers that were going after opposition groups on Facebook, and that were going after sort of prominent opposition activists. So I spent about 2.5 years writing reports about this. And again, very few other people were writing these kinds of reports because the techniques were not novel. And so instead of focusing on the technical end of it, I really focused on the people who were being affected, because those effects are very real. So I'd been doing this for a few years, and unfortunately, somewhere around the beginning of 2018, it came to light that one of my research partners, with whom I had done the majority of my research, was a serial rapist. So that was great. And this came out in the press. There were a series of interviews with survivors. And in 2018, I read an interview with a survivor in, I think it was Vice. And what really struck me about this interview was how scared she was, and how scared everybody who was being interviewed was. They all had stickers over they had stickers over their cameras. They were really concerned about the security of their phones, and they were concerned about the security of their laptops. And the reason for this was that not only was this guy a reasonably famous hacker who had sort of made his reputation by working on fairly high profile and sophisticated cases, but apparently he had also threatened them and said, if you come out and you say anything, I will hack your devices. So I was really mad. And I did what I usually do when I get mad, which was that I tweeted. And in 2018, I tweeted that if you were a woman who had been sexually assaulted by a hacker and you were concerned about your device being compromised, that you could reach out to me and I would make sure that your device would get a forensic analysis. And then I went to lunch, or I went to sleep, or something. I definitely ran off for a while, and when I came back, the tweet had gone viral. It got something like 10,000 retweets, and I started hearing from people every single day. I was being contacted by dozens and dozens of people a day. And that's actually something that continues now in 2021. I have not worked on an abuse case since, yesterday. So people still come to me with this stuff. And it was an overwhelming number of people. I cannot emphasize how many people were knocking on my door. And it was very disturbing and also exhausting. But I learned some really interesting stuff from having worked with dozens and dozens of abuse survivors and people who are concerned about about the safety of their devices every day for several years straight. To begin with, I learned some of the same lessons that I learned talking to journalists and activists all over the world. And the first lesson is that I have always been wrong about what I think the problem is. When I start to approach a problem, my first guess about how to solve it is almost always going to be wrong. So what I started seeing in the people who were coming to me was that the problem usually was not device compromise. It wasn't usually stalkerware installed on their phone. It was almost always account compromise. So again, one of the biggest problems that I was seeing was account compromise, and you could get a lot of bang for your buck by teaching people how to lock down their accounts. The good news is that a lot of research and a lot of work has already gone into teaching people how to create safe passwords, unique and strong passwords, how to use a password manager, and how to enable and use various levels of 2FA. Again, this was another area where I had to sort of deviate from the orthodoxy, because on one hand, you really don't want people to use text-based, SMS-based 2FA if you can avoid it. But for many accounts at the time, SMS-based 2FA was the only kind of 2FA available. Or I was dealing with people who were not comfortable using, a YubiKey, or figuring out how Authy works. So those were some very serious problems, and I really had to learn how to meet people where they are and get them the most security that I thought that they would actually use, rather than coming to them with my sort of pre-baked ideas about what it is that they should do, the sort of more recent equivalent of, use Signal, use Tor, and then fly away. And that's something that I try really hard not to do. So I was wrong about a bunch of stuff. And fixing account compromise could get us really, really far. Having said that, sometimes it really was device compromise. And when it was, those cases were really disturbing. Those were often the cases that involved stalking and harassment. Those were cases that sometimes involved physical violence, that involved kidnapping. I saw a lot of really disturbing stuff that happened as a result of somebody installing spyware on someone's computer. One moment, my cat has decided that he has opinions. Okay, there we go. My cat will not be making a cameo in this keynote, perhaps a little bit later. So where was I? There was stalkerware. There was stalkerware. So people's laptops were being targeted with stalkerware, and increasingly we were starting to see mobile malware and stalkerware for phones. And the reason for that is that getting all of the information off of a phone, it gives you an enormous amount of information about what a person is doing. You pull all of their passwords and their web browsing history and their photos and their text messages and their end-to-end encrypted communications, and most importantly, they are carrying a tracking device around in their pocket, conveniently enough for you, telling you where they are at all times. So this stuff is a bonanza of spying, whether you are a government or an abusive ex or some sort of harasser. So my first thought when I saw that stalkerware was not the biggest problem, but definitely a problem linked to the most disturbing abuses that I saw, was that surely we have a way of detecting this stuff. I mean, that's what the AV industry does, right? You're supposed to install antivirus on your device, and then it's supposed to tell you if there's bad stuff on it, right? So I ran some tests. I did a little bit of research back in, I think it was 2018, and I discovered that antivirus was actually not very good at detecting even the most popular stalkerware, and I was really surprised. I had all kinds of theories about why this was, but really it came down to the fact that most AV companies shrugged it off. They figured that there were abuses, but they could imagine some legitimate cases, some legitimate uses for stalkerware, and therefore they thought that labeling it as malicious would be bad, and so they should err on the side of caution and just let stalkerware sit there undetected on people's devices. So the first thing that I did was I went to AV companies and I asked them to stop it. It is not very hard to stay on top of what what stalkerware makers are doing, and that is because unlike APTs, stalkerware companies sell their products. They sell them commercially. They make ads, and therefore it's actually really easy to find them. It's very easy to purchase them. Unlike the companies like NSO Group and their products like Pegasus, you don't have to be a government. You don't have to be law enforcement in order to get your hands on this stuff. And so research is a cinch. You simply buy it and figure out what it's doing. And that made my work so much easier. But it also made the work of researchers at the different AV companies much easier. And we've seen that AV companies have gotten much better at detecting stalkerware across the board. There is a organization called AV Comparatives that publishes a list of the different AV products every year and talks about how well they do at detecting stalkerware. The biggest stalkerware problem is definitely in the Android market, and we've really seen detection improve a lot. So I've been very excited about that. But there are also some other recent developments. For example, just the day before yesterday, in the United States, the Federal Trade Commission announced that they were issuing a ban on a stalkerware company. They issued a ban on a company called SpyPhone and its parent company, as well as its CEO, telling them that essentially they have to stop doing business. Not only do they have to stop doing business, but they have to reach out to everyone that had their product installed covertly on their device, and they needed to alert them and let them know that they had been spied on. So right now, the FTC is in a 30-day comment period during which people can comment on the ban. But as the ban goes into effect, I'm going to be very curious to see how things go forward. And one of the things that I'm most interested in seeing is how many people end up getting these alerts and what these messages look like. One of the reasons why the FTC went after SpyPhone is the same reason that they went after a company called Retina X a few years ago, and that is that not only do they make spyware, but they don't even make spyware very well. So both Retina X and SpyPhone had some really interesting data breaches. So not only were they, allowing people to, steal data, but then that data was left wide open on CNCs, where it could be stolen, many, many times over. And we've seen this happen many times. So again, the people who are making this software are not very sophisticated. They're not very diligent. They're not particularly good at it. And not only do they put the people who are being spied on at risk, because their data is being given to their stalkers, to their harassers, to people with whom they are in abusive relationships, but they are also leaking that data to other potential malicious actors, and that is really problematic. One of the other interesting things that I have seen in recent months is that Apple came out with a new product called the AirTag. So we saw a lot of spying by abusive partners by covertly installing spyware on their computers or covertly installing spyware on their phones. But sometimes abusive partners are not in a position to compromise somebody's phone. Perhaps they have an Android and some AV, and they're worried about the AV picking up the stalkerware. So Apple conveniently came out with the AirTag, which is a device about the size of a quarter, this big, and it is designed to be attached to your your keys or to your wallet or something else that you are worried about losing. It connects over Bluetooth. It pairs with your Apple ID with the AirTag. And what's particularly interesting about this is that when your AirTag goes out of range of the phone, you can consult your phone and it will tell you where the AirTag is located. So that is very useful. Apple is not the first company to have made this particular type of product. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the Tile, but it is a very similar product that has been out for many years. However, what makes the Tile different is that the Tile only communicates with over Bluetooth with other phones that have the Tile app installed on the phone. So there's a limited number of tiles out there, there's a limited number of tile apps out there, and if you lose your something that is attached to the tile, you may, your lost item may go all day without coming within Bluetooth range of somebody with a phone with the tile app installed in order to tell you where it is. The way that Apple devices work is different. So what Apple did was they decided that every AirTag would talk to every iPhone. The iPhones would create a network by default. You actually have to go in. You have to go into Find My Phone and specifically opt out of this network if you find it creepy and you don't want to contribute to it. And what that means is that when an AirTag is lost, when it goes astray, when it is say left inside a car belonging to someone who is going through a messy divorce, then all the AirTag needs to do is it needs to come within 30 feet of another iPhone. And going through the day without coming within Bluetooth distance of an iPhone is actually pretty difficult. And that means that the Apple tracking capabilities are much, much stronger than the Tiles. This is why I was particularly concerned about the AirTag. Now, not to be outdone, as soon as Apple announced the AirTag and I started yelling at them for having created this thing, Amazon announced that they were entering into an agreement with Tile, and they were going to try to set things up so that every Tile would communicate with every Amazon Echo in order to increase the size of its network to make it even better for spying. I did manage to convince Apple to change some of the things that it was doing in order to mitigate the ability of abusers to track people using their tools. One of the things that they had done that they were especially proud of was that if an AirTag was out of range of a phone for, I think, more than 3 days, it would start to emit a beep. So the idea was that this beep would alert somebody who was being spied on. Furthermore, if you had Find My turned on, it would alert you that some strange AirTag is possibly following you. So those things were potentially useful. The alert was useful, but only if you have an iPhone. So if somebody with an iPhone was tracking somebody who had an Android, they had no way of getting the alert. And what they had to rely on instead of the alert was the beep. Unfortunately, the beep is not very loud. The beep is about 60 decibels, and I was able to silence it just by, clenching my fist. I was also able to silence it by leaving it between the cushions of a couch, by hiding it under the seat in a car, by leaving it in a pocket in a purse. It was actually really difficult to hear the beep. It was also possible to to adjust the AirTag in such a way as to make the beep even more inaudible. And last of all, if you were a person with a hearing disability or if you were deaf, then there was simply no way for you to hear the beep at all. So one of the things that I got Apple to commit to is that starting in, or they're expecting that in December, they will put out an Android app that will allow you to know whether or not there is an AirTag which is tracking you. So that at least you have the same benefit with an Android that you do if you are not in the Apple ecosystem. And this is a particularly good example of the kind of activism that I was talking about at the beginning of this talk, which is that when Apple put out the AirTag, they thought that they had done enough to mitigate the problem. They thought that they had already thought about the abuse case and that they had solved it. And it turns out that wasn't the case at all. And the thing that they could not imagine was a person who didn't own an iPhone. Their weakness was imagining people who existed entirely outside of their ecosystem. And that's really one of those things where threat lab thinking would have been extremely useful to them. So let's talk a little bit about what you can do, the sort of everyday hacker can do to have sort of a threat lab mindset. The first is, of course, most of the people here are security professionals and do security research. And it would be great if more people looked at security research that impacted vulnerable populations. Everybody has a population that they care about that other people are not paying attention to. Everybody has groups of people that they know well and whose problems they understand, that people in power are not building things for, and that people in power are simply not thinking of. When white middle-class male professionals in an office in Santa Clara build a tool, they often build it for people like themselves, and they don't imagine how it's going to be used by a journalist in Turkey or an activist in Hong Kong or by a soldier on an army base or a victim of domestic violence. And because they don't think of these things, they don't make the correct mitigations. And the best way to sort of point out the flaws in these tools is to do the security research and to publish it, to let everybody know about the kind of stuff that you're doing. The second thing that everybody can do is that everybody has a group of people for whom they are tech support. Almost all of us go back to our families and have people who ask us for privacy and security advice because we are privacy and security professionals. We are the people who should be able to tell you what password manager to use, what computer you want to buy, what kind of phone is secure. And so learning how to give good advice is really important. And furthermore, beyond giving good advice, learning how to give good training is important in your community. So one of the things that I discovered by traveling all over the world and training activists and journalists is that information security professionals are terrible digital security trainers. We suck. And the reason for that is because we completely misunderstand what the training is for. Often what digital security professionals feel that training is for is that you get up in front of people and you demonstrate that you understand privacy and security concepts and you know what to do. So you get up in front of them, you tell them use these tools, use them in this particular way, and if you don't do it this way, you don't deserve privacy or security. This is a terrible way to teach because the people in the room simply aren't going to do the things you tell them to do because you are not giving them advice that works with their lives. And all you're really doing is scaring them and being arrogant at them. So I spent a bunch of time learning how to teach because it turns out that that's a very important skill. People regularly get master's degrees in this skill before they become teachers. I worked with others who have done trainings at EFF to distill that knowledge into what we call the Security Education Companion. And you can find that at sec.eff.org. And that's a bunch of tools and advice and handouts and charts that you can use when you are giving security trainings to new people or to vulnerable populations, or you're teaching a class. So that stuff is also really useful, and there are lengthy discussions of the sort of philosophy of teaching and how to really meet people where they are and give them the advice that they need instead of the advice that you think they need, which was really one of the hardest lessons I had to learn when I was doing this work. Finally, you can go out and volunteer. For example, I recently tweeted that an organization called SETA, which is at Cornell University in New York, is looking for volunteers for providing security advice to victims of domestic abuse. I think they're looking for people to volunteer about 10 hours a week, so that's something that everybody here can do, and you can definitely make a difference. Finally, the very last thing that you can do is join the Electronic Frontier Foundation. You can become a member. EFF is almost entirely funded by, or majority funded by, contributions from individual members. We have more than 40,000 members all over the world, and in exchange for your money and your love, we will send you t-shirts and stickers. We are essentially a t-shirt and sticker company with a law firm and some engineers attached. So give us some love, and we would definitely appreciate that. Thank you so much for your time. I hope to be able to answer questions later this what is morning for me and evening for you. Now I think we'll get to the Q&A. Thank you. Hi there. My name is Eva Galperin. I am the Director of Cybersecurity at the Electronic Frontier Foundation, and
That was a wonderful talk by Eva. And now, before having Eva here, we'll take a few questions that is related to ethical hacking. So yes, you may take a few questions.
We have a few questions from our attendees on regarding the various things about cybersecurity and talks the topics that Eva covered. So Sarun asks that it is extremely easy to pass into under the guise of personal security and children people will not try to hide it. And we are basically asked what does the government react and how do the government pass bills that actually track people and under the guise of protecting people and protecting basically child rights and protecting children. So we have Eva with us here now. So
Thank you, Eva. Thank you so much for your talk on surveillance. And we're really glad to have you here.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Now we will begin the Q&A session. Before beginning the Q&A session, I'd like to ask you a question, Eva. As
Yeah.
you said, you get an overwhelming amount of requests from victims on a daily basis, and most of the cases are about account compromise. But there are also cases related to device compromise involving stalkerware, spyware, mobile malware. And stalkers, abusers, or harassers can easily buy stalkerware from companies and use it with little to no effort. But I want to know, based on your experience, has it always been easy to detect such spywares, or there were cases when attackers used to use customized spywares or some sophisticated tools to harass or stalk their victims? Please share your experience.
Well, what's particularly interesting is that it hasn't always been easy to detect stalkerware on your device. And the reason for that is that the AV industry often was not very good about treating stalkerware like malware. And so, up until a few years ago, it was possible to have stalkerware installed on your computer, install AV on your computer or on your mobile device, run an AV scan, and not have the stalkerware trip it as malicious. So that was actually pretty common around the time that I started doing my research. One of the things that really changed around the time that I founded the Coalition Against Stalkerware was that AV companies started taking this stuff more seriously, and we have seen year after year that AV is better and better at detecting stalkerware. So I consider that to be a big win.
Thank you for answering my question, Eva.
So thank you, Eva, for the amazing keynote and great answer. So I have a small announcement to make right now. So as an appreciation to the keynote and our small token of love and our effort to help your cause, we'll be making a small donation to EFF.
Well,
I
thank you very much.
I suggest our participants to do the same and get involved with what they are doing. It's really great cause, and we at TredCon back it with as much strength as we can.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Also, I have a question for you, Eva. And so, from the days of system administration to taking a political science degree and a law studies, as a student of law myself, like to ask, how has the journey been up to this point?
How has what?
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I missed the end of the question. How has what been up until this point?
How has your journey been regarding the uh, uh, how, from
Well, I
being
mean,
a system
it's
administrator to now being a political science degree holder? And yeah,
I got it. Well, it's certainly been interesting. I think a lot of people end up in information security in unconventional ways, especially people who have a background from long ago enough that there were not a lot of certifications or degrees that you could get in order to learn about information security. So, in that sense, it's not that unusual. But it's certainly been interesting. And one of the things that I would like to think that my unconventional background brings to information security is a different point of view that really focuses on the effects that information security problems have on people, that starts with the people who are being marginalized and the people who are being ignored, and that looks at a problem and asks who's not in the room, whose voice isn't being heard, instead of starting with the most interesting technical problem and working my way backwards from there.
okay, great. So we'll take some audience question now. And so Sagun asked, It is extremely easy to pass any bills under the guise of national security to protect children. Means people will not bat an eyelid. So, what's your take on this? He provides the context of Apple's recent child protection measures and the recent bills that has been passed in Australia regarding identity and disrupt Bill 2021. So, what's your take on that?
I have a lot of concerns about Apple's on-device CSAM scanning plan. The good news is that Apple has at least realized that their plan may not have been particularly well thought out, and they have agreed to pause it while they get more information from civil society about what our concerns are. So that's great. And while that is a victory, only total victory is enough for me. So I'm not going to stop pushing them until they decide that this is a bad idea. Because my concern is not about the technical way in which they have done it. It's that they have chosen to do it at all. And asking us repeatedly, well, how can we do this safely, is simply asking the wrong question. The entire project is wrong-headed and should be thrown out.
So, what's the general response from lawmakers and the corporations and the people who generally are involved in decision making regarding spywares and privacy measures? Are they as responsive as Apple has recently shown to been with such public backlash?
Sometimes. Governments are not a monolith. As you know, governments are different from one another, and even different parts of the government are different from one another. So some parts are responsive and some parts are not. For example, one of the big victories that I had last week was that the FTC announced that they were going to carry out a ban on SpyPhone and its parent company, Support King, and its CEO, banning them from doing business selling spyware in the United States. And that is a really big deal. And it's something that I've been asking them to do since approximately the end of 2018. And I hope that this is the beginning of a long list of bans of stalkerware from the FTC. So sometimes we win, sometimes we lose, but we have to keep fighting and we have to keep bringing these things up. And certainly when a company or a government announces a law which is bad for people's privacy or security, or a company announces that they are about to implement a policy which is going to hurt people's privacy and security, it is tempting to consider it a done deal, to basically go, well, nothing's going to change Google's mind. Nothing's going to change Apple's mind. We're not going to change the mind of the, of the FBI or Congress or the Senate. You're not going to get to change the Australian government. And that's simply not true. That is just giving up. We have had so many important victories, and we are only going to have victories in the future if people stand up, instead of just thinking about speaking out about these things as kind of pointless because they don't have power. Everyone who is watching this talk right now has power.
Okay, but our another participant is asking, what would your first 10 minutes look like after discovering a data breach, and what action would you usually take?
And this is actually not a very interesting question, because it depends on the data breach. It depends on what I'm doing. It depends on what I am in charge of. I, for example, am not in charge of IT at the Electronic Frontier Foundation. If they have a data breach, that is a completely different problem than if a survivor of intimate partner violence comes to me and talks about a data breach, or if the CTO of a large company or platform comes and talks to me about a data breach. So those are, it's really just not what I do for a living.
Okay. So we also constantly face questions regarding the, being harassed and people facing harassment from their abusive relationships and the people. So we recently had a case where someone was anonymously sending abusive content to a person, and we handled that. How we handled that was quite different. Like we tracked down who was doing it, but he was outside of our jurisdiction and the jurisdiction of this country. So in those cases, how do you suggest we handle uh, such issues?
Again, it depends. I usually start by asking the person who is being harassed what they want to do. I think that a victim-centric approach is really important. And sometimes what the survivor wants to do is just to put it behind them and not have anyone say or do anything. They say, well, listen, you can't do anything. They're outside of the country. That's it. We're done. Because a lot of survivors don't want everyone to think of them in the same breath as the worst thing that has ever happened to them. Oh, there's that person, they were harassed, instead of, oh, there's that person, and let's talk about their security research. So I understand why people do that. Having said that, there is a lot of power in outing people who engage in bad behavior. Even if you don't have the power of the law on your side, even if you cannot sanction them, even if you cannot send law enforcement to do anything about them, sometimes just getting up in front of people and saying, hey, here is the harassment that this person engaged in, that's the sort of person that they are, is enough. People really need to own their behavior.
And Eva, what would you like to say to victims, how they can reach you out or people like you?
Well, you can reach me at my work email at eva@eff.org. That's eva@eff.org. There are also a bunch of really great organizations that do support for victims of harassment, such as HeartMob, and that do support for survivors of intimate partner violence, like the National Network to End Domestic Violence, NNEDV, which you can get to at nnedv.org. There is also an organization in the United States, if you are located there, called Operation, I'm completely forgetting the name of this organization, and I feel very bad because I want to say Operation Rescue, and Operation Rescue is not the name of the organization. That is the name of a pro-life and anti-abortion organization. One moment, let me go find them. Anyway, there are a bunch of organizations. You can also go to stopstalkerware.org, where we have a bunch of resources, including links to all of the members of our coalition.
Thank you, Eva. Now, another question by our participant, Prajal Acharya. As you said, Apple is planning to launch AirTag on Android as well. Wouldn't it be better if Google did, as Apple need to manually get into Android phones, whereas Google is installed in every Android phone? This is his question.
I'm not sure that I understand the question. I mean, right now we have these two very different ecosystems, and I think the question is asking whether or not Google should approach the Android ecosystem in the same way that Apple does, and to have full control of it. And I think that the answer is no. On one hand, you do get more security when you create a walled garden. On the other hand, the sort of broader Android ecosystem has allowed all kinds of really interesting forks of Android to develop, and has allowed people in the mobile space to create all kinds of mobile OSs that meet their particular needs, which I think is really important. I am a privacy and security activist, but I got my start in free and open source software, and I still, to some extent, believe in the promise of free and open source software, and I think it's really important for it to continue to exist and for us to continue to contribute to it.
I
So,
hope that
Adli,
answers Projal's question.
okay. So, Adli Wahid is asking, what was the link or resources for how to conduct trainings that you mentioned in your talk?
That
Okay.
is the Security Education Companion, and you can get there at sec.eff.org.
See. So, another personal question, kind of. So, do you need any Nepali translators at EFF for your security guides and stuff? I am happy to help if you need one.
You should reach out to our SSD team. There's a link on the Surveillance Self-Defense website for the contact for that, and we have a person who runs translations who would be happy to talk to you.
Okay, thank you so much. So, anything you would like to add before we end our session for today?
Well, I think that my cat is interrupting again. Very strong opinions about digital civil liberties. I am honored to have been asked to keynote here, and I think it's really important that that everybody who comes to this conference and who is interested in information security should know that that they can make a difference, and that the choices that they make in what they work on and who they work for and who they help and what they speak out about really matter.
Sure. And thank you for keynoting us. It's been our honor to have you here, and we really appreciate what you do. And I personally am a big fan of what you do. Uh, so thank you very much. And
Thank
also, I
you.
have a last question before we end this session. So Nepal's quite underdeveloped in relation to laws regarding privacy and stuff. So the cybersecurity laws are currently being drafted and quite not finalized yet. So what do you think their relationship should be in regards to how strong should they be, and where's the balance in regards to privacy and being strongly, if you get what I mean. I'm sorry. I
Well,
could not quite
one of the
put it
interesting things
really
about
good.
cybersecurity laws, sort of outside of the
Mm.
United States, is that often when countries without like a well-developed cybersecurity infrastructure pass a cybersecurity law, what they really mean is a law that outlaws all kinds of speech online, or a law which governs what you can and cannot do online. In a way that has nothing to do with cybersecurity, which I find tremendously disappointing. So I think that people should continue to look out for attacks on free speech. They should look out for platform censorship. They should look out for the singling out critics of the government or anything that makes adversarial journalism harder to do, because those are all things that we frequently see in quote unquote cybersecurity laws. And if you want an example of what good laws might look like, I recommend taking a look at the European sort of general privacy directive, and generally taking a look at European data privacy laws, because I think that they are some of the strongest laws in the world. And if we could model our data privacy on that, I'd be very happy.
That's really good. So thank you for that suggestions, and we'll see how we can get it to our lawmakers and decision makers. We have a session tomorrow that involves the local decision makers and policy makers. We'll make sure that this reaches them.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Hopefully,
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
next year we will all see each other in person.
Yeah, we hope so too. We'd really love to have you here. Thank you, Eva.
Thank you for having me.
So up next, we have a talk by Nitesh Bhatta. Nitesh has been a close friend of mine for quite a long time, and he works in the field of OSINT, or open source intelligence. And he will be delivering his talk, OSINT, Hold My Prod, I'm Going Fishing. So we'll have the talk ready within. We'll have the talk in a minute. So thank you, everyone. Stay tuned.
Hi, folks. Welcome to TradeCon 2021. Hi, folks. Welcome to TradeCon 2021. Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure presenting to such a lovely audience. Just a quick one before I begin. I would like to express my gratitude to the whole TradeCon team, TradeCon organizers, anyone attending today, speakers, guests, volunteers, sponsors, and anyone involved to make this conference happen, and also to anyone attending my talk today. As you already know, that I'm presenting on some bits and pieces of the open source intelligence and around the phishing campaign. So it's basically going to be a kind of a mixture of OSINT and phishing. So the whole idea of this talk basically came from the view of running phishing simulations and getting myself on the OSINT side and conducting intelligence-driven engagements. Hence, the whole thing is titled as "Hold My Prod, I'm Going Phishing." So, yep, let's dig in. Who am I? I'm generally known as Nitesh, or otherwise as Nate. Also, one of the hackers from the Himalayas, Nepal. I've been on the offensive side, breaking stuff for over 5 years now, and currently working as a security consultant in Australia for InfoTrust. The voice you hear today, some of you might already be familiar with, is also the voice you have been hearing at this podcast called Nepal Got Hacked, alongside my other colleague, Barton. As a spare time activity, I love to play around with lockpick kits, computer networks, wireless stuff, and on threat actors. I also do volunteer at a couple of security sites and Trace Lab missing person events. And here's a quick fun fact. If you get a call or text from me asking you to click on that link, just don't do it. What to expect from my today's talk, right? So basically, I'll be talking about social media intelligence, open source intelligence, and the broader picture of OSINT. I'll run you through sock puppet accounts and then extracting valuable intelligence on the OSINT side of things, and then bit of infrastructure setup for your intelligence-driven simulated phishing campaigns. I'll walk you through a couple of case studies I've worked on in the past, and then we'll just wrap it up from there with some final thoughts. Now, if you see back in the days, your generic phishing or phishing scams, if you may like, it used to be kind of more or less like this: 419 scams, or your inheritance scams, or something originating from your bank, or even stating that you have won an iPhone. Now, the intentions in here were kind of straightforward, financial driven, or you would have other generic phishing emails asking you to click on that link and fill in your login details, which would again be used for similar activities. But if you see in the recent days, the whole idea of phishing has somewhat evolved. Although this sort of generic phishing, they still exist, and people, they still fall victim for this. But the whole idea is whether it is just the generic looking phishing email targeting you or your business, APT group, or the ransomware gang's targeted approach. The nature of these attacks are somewhat sophisticated in the recent times. So, whatever I will be discussing today is not the hard and fast rule of the TTPs of the sort of sophistication, but just one way, or let's say my way of doing things, and also what you'd see happening in the recent years. Now, if you are on your offensive hats, this could be something you can practice on your internal phishing simulations or as your OSINT approach. If you are on your defensive hats, this could be something you can look into. Or if you are on your tinfoil hats, I think I will just leave it there. Here's a fun part. Let me start by asking this. How many of you here today in the audience are a professional stalker? Okay, let me make this easy. Another one. How many of you have looked into your friends or your colleagues' profile in the last 1 month, or even in the last 24 hours? I think there's a bit of a reason behind me asking this silly question here, and I think most of the people often have this misconception too. And I think there's a thin line, a thin boundary between the whole idea of stalking, OSINT, doxing, or whatever it be, right? So my understanding on the whole idea of the OSINT is basically to make use of open source knowledge, publicly accessible information to conduct your investigation, connect the dots, and extract intelligence out of it. Obviously, with an ethical mindset and being mindful that you'd only use that knowledge for good. Whereas you see on the stalking, it's more of on the non-ethical boundary, and when things start to get a bit creepy. And we are definitely not here for that. With doxing, it's again more of extracting similar information on the non-ethical boundary, and this is when things start to not only get creepy, but also at cases it leads to a dangerous situation. It's sometimes life-threatening. So some countries take this real serious, and you could essentially face charges for doxing someone. So just be mindful of the whole thing, and please act responsible. Now, if you see the broader picture, the intelligence domain is somewhat huge. For instance, human intelligence, where essentially someone would collect information from a human source with some interpersonal communication skills. Signals, where the information broadcasted over an electromagnetic emissions would be collected and analyzed. Geospatial, which is more of the geological observation and analysis. Imagery, which is again more of the image-based collection and analysis. Social media, as the name suggests, it's more of a social media-based information extraction and analysis. Open source intelligence, and the list pretty much goes on with comint, lint, histint, and on and on. The one that most of us are familiar, or the one that we have been hearing a lot in the recent days, is OSINT. Now again, if you see on the OSINT side of things, you would see open source or publicly available information for either domain names. For instance, who is the owner of this domain? Where is it hosted? How long has this domain been active for? What sort of activities this domain has been involved in? Or even similar with the IP address. For instance, what AS number or what block is this IP address a part of? Where is this IP address located? Open ports or running services. For an organization, what is this organization? What is the core business of their company? Where are they located? Their client base, their company culture, how many staff members are there? Or even for people, you could see what they do, where are they based at, what sort of activities are they involved in, what's their marital status like, what's their date of birth, or when's the anniversary, their social media presence. Even with email addresses, you could see which platforms are these email addresses being used at. What email address structure do a certain particular individual follow? Is this email a part of any leak? So you get the whole idea, right? These are pretty much the type of information you would find on the internet with just some search and are mostly available or accessible publicly. So when you say you are using some search engines like Google and find these basic information, the question is, are we auditing it yet? Now, I think the real deal is when you start to connect these dots. For instance, let's look at this company, E Corp. The company has a domain name, it holds an IP address. Now, if you start to dig in, you will see that this domain or IP address is owned by a person named John. It's active since 2010, behind Cloudflare, hosted on AWS, has an email address linked to that domain and was compromised 2 times. Now let's try to expand the surface and dig in more. What you'd see is that this organization is owned by John. He uses his Gmail, has a phone number, and on and on. So what I'm trying to say here is that these were all just scattered information to us previously. But now, once you start to map this sort of information, connect your dots and pieces, you get your intelligence out of it. And you get the whole idea of that company or that specific person, or let's say a subject. Now that you know what we are trying to look for, what we are trying to perform, what we are trying to achieve, let's get down into the real business, shall we? First things first, before you start investigating on your target or your targeted business, you might want to get on your comfy socks. So what I mean by that is you might want to create some online profiles to disguise or not reveal your original identity by creating some social media accounts under pseudonym. For instance, you might want to build some online persona on platforms like Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, TikTok, Twitter, and heaps of other similar platforms. Now, this is because when I'm trying to gather information on my target's LinkedIn profile, I don't want them to see that Neat from some company saw your profile. Instead, what we want them to see is Bob from company X saw your profile. Or even with Facebook, I don't want them to see Neat as people you may know. Instead, what we want them to see is Bob. So what it does is not only disguise your identity, but your subject is more likely to either ignore these profiles or take it as some random internet accounts. Now, if you see the person on that picture, it's a GAN-generated image, and that specific person doesn't really exist. This image was extracted from thispersondoesnotexist.com. Now, if you fancy some cat pics, then there's actually another one, thiscatdoesnotexist.com, or horse, thisHorseDoesNotExist.com. And there are a few others as well, but let's get back to the talk. Now, once you're done setting up your accounts, get some disposable hosting VMs, like the one you'd get from Trace Labs. Get some disposable numbers for registering yourself on certain services. Get some disposable domains or systems or whatever is required for that investigation. And finally, route your traffic from Russia. Now, that was a bad joke, but what I'm trying to deliver here is route your traffic as if it was originating from what country or location you are trying to investigate on. This is because if I'm trying to investigate someone based at London, and when I'm viewing their profile or visiting their website or blog post or whatever, then I want them to see that it's a localized traffic. And that way your subject would less likely suspect anything. Also, The other benefit of doing this is, for instance, on search engines like Google, when you are searching for certain terms or certain keywords from Nepal, and when I'm searching for something from Australia, then the results change significantly. So it's better to originate your traffic as if you were based on that specific location where you are trying to investigate on. Once you are all set with your OSINT gear, let's start digging in. Start connecting the dots for the organization or person you are investigating on. Look into your subject's social media profile, their posts, what they like, who do they hang out with, or similar information that would be valuable for us in the longer run. There was this one of the funniest and really interesting OSINT stuff, which was discussed by Mika Hoffman, who runs the OSINT Curious project. So what he basically discovered was about this website where people would share how much alcohol they drink, what sort of beer they like, and what sort of drinks they prefer. So now you would basically start seeing all sort of different perspectives about your subject adding in on the broader picture. And trust me, people like to share a lot about what they do, what they like, and essentially that's what a threat actor is likely to exploit on the real world. Start looking for hashtags. They are again pretty much a gold mine. It kind of tells you what sort of food, culture, latest trends, patterns the people follow, and even you would find employees posting their ID cards about the new job, about their workplace, and whole lot of information can be found with such hashtags. Some people often ignore it, but I personally love to explore hashtags too. The other one I love to explore is live moments. For example, Facebook Live, Instagram stories, they tell you a lot about your subject's last 24 to 48 hours, which is again a real gold mine for a threat actor, or even when you are trying to solve a missing person case. I think it's all about the perspective, right? The same information is just for fun that someone was posting, whereas the same information can later be used against that specific individual. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. Now, once you have the detail of your subject's whereabout, then start looking into local maps on Snapchat, either Sodan or Wiggle, or any other live maps and live streams. I mean, most people often ignore the power of Wiggle and Sodan maps or either Snapchat, but trust me, this is again gold mine. I will tell you about the Wiggle.net data and what we were able to do on one of our engagements in the case studies section. But for now, let's jump on the pretext. Now, once you have the understanding of your target business or your subject, you can pretty much start creating the pretext. Now, let me clear this out real quick. So when you are doing your general OSINT stuff, or when you are investigating on the missing person cases with TraceLab, or even your personal investigations, you would not really interact or communicate with your subject. But given that we are merging the whole idea of OSINT and phishing for the intelligence-driven engagements, let's jump on the pretext side of things. So with pretext, when you have the understanding of your subject or your targeted business, then you can start to create scenarios for interaction. Now, what I mean by that is, let's get back to our previous example from the E-Corp and see what sort of pretext we can come up with. Now, with the compromised email, we have identified that John's account was compromised, so probably we can act on behalf of the IT guy. So what we could potentially come up with is, for instance, hey John, your email was part of whatever breach and was published on so and so platform. For security reasons, obviously, please update your credentials as soon as possible on the given link. Please make sure that you update your password only on the given HTTPS secure login page. If any issues, please reply back to me on this email address. Now, that would be your sort of phishing email that we just came out with a pretext, right? So what our email would basically do is it gives an assurance to Zone because we have asked him to log in on a secure HTTPS login page. And if he faces any issues with the new login, we are happy to assist him. It's again all about winning the user trust, providing the assurance, and a lot better than just generic phishing emails. But again, the generic phishing emails, they do work as well. The second pretext could potentially be failed billing processing. And if Zone doesn't rectify this issue immediately, the account subscription will get cancelled. Or maybe something originating from Cloudflare stating that there was some sort of security issue and it requires immediate attention. Or even something originating from his kids' school or a lookalike domain on free kids swimming classes this summer. Or we can act as Jane's friend or a phone provider. And the list pretty much goes on. So it all depends on what your end goal is, what your motives are, and how you want to approach your target. Now, if you are trying to target an organization, then look into the job advertisements. Look for what tools they use. See if they have in-house developed products, their appearance on news or local media platforms. Basically, get into the mindset of being one of them. That way, you can just create the pretext and act in a natural manner. Now you have your OSINT stuff, right? You have pretty solid information on this person or your business of interest. You have got your pretext ready, all ready to roll. Then get your infrastructures. Get yourself an probably expired domain or a lookalike domain. For me personally, I found solid success rates with expired domains. Now this is because most organizations, for some reason, treat their expired domains as just expired domain. And more often than not, organizations either forget to blacklist the domain or they don't remove the domain from the firewall. So, which means from an offensive standpoint, you are already bypassing the mail filters and firewalls. And this also gives you easy access to users' trust, right? So once you are done with the domain, get yourself a cloud platform to host your phishing server, either mail server, DNS records, and whatnot. Set up catch-all email. Now again, with catch-all email, and if you had used the expired domain, then that way you get any replies that were sent back to that specific domain. For instance, their old contact might be trying to connect back to them. Or maybe you get some of their recurring invoice. So you pretty much get more good stuff there. I personally like to use G Suite because if you can get something with just a few clicks, then why not? I personally like to set up my own postfix servers for SMTP relays because I would have more access and flexibility on my system. In the past, I've tried Gmail, but they had a cap of 100 emails per day, sort of limitation. I also tried to play around with a few others, like Spark Post, which was pretty good. But I think it had 500 emails per day sort of limitation. But at the end of the day, it would add that mail came via Spark Post or something along the line. With the choice of phishing platform, I personally like to go with GoPhish, which was developed by Jordan Wright, and Evilginax 2, which was developed by Kowa Gretzky. With GoPhish, it's pretty good. It's got a real nice dashboard, gives you the flexibility to play around with the email templates, JavaScript, or HTML, and you can pretty much monitor the whole campaign, and it's got real nice API integrations as well. But the downside is with two-factor authentications, which I think most people have implemented these days. So this is where the integration with Evilginax 2 comes into the play. It's a person in the middle attack framework, acting as a relay between the user and the original server. So which means it does relay the two-factor authentication code as well. Also, more often than not, the real sophistication, I think, is when you are hiding behind certain channels. For instance, on your CDNs, so this is where you would hear and see a lot of discussions going around in the techniques such as domain fronting or domain hiding or domain borrowing. If you see these techniques, they are already defined on your MITRE ATT&CK framework. Essentially what happens is you would have your traffic passing from CDN or via other channels, and kind of makes it hard for the defensive folks to keep track of the offensive folks. So just like any other red team engagements, get yourself on a CDN for domain fronting and hiding your campaign servers. Just play around with Firebase or Fastly or any other CDNs or any other sort of medium that works best for you. Now, that's your campaign in action, sort of what you would see as the workflow of Avinash X2 doing its job, relaying the whole traffic. I have personally played around with a few off-the-shelf paid products, but haven't personally found them very attractive. Heaps of limitation, and you can't really flex around the product. But if you see from a red team perspective, or say from an offensive stand view, I would definitely add these ones to my arsenal, like Modliska or the combination of Murena and Necro browser. So again, Murena is a transparent reverse proxy, does the whole automation of phishing and your post-phishing activities. Necro browser is a browser thing running as microservice, which basically runs as headless as well as GUI, more with Chrome or your Firefox browsers. Now, I think a bit of a fun part is where you would kind of see the whole phishing stuff happening in action to bypass the whole two-factor authentication. So I have used ecorp.ml on the AWS infrastructure, and then targeting the Outlook user, making a bit of integration of GoFish and Avinash 2. So basically, your GoFish would act as a GUI sort of platform where we would run and track the whole campaign, and then Avinash 2 as your reverse proxy sitting between the Outlook and ecorp campaign C2 server. And our target is going to be John, who was the CEO of our previous examples. So let's jump on the demo. I have already started the GoFish in background, and this is now what you will see on your GUI. It's accessible via a web browser. It's got a real nice dashboard. You can pretty much keep track of who has opened the email, clicked on the link, and how many phishing emails have been sent so far. You got your API integrations, a real nice documentation of the whole platform, I must say, and it's got webhooks as well. You can keep track of your campaign timelines, and you can run multiple campaigns at once. Now, for sending emails, I've used Outlook as SMTP relay. For the landing page, I've used the Avinash as redirector to a phishing page, which is again only accessible to people with a unique ID, else it would just drop the traffic to a 404 page. With the email template, I've created my own email, which you will get to see in a while. And for the groups, I've named it as ecorp, since it's easy to keep track of, and we have got Zone as the victim. Now, this is what your Avinash would look like. It's got a few fishlets. You can see pretty much Office 365, Outlook. I've used Outlook, and I've made use of hostname sso.ecorp.ml. You can pretty much see the Outlook SSO login and accounts being used as well. Now with the configurations, like I said, ecorp.ml is used on the AWS, and the redirect URL, that's the URL which you'd see at the end of your campaign sort of thing. This is where you would set up your own phishing path or your endpoint. Now, once you've done your setup with GoFish, Avilginax, and your backend infrastructures, we can just start the campaign. Let's leave it for a few seconds for the email to reach the inbox. Once the email reaches the inbox, then we can start the fun stuff. Now, this is where John receives a phishing email from Bob. So basically what Bob states is that as per the organization policy, they have successfully migrated the Outlook users from on-prem to the cloud. And when you get a moment, just click on this link by the end of the day. Now, when John clicks on that link, he is being taken to a phishing page controlled by us. So the fun part is you can pretty much keep the track of who has clicked on that link, who has opened their email, and so on and so forth. On our Avilginax terminal, we can see that someone has visited the link as well. Now let's try and log in with the username that we have and the password as well. And once we are logged in, I've signed up two-factor authentication for this account. So we should be getting a two-factor authentication code as well. So far, so good. We haven't seen any suspicious stuff yet. So we just logged in, got our two-factor authentication code. We just entered that code as well, and we are logged in to our Outlook. Now, if you see on the Avilginax terminal, what we can see is that the username and password for John was captured along with all authorization tokens being intercepted. So basically, we can use that specific token that was captured to replay the attack and basically log in on a different browser as him. Now, as you can see that we are being logged in on the browser as John. And from here on, we pretty much have the whole control of his mailbox, and we can pretty much see all the inbox, outbox, or draft, and so on and so forth from here on. So that's pretty much about the whole OSINT and the phishing side of things. Moving on to a few case studies. So with few OSINT cases I've worked on in the past, what I found is various online platforms and how people share things can act as a really valuable source of information to someone else. For example, people leaving reviews on Facebook or Google or other similar platforms. So this one was interesting instance where one of our person of interest had posted about how good the bread was. Now, if you see the bigger picture, right, you wouldn't necessarily go from the capital city to your second popular city or even outside, let's say, 3 kilometer radius from your home just to grab a bread on the weekend, right? So based on this information and based on our hypothesis, we searched for nearby places where the person could potentially be located. And then based on that specific piece, we came across this website called Gumtree and Facebook Marketplace, which are again very popular for people buying and selling their stuff. And luckily enough for us, the person had posted advertisement stating their home address, their mobile number, and some additional notes about what they were trying to sell. So the other one where I was involved a few months back, and we did a whole lot of search and connected the dots on what sort of person we were investigating on. And based on our observation, we went through few publicly accessible records, and we identified that this specific person had some criminal records. So this is again similar one to that of the first one, where our person of interest. So this is based at Nepal. This person had posted some sort of advertisement about their property. Now again, similar information: their mobile number, email address, and few pictures of their property, stating the exact location. The other one was again from Nepal. This was where our person of interest had posted an advertisement on their Facebook profile, but unfortunately the ad had expired. But sometimes what happens is things get archived, which means if the information was once on the internet, it's probably still there. So the other funny one was when I had to do this on-site wireless engagement for one of our clients, and like any other day, I did the basic recon on this organization and went on the Google map. And if you are not familiar with this website, then it's basically something that holds your open network related information, more like your Wi-Fi on the map. Now, if you use this website and insert your location, then it shows you the MAC address and Wi-Fi name that's available on that specific geolocation. Now, this kind of gave us the information on what wireless name they had used on that specific organization, on that specific site. And based on that observation, we further performed our test. Now, I think we are almost on the final side. So just some final thoughts to conclude with. Just when you are exploring on the ocean domain, make sure that you don't end up with some creepy moves. Like I said, there's a thin line, a thin boundary between the whole idea of OSINT, stalking, and doxing, and always act responsible. Whenever you are approaching a subject or your targeted business, make sure that you do your homework, you gather required information or intelligence, as you call it, and then approach from there. And also treat people as real people because you don't want people to feel bad because of your activities. You might get the credential or you might get them to click on your link, but let's face the reality. At the end of the day, we are not the bad guys. We are just here to educate them. So with that note, I will just wrap it up here. If you have any questions or if you want to shoot anything, then I'm available on Twitter and also on ThreadCon Slack. Thank you.
Do you have Nitesh here?
Yeah, we do.
I came here from.
Okay, Nitesh, thank you for your amazing talk on OSINT. And I personally learned a lot from this talk, and I'm pretty sure that our participants will also agree to this. Nitesh, I think you are muted.
Let's give Nitesh a minute to get his bearings together. Till then, a little shout out to our sponsors, our diamond sponsor Google, and our gold sponsor Microsoft. So, yeah, Microsoft bug
Nitesh, are
bounty
you ready?
program, and there you can find about Microsoft bug bounty by emailing them at bounty@microsoft.com and through this link here. So do check them out.
Uh,
Nitish, do let us know once you're ready.
Before starting the Q&A session with Nitesh, we would like to announce that the winner of giveaway was Sagun, who asked question in our Slack channel to Eva. And Sagun, you can claim your giveaway by emailing us at info@threadcon.io.
Hello.
Hello, Nitish, you there? Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, great.
So thank you, Nitesh, for presenting your talk and your research on OSINT, and also being an ardent supporter of ThreatCon from its beginning.
Thank you, Rosmi. Thank you, Shreyas. Thank you for having me, and to the whole TradeCon team for having me here. And sorry about the whole technical challenge over here. I had to join back from a while again. So yeah, thank you,
No
everyone.
issues. No problem.
So shall we begin to Q&A session now?
Yep, absolutely.
Before taking the question of audience, I would like to ask you a question. So you talked about whole OS and how hackers should act ethically and responsibly while dealing with the scenario. But I want to ask a question from a user's perspective. For
Mhm.
instance, people are updating about their lives casually on social media and blogging their entire day or week and adding location to wherever they visit. And But we cannot also neglect the fact that other users are getting benefited from users who review the product after buying it or review restaurants after they visit. Uh, and also, there are instances when users must share their contact information in marketplace like Hamro Bazaar, etc. So, my question to you is, how can a user draw a fine line while sharing their information in a public domain?
That's a great question. Thank you, Rasmi. So I think it just comes down to your operation security, right? OPSEC, general security stuff. So if you are someone who needs to keep your information out there, sometimes you should, sometimes you shouldn't. So like I said, this information sometimes are really useful for example, we are active on LinkedIn or on Twitter, being the infosec professional, and then sharing our thoughts process to everyone, right? And we do the same style, same stuff in our general life as well. So it just, I think, comes down to the whole OPSEC thing. So where, for example, in the recent case where I showed you that someone was sharing some stuff on the Hamra Bazaar, and from there on we were able to extract their phone number, their specific location, and so on and so forth, sort of information. So if that specific individual had thought of like, okay, people like, let's see it this way. For example, people generally see themselves as, okay, I'm nothing, my information doesn't really value or doesn't really matter to anyone, but at the end of the day, it does matter. And like the keynote speaker Eva said as well, sometimes you just have to disguise yourself in the crowd, hide yourself among the crowd, and then share some information if that is what the intention is, or your motives are. So I think it just comes down to what they are trying to do, what they are trying to share, and all about your operational security.
Okay.
Thank you for answering the question.
Okay. Thank you, Nitesh. So I too have a question to ask. You mentioned that there is fine line between stalking, doxing, and OS intelligence. So when you generally target a company, so that fine line must be their consent, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So yes.
Yeah.
So the whole idea of us doing the OSINT, or not doing the stalking or doxing thing is because at the end of the day, like I said, in the end as well, so we are not the bad guys, we are the good ones. So we just need to draw the whole line between the thing, stalking, OSINT, doxing, or whatever it is. And whenever we are being approached by certain organization or certain individual for doing your investigation, then we do have certain rules of engagement. We do define the scope, and being on that specific limitation, we approach our target as well. Now, I noticed someone mentioned on the chat about the domain name being used. For instance, whenever we are trying to buy expired domains that might fall under your illegal or non-ethical boundary. But again, like I said, we are the good ones, and we have all the contract or the required rules of engagement, and we wear our the good hat, and then do the engagement. So yeah.
Okay. So when you do, get involved with an engagement, you go after the company's employees as well when the company, contracts you. So do you think it's fair to the employees to have their data being snooped around by, you do wear a good hat, but and you have good intention to help them secure their data better. But do you think it's fair to the employees to have their data snooped on?
Um, I think it's a kind of a tricky one, but at the end of the day, let's face it. Whenever we are being engaged by certain organization, what we try to do is we try to educate the users, right? So the whole idea of running these sort of engagements is to make them secure, and then whenever we do these sort of engagements, we don't really publish saying that, okay, this person from this department got phished, or we don't really target any individual user who was phished or who posted certain information on their social media when they shouldn't have. So I think it comes down to your user awareness, and at the end of the day, we, like I said, we wouldn't really go after individual stating that, okay, you have just been phished, so you lose the game, right? So we wouldn't really say that. It's at the end of the day being just as a normal human being, and then treating people as a real people, and then sharing the information of what they could have done right, and protect themselves and again the organization as a whole.
Okay, thank you for answering that. I
Now
think
we'll
we
take some questions from audience. So the first question is from Siddharth Budathuki. So Nitish, in Nepal, he says he can see a wave of banks and fintech type corporations using data aggressively. And what are your views on monetizing the business use of customer data potentially at a cost of privacy breach or security threat?
I think this is where you would see, like, for example, the recent attacks on the ISPs and various other organizations, and then the following consequence of users being exploited by various actors on your either Viber or WhatsApp or other platforms, right? So whenever there are companies and organizations who are taking steps locally, sharing this sort of information and research, either monthly or on a yearly basis, and putting those research papers and those threat intel out there, and sharing those like community-based information sharing, should really add a great value. And like at the end of the day, whenever this, for example, companies get breached, and then those sort of data gets leaked, it's challenge for everyone, right? So I think I'll just leave it there.
That was a great answer. So, and another question from Madhusudan Acharya is OSINT always intelligence, or can it be used as evidence also?
So yeah, like I said, OSINT is your open source intelligence, right? So there is a bit difference between your general information, like I showed on the slides as well. So whenever you see certain information, then information is really valuable down the track, and that's how you would extract your intelligence. So yeah, I think yeah, that's the overall idea of being the OSINT side of things.
So Nitesh, next question is from Sunam. So how's your experience working in Trace Lab, and how does it actually work? Can you share your experience?
Yeah. So for me, when I say I work at Chris Lab, it's just a voluntary effort from me and the people in the community, right? So Chris Lab is a non-profit organization, and they do run certain events on missing person cases. So any one of us, like you, myself, and any one of us who has certain skills, and who has a bit of idea on how Google works or basic search engine works, your certain like basic information, they really matter a lot. Like for example, there was one of the cases where we dealt with was this specific person who has certain knowledge of IT had taken a lady as hostess at some point of time, and then he. I mean, they just got lost and they escaped somewhere else. And using certain techniques, we identified that this guy was an IT professional, and he was trying to constantly push out his codes on GitHub. And we just noticed, okay, this guy is active on GitHub a couple of hours ago, and based on that specific information, we passed that information to the law enforcement agencies. And again, like after a couple of weeks or so, they got a guy, and it was on the news that the lady was safe. So it's that kind of effort that you would generally put out, and anyone from the audience, we can just volunteer at Chris Lab to help actual people who were missing, and then help them out.
That sounds like a great effort, and thank you for what you do and help people. So we have another question by Ayush Shrestha. So he asks, generally, what OSN services do not have OSI? Generally, the OSN services do not have OSN data related to third world countries like Nepal. So what do you think, in your experience, would be helpful when doing OSN in such regions like Nepal?
Sorry, Suyas, I missed the question. Can you please repeat that one?
Okay, so what Ayush says is the general OSN services do not have OSN data related to third world countries like Nepal. They mainly focus on the bigger countries, to say, to put it like that. So when we do engagements in Nepal, what do you think would be a great source for us to find such intelligence?
For example, like I showed on the demo side as well, or on the slides as well, you can pretty much use this basic information. Like I said, OSINT is just a fancy term used out in the recent days, where in the background you would be using various sort and source skills. And again, there's a fine line between just using sort and source platform and then saying it as OSINT. But at the end of the day, say for example, the recent breach about some ISPs and other organizations, food delivery services, right? So who got compromised, those sort of data were leaked out on the dark web and so on and so forth. So pretty much you can extract those sort of information and keep those sort of intelligence for the future purpose, and then reach out to organizations who have been either victim or maybe try to educate them, or maybe on the other hand, when you are running certain services for OSINT, you can pretty much use those sort of information and knowledge base to educate the users in the local market. So yes, I think if that helps the answer.
So I hope that answers Ayush's question. So next question, Risitos is asking, how is the user accessibility mindset creating obstacles in the real world along with cyber threats? So you can share your experiences here if you have any.
Obstacles. Yep, I think in certain instance, right? So for example, when people are making use of lot of sock puppet accounts, and then making the whole idea of disinformation, misinformation, and all. Those are the challenges on the real world. And again, those sort of misinformation or the wrong information is creating a whole new idea or the different mindset in the general public. And at the end of the day, for example, if an organization is getting attacked on one way, and whereas that was just your like a false alarm, and they were just attacking somewhere else to extract more information or attack on the other end. So that's the kind of threat and challenge I see, Rosmi.
So, okay. Then we have another question from Ashish Karki. How do you see the future of security, as data seems to be our main asset at the moment? And how should cybersecurity professional be prepared for such a futures? And what do you plan on going forward? And how do you plan to tackle the growing importance of data as a cybersecurity professional?
I
Especially,
think yeah. So I think that's again, like I said, which kind of relates to Rosmi's question previously. So it is again something that you could look into as your OPSEC, your general practice. So if you need to share some information, just be mindful that whenever you share some information on the internet, like on the cases I showed as well, the information once shared on the internet is probably out there for forever. So just be mindful of those sort of information. And whenever you are sharing certain information on the internet, again, probably, like I said, using OPSEC techniques, for example, maybe you could have certain other accounts or certain other sort of profiles, or maybe you might be using your one mobile number and a different mobile number for different tasks. So maybe you can share certain mobile number or certain information on the public, and use that as your online identity, and protect yourself. So yes, I hope that answers the question of Asik.
So we'll ask few more questions. One question is, what is the role of cybersecurity companies toward its nation, and how do they prevent nation from cybersecurity threats? Akash is asking this question.
So I think it comes down to not only just companies. It's all about the user awareness. If people are attending certain events, certain functions, these sort of events, right? So if they are aware of what's happening in the latest market and what's going on around, any individual contribution is a really great concern, like, right? So you can see a quotation as well, which says security is incomplete without you. So I think it's not only just about companies. So it's all about the whole individuals and participation of the whole nation in the draft, either drafting certain stuff or maybe contributing on the community side, and then growing the community, and as well sharing the information and intelligence that you see out there on your social media platforms, or maybe from other various platforms, as probably as maybe threat reports or maybe as threat research analysis. So I think it's all about your shared database and shared records so that everyone is educated on certain information. Rosmi.
Thank you, Nitesh, for wonderfully answering all the questions. And we have been receiving a lot of questions and queries about how beginners can start their hacking journey or ethical hacking or entering the cybersecurity community. Can you please suggest them something based on your experience?
Yeah, okay. So I think it comes down to not only just getting yourself as a hacker. So whenever you would see people starting up, what mistake I think they would do is probably just getting started using Kali, and they wouldn't really have knowledge of what tools and what stuff are there in there, which is kind of a good thing that you are starting. But I think the whole idea is that you would have to have a really good understanding of how computer networks work, how the technology work, how people behave, and how things work generally. So probably get started with using Linux or Windows, maybe try to do some certifications, for example, CCNA or maybe Red Hat, which would tell you a lot of information about how network works or the system works, right? And then probably get further down the track and try to do on the security side, with probably getting started with various lab environments like Pentester Lab, or maybe various other labs, for example, Blue Team Labs, or there are other heaps of other lab environment as well. So just get started with those sort of information, those sort of stuff, and then when it comes down to community, now Akash, I think, who was asking the question, if you are attending today's TradeCon and the events like this, you are absolutely on the right place. So in Nepal, we have Pentester Nepal as the community name, and TradeCon and events like this. I mean, attending these sort of events and being on these sort of places would really help you expand those knowledge, Rosmi.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Nitesh.
Nitesh. Thank you
Thank you.
for that amazing answer. So I think that's a wrap up for today's session. We had a blast talking to you, and thank you for your amazing talk.
Yeah, thank you, Suyas, and thank you to the whole TradeCon team. And like, if anyone has any suggestions or have any feedback for me as well, I'm happy for the chat. I'm on TradeCon Slack as well, and then on Twitter. So I'm available easily on those sort of platforms. And yep, thank you everyone for having me. It was a really great session.
Thank you for being part of CheckCon 2021, and thank you for all the support that you have shown since the initiation of our little endeavor. So, bye-bye for now.
Thank you, Suyas.
So for this Q&A session, we'd like to announce the giveaway to Siddharth Purathoki, who asked the question about uh, how fintech companies and banks are monetizing data at the cost of privacy and security threats. So Siddharth, you can claim your giveaway by emailing us at info@threadcon.io. And we would like to introduce our third speaker, Adli Wahid, presenting a talk on what's hitting my honeypots. Adli Wahid is a senior internet security specialist at the Asia Pacific Network Information System Center, EPINIC. He is responsible for EPINIC's security engagement with the security community and lead for the EPINIC Community HoneyNet project. So let's hear the talk of Adli, and before that, we'll be having a banner of Microsoft.
The Microsoft Bug Bounty program encourages and rewards researchers to find and report security vulnerabilities to make Microsoft products safer.
We want you. We want anyone from across the globe to report vulnerabilities to Microsoft.
The Microsoft Bug Bounty program not only was the money obviously one of the best parts about it, but the recognition that I received and the reach out I received was amazing.
We do this for our customers to build more secure products.
Microsoft is always looking for innovative new ways to secure our products and services, and you, the customer.
The Microsoft Bounty program is always looking to innovate. We have an SSRF challenge with awards up to $60,000. We also have the Hyper-V Bounty program with awards up to $250,000.
If you're interested in joining the Microsoft Bug Bounty community, please go ahead and reach out to bounty@microsoft.com for more information.
We look forward to seeing your research and partnering with you to make the world a safer place. Thank you.
The Microsoft Bug Bounty program.
Hello, everybody. My name is Adli Wahid from APNIC, and I'm here to share about my honeypots. Now, in today's presentation, I plan to discuss a couple of things. They are mainly about the APNIC HoneyNet project, so I will share some observations and things that we do and how we set them up. I will also share about some of the analysis and threat, especially the observations that we've made in the last few weeks or months. And the whole idea is to show the value of honeypots and community honeynets. And last but not least, I'll discuss a bit on the detection and remediation, sort of the bigger picture on why we do honeypots, and perhaps some of the lessons learned that we have captured since running this particular project. Now, I must share with you that, or I must let you know in advance that if you see any IP addresses or URLs or domain names being shared part of the presentation, they are meant for observation or educational purposes only. They're not meant to, shame anybody or show any weaknesses on anyone's part. So again, more for educational value rather than, the opposite of that. Now, before we continue, I'd like to invite all of you to connect with me somehow, either on LinkedIn or maybe on Twitter, so that we can continue the discussion and talk about something that is beyond computer security every now and then. And of course, maybe throughout the presentation, you may have some questions and we don't have enough time to answer them. So, feel free to reach out either through email or any of the social media platform. So looking forward to hearing from everyone. So let's get started. Let me begin by telling a bit of a story of the HoneyNet, of the APNIC Community HoneyNet project. We initially started out this project a couple of years ago as a result of doing workshops and training throughout the region. So one of the workshops that we normally organize is the network security workshop. And we find that in many times, it's kind of hard for people, especially those who are new in the field, to grasp the concept of, attacks, frameworks, and many of the security jargons that we tend to use, such as command and control. And because of that, we, instead of just giving them more PowerPoints, we thought of showing something real. And this is where honeypots come into play, because we are able to deploy something very quickly at the beginning of the workshop, and then throughout the workshop, have a look at what's happening on the honeypots. And as we all know, honeypots are resources that are deployed to understand or collect information about an attack. I noticed that there's another talk this week about honeypots, so I will not delve too much into the fundamentals of it. But having said that, honeypots are very valuable. It allows people to visualize all these concepts and ideas. And I think people appreciate the fact that they can link from a concept to, say, things like artifacts that can be collected and analyzed, right? So there is a continuity in terms of the ideas and the actual things that people can see and do. So, Honeypots was a feature of our workshops and training. But over time, after the training, normally people will come back to us and say, hey, we really love this Honeypots idea. Is there a way for us to continually learn more from it? And one of the ideas was, let's connect all of the honeypots that we have, because I want to deploy one, but I want to share the data with others, because I think people started to see how data collected by honeypots can be useful for not only them as an analyst or as a researcher or somebody who's studying about computer security, but also those who operate networks, because a lot of the data are coming from other people's network, right? So there is this realization that, hey, maybe we should share this data more with those who are supposed to take care of things on the internet. So that's how the HoneyNet project came about. We decided to, host this project, allowing people to set up sensors. I'll talk more about the setup in the next few slides. Now, the other thing about the HoneyNet project was that this idea of sharing data with the network owners or network operators was materialized through the development of a project called Dash. So this is another project within APNIC. It's an information portal about malicious traffic or potentially malicious activities coming from networks. At the moment, the HoneyNet project is the sole contributor for the feed of Dash. So if you're an APNIC member, then you can have a look at this. It gives you a high-level overview about sort of malicious activities coming from a network. You can then ask for more details, and this is where the HoneyNet project comes into play. Now, with the HoneyNet project being set up and run, we now have a tool or a mechanism to connect the various security community. So within the Asia Pacific region, many of you have heard of APCERT, Asia Pacific Computer Emergency Response Team. We, from time to time, we engage with them. APCERT members are national certs of the economies, and they find value in getting some of this information so that they can either connect the right constituents with the data and maybe assist them in doing something about it. Because there are occasions where we have the data, but the network operators or the network owner or system owner may not know what exactly to do to resolve the issue, right? So this is where the CERT comes into play. They can advise because they have more experience and they have handled more incidents and all that, and they can provide some assistance or follow up with the respective parties. Speaking of sharing, we do a lot of sharing as well. I have some slides later on that talks about threat sharing in general, but sharing is key here because, like I said earlier, we are seeing data collected from various places from around the region and abroad and outside the region, I mean. And without partners, it's hard to get this data to the right owners. So that's pretty much in a nutshell of the Community HoneyNet project, why it was established and why we are running it. And in a nutshell, I can also mention that we run a few types of honeypots, and this is important to understand because some people may think that the honeypots can see everything. They can't, right? You are as good as what you deploy, basically. So if you deploy a honeypot that detects Linux-related malicious activities, you'll get that, right? If you want to see other types of malicious activities, you have to tweak the honeypot or deploy the right honeypots for the kind of things that you actually want to see. The second thing is that there are attacks that completely bypass honeypots, right? So the kind of honeypots that we deploy is the one that we put out there on the internet, and the end game there is for someone to be able to discover this honeypot through a service that it's running or a port that is open, right? So we kind of interact with others by emulating certain types of services and activities. And therefore, if an attack does not use the service that we are running on our honeypots, then we will not see it. Simple as that. We run the back end, as I mentioned earlier. The back end is probably the most important part of this because the honeypots collect information, and then we put everything together so that we can do some analysis, we can collect binaries, and we write a bunch of scripts and programs to automate a lot of this stuff so that we can share information. And something that we have not done much is on the analysis, simply because we don't have time. But that was the spirit of doing the Community HoneyNet project, to get interested parties to participate and maybe take some pieces of the project, for research, for analysis, so that they can come up with, articles, blog posts, or tools, right? And again, share it with the wider community, such as what I'm, for example, like what I'm doing today. So that's the Community HoneyNet project. A bit on honeypots, right? So honeypot in general do not have any production value. So it's very low cost to set up and easy. And therefore, it's a great learning tool, at least from our perspective. But for enterprise network, this is also a great detection tool, right? So if you have some malicious activities from inside your network, and you have an internal honeypot, and you tweak it as such that it will pick up certain types of malicious activities, when the honeypot gets hit, then you are able to have early detection, right? You can detect an activity. That's the whole point. And then you can do the investigation. So anything that comes to our honeypot is suspect, right? Because we should not be seeing any traffic in the first place. Of course, from time to time, you see, people scanning. They don't intend to do anything malicious, or maybe a misconfiguration of some devices on the internet make them produce traffic that come our way. But in a lot of cases, at least from our experience, in a lot of cases, the activities are malicious in nature, which means that they come from an already compromised machine or server. And therefore, we can use this information to go and fix that particular host, right? The majority of the honeypots that we run is from a project called Cowrie. So this is, maybe some of you know, it's a honeypot that emulates Telnet and SSH, and therefore relies on attack categories that tries to connect to SSH and Telnet first, right, before doing the evil bit, right? So these are the brute forcer, Telnet and SSH brute forcer. They scan for open Telnet on open SSH. Once they find those hosts, they try to get into it. Of course, being a honeypot, we are going to let them in, right? And we are more interested in what happens after the login, right? The login itself it's already a sign, an indicator of something has been compromised, probably, or most likely. But what happens afterward gives us a bit more information about attackers' infrastructure, maybe the types of payload that is a part of the malicious activities, and doing this actually mimics a lot of what's really happening out there on the internet. There are many hosts, many services that people put on the internet with Telnet and SSH open, right? SSH I can understand, because people would want to log in remotely to their device from anywhere. But Telnet baffles me, because Telnet I thought have disappeared a long time ago. It is a very insecure protocol, but unfortunately many of the IoTs, the cameras, even the modems that we have at home, or the routers that we have at home, still have them enabled and turned on by default, and this can be really dangerous. For SSH, there are a lot of best practices already out there, for applying access control lists, for disabling username, password, and using SSH keys. But still, many people don't do it. I see this time and time again. People deploy a fresh server with SSH turned on, but with very weak credential, right? And immediately, once this is exposed on the internet, someone managed to get in, or something managed to get in. So that's the kind of honeypot that we run, and a lot of the data that I'm presenting to you today will showcase that. As you can see here, just a snapshot of username, passwords that we see being tried on our honeypots, and sometimes they also tell a story of one, what are the common passwords that is out there that people don't change. Number two, username and password combination for very specialized system that someone has discovered can be accessed remotely, right? And therefore, it becomes part of a dictionary of the malware when it is, checking or testing for username password combination. So again, very simple mechanism for collecting information and for detecting this, because we are looking at a class of attack that take advantage of weak authentication. I mentioned earlier about us looking into what happens after the login, right? And most importantly, what we try to collect there is information related to the attack that can be useful for protecting systems in the future, or for remediation purposes. So, file hashes for files that are downloaded on the honeypots, the URL serving the malware, right? Sometimes, many of the services that we have out there, like the hosting companies, they may not be aware that their service is being used to serve malware or part of a criminal infrastructure, malware samples, source IP addresses, and so on and so forth, right? So let me move a bit about the current setup, because I think maybe some of you out there might be interested in doing something like this. So this is what we have done. So we have a bunch of honeypots that we deploy, and this honeypots that we deploy is part of a framework called CHN, right? The Community Honey Network. So this is an open source project that try to ties the sensors and a back end, right? Of course, you can go and set up honeypots on its own, right? But if you are deploying more than one honeypots, you may want a system where all the logs from the various honeypots that you deploy go to a centralized location. So that's what CHN is offering. So it has some integration with the popular honeypot software that people typically use, like Cowrie, Dionia, RDP Honey, and all of that. The sensors are then deployed using Docker. So all you need is to set up a Linux host and get a script to run. Once everything is set up on the honeypots, on the sensor end, it will send data to a database, right, on another server. So this is what we want, because we are running a distributed honeypot, right? You don't have to use CHN if you want to do honeypots, right? But in our case, because as I said, we are doing a distributed honeypots, and also we have a use case where sometimes a partner, right? Someone said, hey, I want to run a honeypot for the project. How do I start? So all I have to do is give them a script, right? They run it on their own Linux machine, and all the logs on that sensor will come to us, so that we have the bigger picture. So that's CHN. I don't have time to go into the details of it, but you can read about it on GitHub and on their website. Now, CHN itself has a web interface, but we don't really use that because I think it's not attractive enough, and we want to actually do more with the data. Fortunately, there is an option to convert the logs into JSON format, right? So this is where we use Elasticsearch, the Elastic Stack, basically, with FileBeat, Logstash, and Elasticsearch to finally store the data, right? So FileBeat basically ship the data to Logstash. Logstash here is important for us because we do a bit of enrichment. One of the things that we do is, for example, when you have an IP address, we need to get some information about the geolocation, the country information, AS number. What else? We also do, from the hash that we get from the files that are downloaded on the honeypots, we do a lookup on VirusTotal to see if this file is known or malicious and whatnot. And Logstash here is also used to eliminate some of the things that we don't need. So in the final back end, we only have things that matter to us so that it doesn't occupy too much space. On the output side of things, we use Elasticsearch, as I mentioned, and with Elasticsearch, we use a bunch of other tools for accessing or processing the data further. We use ElastAlert to sort of search for certain type of information and then alert others about it via Slack or via email and whatnot, so that I don't have to use the dashboard every time, right, to get in and through Kibana and search for information. So it can be automated with ElastAlert. Kibana here is again for the dashboard and maybe to do some trending analysis and so on, to make some graphs. We give some access to Kibana to some of our partners because sometimes they want to see the kind of activities the sensor is getting, or maybe they want to search for activities related to their own economy. I mentioned earlier about national search. So a national search from Malaysia, for example, would be interested to see traffic from Malaysia going to any of our honeypots, right? So we can build dashboards for that. So they can see the activities, the trends, and so on and so forth for their reporting or for their further analysis. Actually, we have a lot of scripts that we write as well. So one of the things that we do as well is create a daily feed and share it with various partners and make them available for threat sharing platform like MISP. I'll talk a little bit about this. And this is again using the Elasticsearch API. So very easy, very simple to do. But the point is here, once you have the data in one place, you can do lots of things with it. I mentioned here BigQuery because I mentioned the project earlier called Dash. They have the data in BigQuery. So I mean, the logstash here is kind of useful so that you can output to different location. But beyond that, I think what you have to consider when you're running a honeypot is that you have to envision on how or what would be the purpose of the actual data, right? So if you want to have a honeypot for doing detection within your enterprise network, then you must figure out a way on getting this data out from the sensor, maybe in a secure manner. And how would you like to be notified? Because our honeypot sensor, part of the project, they are on the public internet, right? So they get a lot of traffic, a lot of data. So it's fairly noisy, and therefore we need to manage the data effectively, and that's why we have to kind of plan everything as we deploy them, or before we deploy them, and also tweak things as we go along. Anyhow, so just a quick recap: CHN, Logstash, filtering, and all of that, and like I said, some additional tools. And of course, if you want to go deep into the analysis side of things, you may have to deploy or set up more tools. And I will mention some of that in some later slides. All right. So once we have all this data together, then it's kind of easy to to parse through them and create dashboards. So, for example, from the Kibana interface, I can say that, hey, show me all of the activities from the last 1 week from the South Asia sub-region, right? So all the economies there, Nepal, Pakistan, India, and the rest of the economies. So this is a highlight that you can see. We see about 22,000 IP addresses hitting 61 of our sensors in the last 1 week. You can see all this traffic. This one has no immediate value, of course, right? You can see, traffic pattern. The more useful things are probably, which ASN is it related to? Because then you can reach out to the abuse team or the CSIRT, or maybe the national CERT of that particular country, right? So then it becomes actually useful, because if I'm a network owner, I care only information about my network, right? I don't care about other people's network, generally speaking, of course. You can see, what ports are targeted most. So we see that SSH is more compared to Telnet. Right? So we still see some Telnet related activities, but a lot of it are just SSH related stuff. Here you have the URLs. So this is where the malware is being served. So an infected machine comes into the honeypot, pulls a payload from somewhere, right? So we have that URL as well, because that has to be actioned upon, right? So we fix the host, or we try to fix the host, but we also want to make sure that this other host that is serving the malware gets taken down, because otherwise, all this infection will continue to happen, right? Because the mothership is still alive and operating. The data that we have sorted out and filtered out allows us to also makes it easier for us to also zoom into maybe a specific thing, like just show me stuff from Nepal, for example, right? Again, this is not to shame anybody, but the point is, we can zoom down or zoom in into the details, look into a very specific IP address, look into the URL associated to this, or hash associated with a particular IP address. In this case, we have two types of hashes. for the same IP address, right, in this particular case. So that makes it interesting because it means that maybe it's two different types of malware. Maybe it's the same, but one is a new variant of that same malware. So we have all this data to sort of support our reporting or help anybody who's doing some form of analysis. Because I guess that's the thing, right? When you report something to someone, they'll say, hey, I don't do this on a full-time basis, Adli. Can you give me a bit more pointers? What are we looking at here? So that, you know, when I'm doing troubleshooting or if I need to develop a new policy, I am more clueful, right? I have better understanding of what we're looking at rather than just, hey, there's a host on your network hitting our honeypot. You know, what does that mean? My management doesn't know, right? What that means and how are we impacted by it? So that's the kind of thing that we try to do when looking in this honeypot. Deploying the honeypot is very easy, right? But to think about all these other things, right, are something that we have learned through the process, and that's why I'm sharing it with you today. So some highlights from the project. So I mentioned earlier that the most popular type of honeypots that we deploy, right, the majority of the honeypots that we deploy are the SSH telnet honeypots, right? Easy to deploy, and I would have thought, you know, going into 2021 that we don't see any activities related to this anymore, right? Because one, it's very noisy, right? And number two, we felt, or I felt at least, that, you know, all this education that we have done about securing our infrastructure, you know, about not using telnet, disabling, you know, keeping the services at minimum, so that the attack surface is very minimal, and all that would have eliminated some of these low-hanging fruits, but unfortunately it's not, right? Although today we hear more about the Windows malware or the advanced persistent threat and all of that, do not discount some of these very noisy attacks, right? And I believe that some of this still happen because we are not monitoring closely, right? So they get away quite easily because one, I guess, maybe due to lack of awareness, but number two, maybe people felt that whatever is happening does not impact them immediately. You know, if you are under a DDoS attack, you get to feel it. You know, you can't access the network, or users will start complaining. But an infected ADSL router with a DDoS agent, that doesn't hurt anybody yet, right? Especially the network owner, because it is not used against them, right? And it is the way the attack is designed, where each infected host only contribute a little bit of traffic, you know, for the overall evil, right? So that's probably why, you know, some of these things are not being noticed, are not being taken seriously. All right, you tell me what you think. You know, maybe in the chat we can discuss more about this. So for the Linux platform, Linux Unix platform, and this includes the IoTs which are Linux based, right? We see two big categories of attack. One is the recruitment for DDoS agents, so part of a DDoS botnet, and this happens every day, right? And they are very noisy, very active as well. And the way they spread, right, is primarily through telnet and SSH. Some actually do spread through, you know, web applications and all that, but because our honeypots only listen on telnet and SSH, we get to see this stuff. So the DDoS agent, again, very straightforward. Upon logging in, a binary will be downloaded, and the binaries, the Linux binaries, ELF, are sometimes pre-compiled for different architectures, you know, x86, MIPS, Spark. I'm not sure who still use Spark, but I guess it's still out there, and a few other architecture. So pre-built to be able to run on a variety of hardware platform running Linux or Linux-based operating system. We still see, and this amuses me, a bunch of scripts like Perl scripts, and this is very old school, right? So if you were around, I guess in the early or mid 2000, you see bots like this, where it's a Perl script that tries to connect to a command and control using IRC, and it's all in the open, right? Because it's a Perl script, and it's all, you know, text, and you can see where the command and control is, the IP address, the functions within those scripts, you know, what it is trying to do. And obviously, you know, it has a lot of DDoS related function, HTTP flood, UDP flood, and all of that. connects to mothership. So upon infection, of course, our honeypots is not being infected. We see this, but if it was a real machine, if it were a real machine, then we would see everything gets executed and a connection to the command and control on the mothership. Wait for further instruction. The end goal here is probably, this botnet is operating for profit. So they take, orders, where to launch attacks and whatnot. So if you search for botnet, stressor, or booter services, you can find a lot of maybe criminal gangs offering this particular service. The other thing that is also on the rise is, is the coin miners. So looking for servers or machines where binaries can be installed to start mining, Monero and all these other cryptocurrencies. The behavior, of course, is slightly different because they are not in attacking mode. It's basically using the resources of the machine, of the server itself, and sending the results to a mining pool. And again, this is very noisy, very obvious. Oftentimes, the mining pool address has the word mine in it, or miner in it, or pool, right? So if you're looking into your DNS or looking into your traffic, looking at DNS queries, for example, you'll get to see this. It sticks out. But of course, not many people are observing this, or maybe they don't have the resources or mechanism to do so, and therefore it gets away, right? There were a few instances where someone contacted me to ask, hey, Adli, do you know why my server CPU is always more than 100%, right? Not realizing that it was part of, a mining botnet. And it's because they haven't seen it before, or haven't heard about it before. So I think you kind of see the value of honeypots and how we can actually educate a lot of people on a lot of things by showing them what we can easily pick up, after 5 minutes of, setting up a honeypot. Now, next couple of slides, some screenshots from the data sets that we have. And you can see this is a script that was executed right after a login. And here you can see a bunch of curl commands, right? Downloading the binaries which are compiled, which have been pre-compiled for different platforms, ARM7, ARM, MIPS, MIPSEL. So they try to download everything and execute everything, right? And it's kind of brute forcing their way in. Hopefully one of them, catches fire and can be executed on the host itself. And there is also a check-in here, where upon setting up the binary, it goes to a website to basically say that, hey, I got myself installed on this particular host. This is the IP address. Count me as one of the bots. So this is very very typical, and you see this script because it is a shell script, and this is the Perl script that I was mentioning about, right? I've seen this for ages, right? It's been repurposed since I don't know when, but we see this a lot as well. And of course, if we take any of the binaries or the script and check with VirusTotal, it will tell you that, hey, this is malicious. So it's known, right? It's stuff that is known. And could have easily been prevented, I think, if people would have, deployed their server securely. The miners, again, the same story. With the miners, we get, a few different types of artifacts. One thing that you will definitely get with the miner is the configuration file, where this, where the results will be sent to, right, and the wallet address. And with the wallet address, you can also check, because with blockchain and all that, the ledger is accessible, and all transactions can be tracked. So you can also tell when this botnet has been operating, how much has it been accumulating, right? And you can maybe guess a little bit on the size of the botnet and so on and so forth, looking at the values and whatnot. All right. So the other thing that I want to show you here is that with the data that we have collected, sometimes we observe that if nothing is being done to take down or to remediate, the attack can spread, right? And it can get worse and worse every time. So I just want to point out this particular IP address, this web server that has been serving a set of malware, right? I mean, they're all the same, but there are different scripts and binaries. I'm not hiding this because this is kind of public knowledge already. I want to, so this is what the script looks like, So it goes in and try to download a bunch of stuff using wget and try to execute it on a host. Hopefully one of them will be executed, but that's not the point. The point is that the first time we saw this attack was on our honeypots was in March, and it started out with just 4 hosts, right? But over time, right, it grew, and we've seen more hosts, thousands, and now it's in like 20 countries. So it keeps on spreading, right? And part of the reason is that that the site that is serving the malware has been there, and no action has been taken about it. Perhaps it's part of a criminal enterprise, right? The hosting company, who knows? But I'm sure a lot of the certs, a lot of the security community have complained about this particular host because we see it every day since March, right? And no action has been taken to take down this particular host. But the point is, now that we know the URL, we can easily include it into I don't know, into our block list, for example, so that if and when any of hosts on our network gets compromised with a similar thing, the moment it tries to fetch something from the server, it's not able to, right? It's not able to pull it down, and therefore the malware is stopped in its tracks, literally. All right, so that's the data collection bit, the observation and the analysis, a bit of the analysis on what we're seeing. But let's say you want to do a bit more malware analysis, you can, because now we have all this data. Like I said, APNIC, we're not a full-time malware researcher house. I do malware analysis as a hobby, and sometimes we tend to share this in our workshop just to show people how it is done, what tools you can use to do it. But of course, there's a lot of other pros who are doing this on a full-time basis. But with the data that you have, there's a couple of things that you can play with, right? If you want to go further. So the first thing is VirusTotal API. Like I said, we use this more in the enrichment phase. So given a hash, get VirusTotal to tell what they know about it, right? The names of the file, maybe the different hashes, the detection rates, and all that. We thought you going to the website to get this information. So it's done, and you get a JSON feedback from the server. You can go manual as well. So manual is a bit tricky, but it can be satisfying, I think. So you set up virtual machine, you run the malware on it, you acquire the RAM, right, or the memory using tool like AVML and Lianne. Then you capture the traffic, and you can use volatility for memory analysis, or Wireshark to analyze the PCAP, and Suricata to give you some context on, what went on in the traffic itself. You can also use a dedicated malware sandbox. So we use something called Lisa. So this is an open source project. There are other malware sandbox out there like Cuckoo and all that, but Lisa is designed specifically for Linux-based malware, the ELF binary. It will execute the malware inside Qemu, I don't know how to pronounce it, which loads a Linux OS, of course. For the manual technique that I mentioned before, I use VirtualBox in a lot of cases. So, but Lisa here use Qemu. It's Dockerized, easy to set up, and you can easily upload malware samples, run it for maybe a minute or more if you want to, and it will produce a dynamic analysis as well as packet capture for you. So I'll show you some of the screenshots. So this first one is the VirusTotal API. This is if you go to VirusTotal and type the URL or the hash, and it can give you a list. But here is what I get from my enrichment process using Logstash, where I made a query. So I just pass a binary. I pass a malware hash, and it gives me all this key value pair that I can use later on for my reporting and whatnot, right? So this is JSON, and this is the web interface. This is an example of using volatility. So we use volatility after we acquire the memory from the infected virtual machine that we do. One nice thing about volatility is the Yara plugin, right? So Yara is like a signature list for malware, right? That you can use. And in this particular case, I ran it against a memory that was dumped where that machine I executed a piece of malware, a piece of binary basically, and it tells me, hey, this is Linux Tsunami, right? And it shows me a couple of things that triggered that rule. One is this text here that says DDoS, right? DDoS methods, and you can see, a bunch of strings here. So it makes it interesting. It makes it I guess more meaningful. If you want to do something like this with the tools that are available. This is Lisa, right? So Lisa is the sandbox. Like I said, this is the interface of it. As you can see here, I have uploaded a bunch of binaries. You can drag and drop, or you can use the API as well. So normally what I do is that I have another server where I get all the binaries, and I write another script to automatically upload, right, the binaries to Lisa, so that at a later point I can go and look at the results if I want to. And I can use some of this information for threat sharing purposes as well. But at the moment, Lisa only support binaries compiled on a couple of platforms, not all platforms, right? So sometimes you have a binary that was maybe compiled for Spark platform, so Lisa will not be able to process that. And I mentioned about the PCAP that is automatically generated, or something that you can generate as well. So this is useful to look at the network activities. So one of the binaries here that was uploaded to Lisa generated a PCAP. Sorry, Lisa generated a PCAP for that particular binary. One, it has been executed, and you can see a lot of SYN packets to port 23 on a bunch of hosts, right? And this is the malware trying to probe, for open port 23 or for telnet service. Once it's get a reply, then it will try to initiate the brute force, the login or brute forcing activity. So that's the technique for them getting in, right? With the PCAP, you can do a bit more as well. Sometimes the PCAP shows, the connection to command and control. Lisa can show that as well if there's any connection. But of course, within the PCAP that you have captured, that you analyze, you can see some of these activities here. You can see that the malware is connecting to a server using IRC, right? And I use Suricata, as I mentioned earlier, to give context on what I'm seeing. Sometimes just using Wireshark or TCP dump doesn't tell you much. So Suricata is an intrusion detection system. There's a lot of signatures that are useful, just to give you some idea, especially if this is known stuff already. So as you can see here, these are some of the alerts that was triggered when using Suricata. All right. Sometimes stuff that you're looking for may not be in the host itself, and you have to do a little bit of digging. So this is one example, but this is from the logs of one of the honeypots, where you can see upon infection, one of the commands that was issued was is this, right? So it's a fairly long command, and as if you have MikroTik, you will know that this is a command that can be issued on MikroTik devices. So here you can tell that the source of the attack is most likely a MikroTik device. So information like this can be useful if you're reporting stuff to the users. The last few minutes of this presentation, I want to talk a little bit about sharing. So all this data that we have, we share. I'm going to go down straight to ElastAlert. So I mentioned about ElastAlert initially. So we can take the data and send it to another person or another group. And one of the output is Slack. A lot of teams use Slack these days, and you can do that immediately. Some people say, hey, send it by email, because we have a ticketing system that can be done as well. We also have daily feeds that we produced, and this is for maybe the certs for a specific economy, or for a threat sharing platform like MISP, right? I'm not sure if you have heard of MISP, but if you haven't, I have a talk that I did just to show a bit how MISP work and all that. But the point here is that we generate daily feeds that can be easily enabled in MISP. So if you are running a MISP instance, if you have the latest version, of course, you can enable this so that you can do some correlation. For example, if you have other objects within MISP, it will tell you if this is also seen in this other thread feed from APNIC, for example. With the thread feed enabled in MISP, you can also action upon the data. For example, you can automatically create IDS signature, or you can create RPZ for your DNS or some ACL, right? So all this data that is there can then be used by your security appliances or devices on the network. So all this information becomes useful for someone at some point, right? Now, before I conclude the presentation, I want to talk a little bit about detection and remediation. Detection is actually quite straightforward with honeypots, at least, right? But again, like I said, you cannot capture everything. But for the things that you are able to capture with the honeypot, it is quite straightforward, right? So remediation, however, is the tricky bit, right? Especially, I mean, in our perspective, when we are contacting people, hey, you know, there's something from your network, or if people contact us, what is this that you are seeing from our network? Can you explain it to us? So it's not really clear from the outset what they're dealing with, right? Sometimes they don't have the capabilities. Sometimes the problem is known, but there is no patch. And sometimes they have to apply some workarounds, which may not be practical, or the workaround is not supported by policy, right? So they are stuck there. I mean, that's kind of the nature of things. The second type of remediation is the attackers or actors' infrastructure, right? The DNS, the host, the network. And sometimes people do not take timely action. And this causes a problem, obviously, because it allows this thing to spread and to continue to do their evilness. What we have learned in the last couple of years when we are dealing with various parties is sometimes there is lack of visibility, no monitoring, and not monitoring things that matter, right? So all these noises that the attacks are creating are kind of being ignored. A lot of organizations still do not use the feeds that are available to them for free, from shadow server or from a bunch of threat intel sharing provider and platform. Sometimes there is no proper abuse team or CERT or CSERT that can help as well. Lack of awareness, I think it's kind of known, like not everybody is aware of the issues that we are talking about today. But I guess this is something that must be addressed continually. So having something like ThreatCon is very, very useful, I think. Last but not least, people have all of the above, but they may not have the resources to actually do something and do more. So in the end, it's just responsive, right? And not really proactive, or things that they do is only for short term and not for the long term. All right. So in conclusion, definitely, I would like to talk more about the honeypots, but I hope some of the stuff that I have presented today have interest you in either looking at ways to use honeypots within your environment, or if there are something in the data set that we have would be of interest for you for your research or for analysis, then feel free to let me know. We'd love to collaborate. We'd love to collaborate and help you or your community to increase capacity and capability in security. So let us know if there are any ways that we can help you. So with that, thank you very much for listening, and I'll stick around for a discussion or question. Thank you.
So thank you, Adli, for the amazing talk. So we have him right with us now. So we'll welcome him here. So hello, Adli, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. So thank you for your amazing talk, and thank you for being a part of
It's
ThreatCon.
all right. It's hard to present virtually, just talking to yourself.
Yeah, it is kind of.
Yeah. I hope it's okay.
Yeah, yes, it is.
So we're very excited to finally have you here with us today. Adli has been supporting us from 2019, and we're very keen to have him at ThreatCon. Though it didn't work out then, we're happy that you're finally here, even though it's virtual.
Yeah. I think for the first conference, I was actually in Bhutan, but I could not change my schedule to get there on time. So I was very close, but I couldn't make it.
It's completely fine, Adli. So
Yeah.
you want to have a few words before we start the Q&A session?
Sorry, what is it?
You want to say a few words to our audience before we start Q&A session?
Okay, I can do that. Maybe just a short thank you for listening.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Oh, I can say now.
Yeah,
Yes.
you can. You are live already.
Oh, I'm live already. I didn't know that. Sorry about that.
Yeah, you are.
Okay. Yeah. So first of all, thank you for the opportunity to ThreatCon and the community. I definitely prefer to be at a live conference, but COVID and all, we have to do this virtually. So I'm really hoping that we can interact after the conference. I'd love to learn from you or hear from you, and maybe work on some projects with you guys. As was mentioned earlier in my for my bio, I do a lot of security engagement. So I would like to work with different set of security communities so that we can make the world a better place, basically.
So let's move on to Q&A session. So before taking audience question, I want to ask you a few questions.
Sure.
So the epinic honeypot covers quite a large number of countries of different types. And while you work based in Australia, you surely have an idea on data from other countries as well. So what difference have you observed between the attacks commonly in different countries? For instance, is the honeypot data from Australia any different than any other countries?
Yeah. So since we are collecting data there are various traffic from almost everywhere, basically hitting our honeypots. They do show some differences. I think the differences can be looked from two different angles. One is that some networks, or in some economies, maybe people do not have a structured way of dealing with security or security problems. So sometimes some of these things get ignored, and as a result, you get a lot of hits or a lot of traffic, especially for the few types of honeypots that we are running, right? So certainly, in some countries we see more traffic, and in certain countries we see less. But there is also an element of maybe in certain countries the traffic is not so huge. For example, some of the Pacific Island countries, right, where they may only have maybe one ISPs, or the population is not that big, or maybe the connectivity rates is not that high, and therefore we don't see that much activities for certain kind of attacks. So I don't like to just see statistics, which country has more or less, but I think we need to dive into one of the reasons why you see less or more, and so on. I mentioned earlier about a structured way of handling abuse reports or handling incidents. In some countries, we have a way to reach out to the network operators or network owner, either directly. So maybe they have published their security contacts on their website or in the WHOIS database, so we kind of know how to reach out to them. There are places where it's hard to do this, or if we share the information, maybe the network engineer or the IT team do not exactly know what to do. I mentioned this in my presentation. In some places, there is a national cert, so we can also copy the national cert to say that, hey, we see this activity coming from this organization. We try to contact the organization. Can you guys assist them? Because I think they do not know exactly what to do, right? Because sometimes just showing data or statistic, it doesn't tell you the complete picture. We can provide maybe some logs, like when did this happen, but sometimes the problem is the problem require more information or support from someone who can explain it to you in a much simpler way.
Okay, thank you for that answer, Adli. So I also have another question for you. So
Sure.
have you seen an increase in Linux malware compared to the past? And what kind of trends in the nature and the numbers of malwares currently observed have you
Yeah.
seen from the
So
past? Okay.
yeah, I think it's only natural to expect to see more Linux-based malware simply because there are many Linux-based systems out there, right? So
Mhm.
I think the Linux or Unix-based operating systems. I think when we say Linux, we sometimes also mean the Unix-based OS like FreeBSD, OpenBSD, and so on. There is a significant amount of those out there, including the IoTs, the devices that are Linux-based. If you connect them to the internet and there is a way to connect to them through an interface, either web or maybe SSH or Telnet, God forbid, then there is always a way to get in, right, into those devices. These devices have value. Maybe they don't have information that people want, like a database or files, but they have processing power, right? They have access to the internet. They can generate packets. So I think from the risk analysis standpoint, we have to kind of understand that these things are actually valuable. Some of these devices, they also provide a service, right? So imagine if people know that this particular device is doing DNS and they can bring it down, maybe you would pay money if somebody threatened you that if you don't pay money, we can take your internet down because now you have no DNS. So yes, there is definitely an increase simply because there is more of these things being used. However, I find that in many discussions, we don't see that much focus on Linux or Unix based. I'm not exactly sure why, but I guess maybe the things that we see for Windows or the APTs are more interesting. But the point is that just because you don't hear people discussing it, it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Everybody have to look at their own network or the assets that they have and analyze or do security assessment based on what you have instead of what you hear or what people tell you, right? So I think that's kind of the bottom line of why we do security analysis and research.
Thank you, Adli.
Sure.
Now we'll take some questions from audience.
Okay.
So Jasmine is asking, are there any recommendation for testing Honeypot for SaaS applications?
We don't have any honeypots specifically for SaaS application, but I think there might be some. I'm not sure exactly. But here's the point about honeypots. So honeypots is meant to detect attacks of things that you are interested in or things that you own, right? So if I have a web server and I want to see what sort of attacks are going after web server or specific application, I will have to make a honeypot that sort of emulate that application, so that attacker will notice it. Attacker will think that this is the thing that they're going after, and therefore it can be built, right? If you know exactly what you're looking for, it can be built. So many of this honeypot software that we use, like Dionia or Cowrie, and a few others, RDP Honey, it started out as somebody thinking about, okay, I want to learn about a particular attack for a certain set of system. How do I emulate this, right? And then they write the honeypot. So I think it would be not too difficult, if you have a very specific SaaS application in mind, to go out and maybe do some tinkering and some development, and then test it out, put it on the internet. I think that's the easiest place, because once it's on the internet, it'll get scanned, and maybe there are bots already looking for very specific vulnerabilities, and that's the other thing. I see a trend as well maybe in the last few years, whenever there is a critical vulnerability on an application or on a product or a protocol, people will cook something up very quickly and put it on the internet. And the reason being is that we can know, for example, if there is any active exploitation of this vulnerability, or any bots or any worm going around, trying to target these things. Where do they come from? What technique are they using? Are they dropping any shell script? So that we can do a bit more analysis, understand the infrastructure, understand maybe things that we haven't really noticed before when we learn about this vulnerability. So it's kind of a dynamic process as well. Instead of just looking for whether or not there is a honeypot software for XYZ, maybe we should think about, okay, I want to attract this kind of attack. What can I do to be able to do this? Or maybe I can use an existing tool to emulate the things that I want to be attacked.
Okay, great. I hope that answered her question. So we'll take another question. Ayush asks, how do you filter logs and extract useful information from the noise? So what are your recommendations on, getting away from the noise and focusing on what's the actual data and output of Honeypot?
Yeah, so that's a lot of noise. I think at the end of the day, you have to decide what your priorities are, because all of us have limited time, right? And we have limited goals and objectives. In our case, we kind of like the noise because we use the honeypots for education purposes primarily, right? So we appreciate the noise. But if you are a network engineer or security engineer for an organization, you probably want to care about things that affect you or your own organization, right? So in that case, I think if you want to deploy a honeypot, you may want to think about honeypots that emulates your local network or your local system, and you may want to focus. Your priority might be more on detection, right? So you may want to detect, for example, if somebody has compromised the list of username and password for your user, and now they are testing it against your infrastructure, right? So that's what you want to do. So you would not want to play with certain kinds of honeypots, right? So maybe you would look at things that would sort of emulate that instead of using the generic one that we use, right? Because ours is a bit more on research. On the other hand, if you're the researcher type, let's say you are into Windows malware, so my SSH Telnet honeypot will not be of value to you because we don't catch the Windows binaries, right? So you want something like Dionia. So I think a short answer for that, how do we prioritize, how do we eliminate the noise, is basically ask, what do you really want? What do you really want to do? What are your goals? What is the purpose, right? So if you can answer that, maybe write it down. Then you can then look for solutions that fit what you want to achieve, and look for maybe projects that can contribute towards that, and look for people who are kind of doing the same things as well. Because otherwise, you might be all over the places, and then you might be questioning, like, why am I doing this? It's not giving me any value. But you have the answer to that, actually. Hope that helps.
So we'll take a few more questions now. So yes, it's asking, what services or ports are most hit by attackers?
So in our case, okay, yeah, thank you. So in our case, because we run primarily the SSH Telnet honeypot, so you see Telnet and SSH being hit the most, right? But if I had some other honeypots, so I have a few Dionias, which emulates a lot of the Windows vulnerabilities. So they tend to be popular as well. But it's just right now I have more of the Telnet SSH honeypot. That's why I see the Telnet, and SSH more. So it depends. What you will see depends on what you deploy or what you do. I know there are projects where they just, so the honeypot is not really an application honeypot. It's more of a server that opens the port for any connection attempt, right? So the honeypots that we are doing at APNIC is an application honeypot because it's a bit smart. It's not that smart, but if someone is probing SSH on telnet, they will see that it's open, and then they will try to telnet to it, and we will entertain that, right? And then they will start, they try to log in, and then we let them log in. We give them like a fake shell, and they execute the command. So that's the application honeypots that we're running, and therefore we see a lot of SSH and telnet because that's the only thing that we are running. But I know there are some projects where all they do is a machine that will just entertain any connection attempt, right? So you will get the probes, right? So the initial SYN packet, but it doesn't gather anything more than that. But again, the idea is that this machine should not have been probed in the first place. So anything that comes to it is suspect. So they will start to do the investigation. So I know I'm going a big circle to answer this question. So the APNIC HoneyNet project, we see a lot of SSH and telnet, simply because that's the kind of honeypots that we are running. But I am sure if we are running multiple types of honeypots, our data will be slightly different.
Yeah, okay. So as you said, the ports or services most observed to be attacked depends on what kind of honeypot they run, right?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so with that, I think we'll be wrapping up our session. Again, thank you for taking the audience question, and thank you for answering all our questions. And thank you
Awesome.
for being a part of ThreadCon. It's awesome having you here, even though it's virtually, and we look forward to having you, in person.
Yeah, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Keep safe, everybody. Thank you.
Yeah, keep safe.
Thank you, Adli.
So up next, we have another talk by Avinash Jain. Avinash is a cybersecurity professional who has been working as a lead cybersecurity engineer managing end-to-end information security. He says that he loves breaking application logic and finding vulnerabilities in them. He has been acknowledged by multiple international organizations, and we'll be hearing his talk, Shift Left Using Cloud, Implementing Baseline Security into Your Deployment Cycle, where he talks more about shifting to the shift left approach rather than the traditional approach of security within cloud. So we'll be starting in a moment. Also cheer him up in the chats and make some noises in its Slack channel so that the speaker can know that you are finding the talk interesting and useful. Thank you, everyone.
Hey everyone, a very good afternoon to all of you. I hope everyone is good and safe at their places. Before I begin my talk, I want to thank ThreadCon for giving me this opportunity to present my talk, and also, it also gives us an excuse to shift our focus from what's happening in the world during these pandemic times, and share with communities our learning and do a kind of get together. So yeah, thanks a lot ThreadCon for arranging this, for having this conference this year also, irrespective of what's happening. So yeah, thanks a lot for your efforts. Uh, Before I begin and go into the deep of my talk, which is about shift left using cloud, implementing baseline security into your development lifecycle. I will try to create a base so that you can understand what I'm going to talk about and why it is important. So if you see in this agile world where there's an continuous iteration of development and testing happening throughout the LCC cycle, where there's an constant collaboration which is happening throughout this the development life cycle. There's a constant improvement, testing, and collaboration happening with the multiple stakeholders, engineers are releasing so many changes very frequently. All of this makes the chances of potential security loopholes to become more and more real. And when we talk about startup world, this is especially true because they have a very swift pace of development, where more code is written and more releases are made, which always introduces even more and more unknown dependencies and vulnerabilities at each step, which eventually leads to consuming more time and effort to fix them, which is almost like you are revising the complete SLC cycle. And if you apply a Pareto principle here, which says that you know the 80 percentage of your security bugs, or what kind of whatever bugs are those, can be fixed during the 20% of your software development lifecycle. But what about the remaining 20% of bugs? Those remaining 20% of high priority security bugs, so fewer bugs can fix in the rest of 20% of SUG cycle, and which makes this important of bringing security uh, during your deployment life cycle or during your SALC, and which brings us to the need of scaling security using shift left approach. A quick introduction about myself. Myself, Avinash Jain. You can find me over Medium and Twitter with handle as Logic Bomb. Currently, I'm associated with Microsoft, working with Microsoft as a security engineer for their identity platform. I'm a security engineer by mind. Have built startups, built security in various startups, and worked in a couple of other companies as well. I'm a cricket player by heart. Love to play and watch cricket whenever I get time. I'm an active blogger over Medium. You can find my blogs over my handle as Logic Bomb. I usually write anything which is related to security, whether they are vulnerabilities that I find during my ethical hacking journey, or DevSecOps, container security, like whatever I learn. I usually try to contribute to communities through my blogs. I break stuff to learn, that's what I've been doing for past 6 years or so, learning by breaking stuff and uh, you know you know helping myself improve in technical areas of security. Now, what is shift left? So if you see these two videos, two images, sorry, you will find this one thing which is common in these two images. The one thing which is common in these images is the red color. In the first image, there's a traffic light which is turning red to stop the vehicles, and then there's a red color in the rainbow which always comes at the end of it. The question arises why the red color is common here. So if you see from a physics reason, we find that because red color has a largest wavelength, that means it can travel to a further distance and can be seen from a further distance as well. So as you as you see in the first image, as you move closer to the red light, that means you are moving to the left side of it. So you're moving closer to the source, that means you're moving to the left side. And as you move further to the source, you are moving to the right side of it. So that's what we mean by shift left. When we bring something closer to the source, that means we are moving to the left side. And another meaning given to it, if you anyone from the security from the computer background can should know what is bitwise left shift operator. So when you apply a bitwise operator to a number, the resultant amount increases by large quantity. So if you apply a left shift operator of 2 to a number 25, the resultant become 100. So that means if you bring something closer to the source, that means if you're moving left and we are moving closer to the source, the resultant of something increases by a vast amount. Now we will see what that resultant which increases by a vast amount and what we are bringing to the left side in terms of security. In terms of security, what we're doing by coining a term shift left, that means we are bringing security earlier in the SDLC cycle. We are not now considering security issues or concerns to just at the end of the process, but we are taking them into the consideration during the complete application development lifecycle. Some of the direct benefit that it provides, obviously, it gives you a much better opportunity to see those security outcomes in product very sooner. It also saves time and effort, and finally the overall cost of product delivery. And it brings much improved testing and monitoring, because now you are doing security testing earlier in your SC cycles, not just earlier, but at each and every stage. You are coming up with security consideration. So overall, it improves the complete security testing and monitoring uh, uh, during the complete life cycle of software development. Security should not be treated as an afterthought. This is what we are brought to the core when we study about advantages of bringing security to the left side, advantages of incorporating security within the deployment and development lifecycle. This is what it brings us to. Security should not be treated as an afterthought. It should be brought as close to the engineers and as early in the SDLC cycle. And when we bring something close to the source in this context, when we bring security close to the source, that means we uh, we call it a shift left security. In the earlier slide, we talked about when we apply a bitwise left shift operator, our resultant amount increases. Now here, what the resultant amount is the effectiveness of your security testing, effectiveness of your security program. Because as you move to the closer to the source, that means you are following that means you are moving to the preventive measures, from corrective to detective to preventive measures you are moving. And the cost of product delivery is decreasing, because now you are not just having your product and doing security testing at the end of the cycle. Now you don't need to revise your SC cycle again and again to fix a bug. So that means the overall cost of product delivery is finally decreasing, and the effectiveness of your security program or security testing is increasing. Now, have we talked about what is shift left, what add-ons, benefits shift left brings into table? Now we will understand how we could achieve it, tactically, how we can achieve it. So the most logical part, we all know a code can be checked are the code reviews. That means whenever any developer push out any changes to their GitHub repository or any VCS system, their peers do a code review to find out if the code is written or coded according to a particular standard or do not have any bug. Similarly, we are concerned here about security code reviews. Similarly, just like developer does a code review, we will talk about how we can do a security code review here. And along with those, there are a couple of series of questions which arises. Like first and foremost is how we can achieve it, and secondly, how we can make sure that every release which is going to the production environment has a proper security sign off. How we can even test each and every piece of code, not just from the perspective of dash or sass, but including a wide range of security test cases, a wide custom flexible test cases. We'll be seeing how we can achieve it, if your organization is using AWS code pipeline for your CI/CD. Some keywords about some definition about some keywords. What is AWS code pipeline? It is a continuous delivery service that you can use to model, visualize, and automate all the steps that are required to release your software. Then there are three components of AWS code pipeline, which are code commit, code build, and code deploy. Code commit, you can think it of as an source code repository service, just like any VCS system. You have GitHub or the The main component of AWS code pipeline is code build. It is a fully managed continuous integration service which compiles your source code. You can run your test, and finally it produces a software package which is ready to deploy. AWS Code Deploy is a fully managed deployment service that automates the complete deployment of your software, and you can deploy it to various services. Like you can deploy it to AWS Fargate, EC2, Lambda, or even your on-premises servers. Now this is how basic typical diagram looks like of AWS code pipeline. Developer pushes changes to their code repositories. It get listened by code pipeline using webhook. We will understand what is this webhook, what it do, what it does, and it triggers. It check out the source code, and it runs AWS code build, where it runs various other security checks or and any checks that you have written. Package your software which is ready to deploy using AWS code deploy, where it deploy your final package to any service that you want to deploy. I talked about webhook. Webhook is essential here because it is the main part of your continuous code hacking capability. Because of it, your AWS code pipeline is able to hear or able to listen to changes that are being made to your code repository at the real time. Whenever any developer make any change to a particular code repository, because of webhooks, AWS code pipeline listen to it. AWS code pipeline come to know this any time at any time at any moment if there's any changes made to your code repository, and then it triggers the other steps in AWS code pipeline. So this webhook are the heart of this code hacking, continuous code hacking capability. AWS code build, I talked about AWS code build is a very important step in this complete framework. AWS provide a great build features, which is in terms of AWS code build, you can add as many as build stages as you want to add during the CI/CD pipeline. Instead of waiting for security testing at the end of the deployment process, you can now add security checks, not just security checks, but whatever checks you want to add seamlessly within your developer workflow in the form of AWS code build. Now we will understand how this AWS code build is written and what are the components of AWS code build. AWS code build is written in the form of build spec file, which is a collection of build commands and some settings. It is written in the YAML format. This is a file where you actually run or define commands or scripts and the steps to perform any kind of check that you want to do. It has three components: pre-build, build, and post-build. Pre-build is where you set up your dependencies, you pull your scanners, and then the second stage is build, where you run those scanners, scripts, and parse your results. Post-build is the last component of build spec file, where you parse, where you consume those parsed results. Suppose you want to push those results somewhere, or you want to perform additional function on this parsed result, you can do it in the post-build. This is the example of a very basic build spec file. It is an example of Git secret build spec file, where what I've done is I have in the pre-build stage I'm using Trufflehawk, which is a open source tool to find out any credential being hard coded in code repositories. It scan the code repository and alert us with the any security credential being hard coded there. Then there's a build stage where now I'm running my tool, and then there's post build where I'm consuming that result that I got in the build command. Some of the other capabilities that this continuous code hacking provides are SAST. You can scan your source code from source code. You can scan your source code from static vulnerabilities. You can even do a dynamic application security testing using various open source tools like OFZAP. I have used OFZAP here. I will be showing you how. Dependency scanning, you can analyze your external dependencies, which external dependencies like libraries and other stuff that you have used in the code repositories, which are vulnerable to some security vulnerabilities. You can detect security credentials or secrets which are there in the code repository at the real time. And as I said, this code build is a custom checks where you can write your own checks. It is as flexible as you want it to be. So you can add as many capabilities as you want. Here I've added Docker file linter to find out if developer is writing their Docker file according to some security standard. You can even find out if a base image being used in Docker file is a whitelist base image, is a non vulnerable or secured base image or not. So you can think about any test cases and you can write those test cases in code build. This is how the pipeline architecture look like. The DevSecOps pipeline architecture look like. I will be going through each and every step and will let you know how it like what happens at each system and how it exactly works. And then I will show you a quick demo too. So whenever any developer make changes to their GitHub repository, because of webhooks, which we have studied earlier, because of webhooks, it triggers AWS code pipeline at the real time. It in turn run the AWS code build steps, where there are various steps that you might have written. Here the steps are basically the security checks. Here you can see there dash check, security scanning, Docker linter, and dependency scan. You can add as many security checks that you want to add. After AWS code build run, then it calls Lambda to perform other action on those vulnerabilities. You can even send those vulnerabilities to your Slack channel, to your mail through using SMS service. You can send out your build status, whether your build get failed or succeed. You can check send all those reporting and alerts over your communication channels. You can the one of the most important thing that I've involved here is for the vulnerability management. Now you have all these security vulnerabilities that you have found through AWS code build. You have dashed dynamic application vulnerabilities. You have source code vulnerabilities. You have found some secrets in code repositories, and what else, like, so you need something to manage them. You need to make sure that those security bugs are fixed. So you need something to store and to get a data out of it. So here I've used AWS service, which is AWS security Hub for vulnerability management. You might not find many open source framework there which are using which is using inbuilt security AWS security services, AWS services. Uh, there are various framework which are using third-party tool, but here I utilized AWS services itself, and I'm using AWS Security Hub for vulnerability management. So it invokes Lambda, parse the result, and push out those security vulnerabilities or security result to AWS Security Hub for effective vulnerability management. This is a image of secret scanning result. Suppose a developer raise a PR and that change contain some hard-coded credentials, and because your code build has a step for secret scanning, this is how a code build shows those results in its console. So it shows all the security secrets credentials being found out in those changes made by developer. This is the console image of dependency checker. I've used OAuth's dependency checker to find out all the third-party libraries that are being used in that particular GitHub repository, which has been changed by the developer, to find out what all vulnerabilities are present in those dependencies or libraries. Docker linter. I've used header here to find out if developer are writing their Docker file up to security standard or not. You can see their result, how it comes like. Static code scanning. I've used Sonar Cloud to scan your source code from static vulnerabilities. This is how the result is shown. You can even parse it according to your according to your need. You can even beautify it, and you can make it more good looking and more can extract more juicy information. So yeah, this is how a static code scanning result looks like. Dashed scanning result. I use OAuth SAP here, which is an open source tool to scan my staging application before it gets deployed to production environment. You can see I have tested one of the testing application, and it has found cross-site scripting vulnerability in that code in that application. The other code hacking capabilities that it provides us, I've already talked about it, but in a summary, you can share your reports and status over Slack and Mailbox. That means you can get to know, your developer can get to know if there's any security vulnerabilities being found out in your code repositories. If there's any if your build status is succeeded or is failed, you can even check send out those notifications to your developer over Slack or over Mailbox. Similarly, you can alert them for build success and failure. Again, the unique feature which I've used here, which I've incorporated here, is vulnerability management. All your findings, all your security vulnerabilities are managed over AWS Security Hub. You don't need to integrate any third-party tool. You don't need to go for any open source tool. Here I'm leveraging AWS services itself for making sure that all the security vulnerabilities which are being found out are managed over AWS Security Hub itself. And you can even modify those according to your need. Like you can change the severity, you can change the priority, and however you want to do it. This is the image of how the start reporting over Slack channel looks like. You can parse it to make it more beautiful. So this is a static code vulnerability which come with being reported and sent out to a Slack channel of developer who is the who is the spot for it. You can even tag them. You can even tag a particular developer who has made those changes so that it become more accountable to them. This is how you can send out build states over mailboxes using the SNS service, using AWS SNS service. You would to let your developers know, or to let a group of engineers knows that their build has failed because it has found some security vulnerabilities, and until unless they do not fix it, they cannot deploy the final changes to the production environment and cannot merge their changes to the master branch. Vulnerability management over security hub. I've been talking about this, so you can here how it looks like. You can this is completely customizable. You can change severity level according to what your business has. You can change the severity, priority, and where is the information as well. And you can add more metadata information to show it to the to your business or to your management team to make them understand more clearly. Some of the direct benefit is it provides us is it is real time because of thanks to the webhook. It is real time as we want. Any real time change being triggered by the code pipeline, and then it runs security checks to find out if there's any security vulnerabilities present in those changes. Reporting is another benefit it provides. You can share your results and status across the communication channel. It is highly flexible. As I said, it is highly modular. You can add as many checks you want. You can add your own custom checks. You can add some standard checks. So it is completely modular and in your hand to make it more effective. Completely automated. There's no manual work being done here. The framework is created. Now it is ready to use. Anyone can use it without any manual intervention. So automation is the key here. Vulnerability management. You can manage your vulnerabilities at a single place. Don't need to go here and there, and don't need to don't need to incorporate or integrate any third-party tool or any open source tool. Leveraging AWS service itself, AWS Security Hub, you can manage all those vulnerabilities at a single place. A short demo. So here, our developer has made changes to a particular repository, and you can see the pipeline has the result in progress. That means it has listened to those changes, and it come to know that there are some changes being made to our code repository, and it triggers the AWS code pipeline. Now you will see these are the AWS build stages that I've written. These are the security checks that I've written in the form of AWS code build. I will show you how it looks like. I will go to one of the console of AWS code build security check, and this is the console is a result of Docker file linter, where it has found out that a Docker file being pushed to the GitHub repository, which contain non-security standard format, where developer has not used, they must not have used a latest a particular version. So it is saying that using latest can prone to errors because there's no specific version being tagged or being mentioned. So yeah, similarly you can see the source code, the console result of other AWS code build also. So here this is the result of dependency scanning. You go to similarly like of Docker file linter. This is the console result of AWS dependency scanning. You can see what all vulnerabilities we find out there because of third-party dependencies and liabilities. Similarly, you can see your source code vulnerabilities by going to the AWS code build console, and you can directly see what all vulnerabilities being found out here. This is just for your purpose. You can write your own scripts, and you can send out this all these reports, all these alerts to vulnerability management, to Slack, to mailbox, or whatever communication that you want to send to. So yeah, this is so I think that's it which I had, and here are my credentials. So yeah, sorry. So that's it what I had. If you have any question, you can ask me on DM or over Twitter. You can DM me over Twitter. My handle is logicmom_1. You can reach out to me over my website. You can find my other credentials there also, and whatever I do in security, I usually write blogs. So you can find me frequently writing blogs on my website logicmom.in. If you have any other question, you can even drop out a mail to me. So yeah, anything related to security or anything apart from it, you can ping me at any time. So yeah, that's it. I had. I hope you really learned from it. And I apologize if there's any like mishappening in the slides. So yeah, thanks a lot for being patient, listener. I hope you had a great learning, and I hope you will have a more better session coming in the coming time. So thanks a lot, guys. I hope to see you again. And uh, this is still live. You can ask me question over the DM, and the moderator will let me know. So thanks a lot, guys. Thank you.
So thank you, Avinash, for the wonderful talk. We have Avinash here for the Q&A session, and I'd like to welcome him here.
Thanks a lot, team. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Hey, Avinash, how are you? So
Hey,
thank
I'm
you
good.
very much for being. Thank you so much for being a part of ThreadCon, and thank you so much for being here for the Q&A session.
My pleasure. Yeah.
Okay.
So, Abhinas, as you said, it is crucial to prevent the security vulnerabilities during the initial phase of software development. And we, as cybersecurity professionals, need to emphasize it as much as possible. So, you want to add something
Yeah.
else to it before we move on to Q&A session?
Exactly. So I wanted to let people know why I came up with this topic. What was something which was missing earlier in the traditional, traditional model that development used to follow. So if you see, the traditional companies used to follow this waterfall model where they are with this kind of linear sequential flow, and they are predefined tasks that this task will be completed after this. And what was the major drawback in this model was that security is always coming at the end of the development. Once the developer has created that product, or has raised a PR, or his PR features got live, then security came into picture. And obviously, when such at such a late time, when security testing comes into picture, it's obviously brings down a delayed future. You obviously now about your vulnerabilities late now, and now you have to pull back your product and get it fixed, get it again, get its QA done, and then it's again come to security testing for re-verification. So all those things taking lot of time, not just time, but it also incurring cost. The overall cost of product delivery was getting increased. And I think those are the drawbacks that people and the companies are now started moving to agile culture. And when we talk about agile, when we talk about a DevOps culture, where there's continuous integration happening and deployment happening at every point of time, then security takes a more security comes in a more better way as compared to what we have been doing when following waterfall model. And obviously, when now security is getting integrated at each and every stage of SDLC, it is now incorporated within a CI/CD model. Now you can see your security features, security testings, and security vulnerabilities as soon as possible in your complete deployment lifecycle. You don't A developer don't need to wait at the end of the the SSS model, SSS cycle, and then get the vulnerabilities and then getting it fixed with QS and all those. Now developer can see those vulnerabilities at the point when they are making any changes to their GitHub repository, and it's a win-win situation for everyone. Now there's no wastage of time, there's no extra cost which is getting incurred to fix a particular vulnerability, and there's no friction between developers and your infosec team, because now obviously they are working parallelly, they are working together. So when there's constant collaboration between the team, between those two teams or among the stakeholders, there's obviously kind of harmony you develop. There's kind of culture that you develop within the company and within your organization, where everyone is now looking forward to security proactively, rather than just just thinking about security as a hindrance. Now people know, the teams know that security is coming to help us as a facilitator. Security is being integrated within their pipelines to make sure that their release are not getting delayed, and they are getting feedbacks
very soon and very often. So I think that's a major advantage this complete framework brings when you integrate security within a CI/CD pipeline or within deployment lifecycle, or maybe in the earlier in the agile cycle. So I think, yeah, these are the benefits which shift left approach brings to the companies. And having talked about also in my slides, I want to repeat it once more that when the cost of overall product delivery, if you're following a waterfall model, is huge. Like in terms of, you have released the product and then you have to pull it back, you have to get those vulnerability fixed, and then you have to again re-evaluate and you know deploy on the production environment. While in this case, there's no such kind of hindrance. Your bugs are more cheaper to fix, I would say. There's some constant and fast feedback among engineers, so everyone enjoy it. And I think the overall benefit that we one get after integrating security within a CI/CD structure or within an SLC model, it's always huge.
Okay, thank you for the answer, Avinash. So, when shifting from the traditional model to the shift left model, as you have put, how long does a traditional, like a general testing time look like? How long does it take to complete the security testing? And is there any way that the security testing is so integrated into the software build phase that it obstructs even the developers' work, or it proves a hindrance to them? Or what do you think about that?
Yeah. So see, when obviously this straightforward rule is that if you bring some more test cases, obviously it takes time to get completed. Forget about security test cases. If there's a CI/CD pipeline set up for your developer, and there are some unit test cases being integrated, or there are some integration tests happening, obviously if there are tests like that, obviously it takes time. If you do not involve those tests, obviously your quality of your code is not good. So you have to take that trade off somewhere between releasing fast and between releasing a quality code. So obviously those things, integrating security checks within CI/CD model or SDLC cycle, takes time. But again, the worth of that duration is much more than releasing an unformatted or insecure code to the production environment.
Thank you for
Okay, so
answering that question.
okay, so do you think that the shift left model really delivers a quality code or quality product faster than the traditional approach?
Exactly. So if you look at a bigger picture, like uh, earlier when people following a traditional approach in the waterfall model, when they are doing penetration testing, vulnerability assessment of the or threat modeling of the future at the end when the product got released, and if you find a bug there, suppose if you find an SQL injection or any P0 bug, now you have to roll back those features. You have to again roll back those features, get to the developer, and then developer has to rewrite their code, which then goes to a QA to do a QA testing, which again comes to security testing for revalidating. So all the time that is spent in that loop is obviously not worth spending. And when you follow a approach of DevOps or DevSecOps, uh, there's a trade-off that you are taking on spending time on including those security checks, but the overall time and the overall effort and cost is much lower than what you generally get when you are following a traditional approach.
Okay. Now our next question is: we usually see people, even professionals, working with the predefined set of rules. So how can one extend the capability of such to write custom checks?
Exactly. So that's the beauty of this framework, which I presented. So using code build, which is a simple format in the form of YAML, you can write your own security checks. It is not just uh, not just restricted to standard checks. Not just like you can use just dash scanning using WebZap, or you can use SAST for it using Sonar Cloud or Sonar Cube or any other open source tool. This is not just restricted to those standard checks. This is completely modular. You can write your own custom checks. You can integrate this with other non-standard formats. So there's nothing like that. It is just restricted to those set of standard which is in the market. It is very easy to write. You just need to write a YAML file where you can pull your container image, and suppose you have written a code and you push it and you have dockerized it, and you just need to pull it in your YAML file and then run those commands. So yeah, that's one of the very good thing about this framework. You are not just restricting yourself to a particular standard. You can involve as many checks as you want according to your business need. Suppose your business says that uh, or your infosec team says that a developer or engineering team cannot use base image which is not a standard official image, or which is not a whitelisted image according to them. So you can write its own check. You can build your own check. You can use Python, Go, anything that you want, and then pull it in a YAML format. So yeah, that's the beauty of this framework.
Okay, so you must have worked using the checklist approach yourself previously and moved on to the shift left approach recently. So, what's the difference working in the traditional approach, and how many things did you think that you missed using the traditional approach, and how do you think it has improved your own experience while working the shift left approach?
Yeah, so I will give you a very real example, like what was my experience when I came up with this approach in one of the startups that I've been working a couple of years back. So again, when you bring something which is closer to developers, like now you are bringing security testing within the CI/CD pipeline, or you are bringing security within closer in the SDLC model. You are now constantly working very closely with your developers. You are working very closely with your multiple stakeholders that are involved, whether they are product managers, program managers. So you are working very closely with them. And when you work closely with a team apart from security, you develop a kind of relation with them. You develop harmony. You develop kind of good uh, good bi-directional relation with them. And when developers or when other stakeholders knows the importance of security, then now security do not need to come as a reactive thing. It comes as a proactive thing, even from those engineers. So this is something which is one of the most non-technical, but still one of the main reason and one of the main benefit that you get by bringing a DevOps culture. You bring those teams, you bring multiple stakeholders together. Now they are thinking at the same level. They are on the same page. So rather than being a forceful security, security, rather than bringing security testing as a forced thing, it comes inherently among the teams, because they now understand the importance of it because of being working with security so closely. So it took time to implement it, because there's a mindset change that you bring in the company. It is not just a technical thing that you just go and develop a framework and integrate security checks, but there's a complete culture change that you bring within your company. There's a complete culture shift that happens in your company when you bring security mindset, not just security engineers, but all the developers, engineers, and other stakeholders as well. So it took time to get the real output of it. It is not like something technical. You just implement a tool and then it's done. But it took time to develop that kind of relation and that kind of culture within a team. I think it took more than 6 months or so. Not exactly remember the time period, but it took a good amount of time. But after that is done, then now all those efforts which being done earlier to make it happen, now they all are worth now, because now security is in the mindset of people. Security become proactive for them now. They see security team as a facilitator other than they were seeing earlier as a blocker for them. So all those positive mindset change helped as a company us a lot. Now we don't need to chase developers. We don't need to run behind QAs to do a testing or to fix a bug. There's a proactive approach. There's a proactive mindset among them, and then they go proactively to solve those issues and to come up with better security guidelines and better coding standards. So in and whole, it really paved a great way for our organization to bring security in an improved manner. Earlier, all the kind of efforts that we have been spending in traditional way of approach, whether it's from the cost perspective, from efforts all those got improved in a very better way. Though it took time, but all those time was worth for us to spend.
Okay, so we have one last final question for you. And so how do you deal with false positive in such cases where you have, integrated testing of all the software components? So how how does a false
Hmm.
positive look in such situation, and how do you handle it?
So I think it kind of very generic answer to it. Whenever you bring any security tool, or whenever you
Mhm.
do any security testing by some automated tools, false positive are something which will come by nature, and it is all about tuning a particular tool or tuning a particular approach to bring down those false positive cases. Similarly here, as you are bringing more and more security test cases in the form of security build, in the form of code build, obviously you from the in the initial time, from the starting time, you will get kind of false positive. Then according to finding that this particular security vulnerability is a false positive to your business, maybe it is a true positive, but to your business or to your need, you do not require it. So you go about it and just tune your tools, tune your checks, put them in a blacklist or put them in an exclusion list. So it obviously requires an effort to fine tune those security checks. As you are going and bringing more security testing, bringing more security automated tests, false positive numbers are obviously always increasing. But at the end, you have to make sure that you always and regularly tuning your security tools, which is not just related to this framework, but in general, whenever any org evaluate any tool, they set up in their on-premises or in the cloud. False positive is something which is a regular thing that they chase to bring them down, and that's where the regular tuning is must here, and it's one of the necessary thing that an engineer or infosec engineer needs to do when they are implementing a framework like this.
Okay, thank you for that awesome answer and that awesome talk. You know, you provided a new insight to implementing cloud security, and thank you so much for being a part of ThreatCon, and thank you so much for being here. We hope to see you next year as well, and hopefully physically. And sad that we cannot have you here, right here.
Yeah, I think yeah, it's a both ways. I think thanks a lot for the team
Yeah,
to make sure that we are happening this conference again this year, and thanks a lot
yeah,
for everyone who are involved here. So yeah.
yeah. Thank you.
So now
Okay.
we will introduce Lianne Potter for the fifth talk of the day, that is on Tales of an Anthropologist in Cybersecurity. Lianne started her tech career as a software developer interested in security coding practices, and then found herself learning on her original career path as a digital anthropologist to create stronger team dynamics and better stakeholder engagement to achieve her security goals. Seeing the positive impact that anthropology had in the organizations she employed in, she set up her own consultancy as a cyber anthropologist to demonstrate the importance of considering the human element in security. Now, let's please listen to the talk of Lianne.
Uh,
In March, prolific hacker group REvil gave an interview with security researchers at Recorded Futures. In it, they were asked what did they think of the insurance industry, and in particular, those who offer cyber insurance. And they described it as the tastiest of morsels. The insurance industry is an industry that I work really closely with, and to be in the crosshairs like this was really, really concerning. But I was actually really grateful for the language the hackers used. The tastiest morsels. So evocative, and it triggers something so primal. And it harks to a time when we were just as likely to be the hunted as we were to be the hunters. So while I was working with this insurance company, I said to them, this is serious, but we have a choice. You can either make yourself an easy target for the cyber criminals, and lay out a nice buffet spread and say, help yourselves. Or we can make it really difficult to get our tasty, tasty information. Like the honeybees who make their hives on the edge of the mountain faces in Nepal. That's what we should be like. But, I said to them, that doesn't mean that someone with the skills, the expertise, or the motivation won't come knocking on our door one day. And just because we make it difficult for them doesn't mean we're completely safe. But if we do this together, if we act as a collective to face these threats together, then we can raise the alarm, swarm together, and act quickly to stop the spread, reduce that impact, and get back to a safe space. This story became my introduction to every team I worked in within this insurance company, whether they worked in the engineering team or the call center. The message was exactly the same. We are facing a targeted threat, and I, as a security practitioner, need your help. But why communicate the message that the insurance industry has been targeted in this way? Because storytelling is the reason why we're still around today. Our ancestors used storytelling to understand their surroundings, to imagine a future that had not yet happened, so they could plan and prepare for it. They used storytelling to educate, to create folklore, to build a community which kept them strong. Even to entertain enabled them to build those bonds. In order to trigger that part of the brain that goes, oh, this is really interesting, I'll remember that. Storytelling hits those marks. And too often, security practitioners, when challenged on, why are they doing the things they are doing, will reply to some effect, because I said so, without any proper explanation or reason. And I've got news for you. It doesn't work for your kids, and it's not going to work for your colleagues. Because I said so, doesn't work. Be in black and white in terms of answering questions about security. So, for example, about security posture does have its place. Sometimes you need to spell it out and say this is how we're going to do it. Sometimes you need to give that quick and factual answer because of urgency, or sometimes there's only really is one way to do something. But if you're trying to get people on side, don't neglect the grey areas. The grey area is that real sweet spot in storytelling. We love understanding all about outliers, particularly when it comes to risk. It's kind of like sniffing the boundaries of what isn't allowed. For example, think of an induction. Like a HR person might turn around and talk about how much an employee can claim on expenses. They might say, for example, an overnight stay, the company will pay you up to £30 a night for a meal. And two things will happen here. The first is most people will try and hit that limit of £30 because that's a black and white boundary. It's almost like a target. I've been told I can go up to £30. I'm going to try and go for £30. But then the other thing will be, you'll get the other side of the people saying, I want to test the fence here. I've got lots of questions for you. I want to see what these boundaries are of this grey area. A la Jurassic Park. And you'll sometimes get questions like, does that include a drink at the bar? Does that include tipping the wait staff? All things of that nature. Now, testing the fence isn't bad. It's a very human thing to test boundaries, and I would urge you never to shut down grey area questions because they give you such great insight into your people, what they're thinking, where are their positions on certain elements. Then just accepting the black and white explanation and process it's better to have an inquisitive and receptive audience that is thinking about stuff instead of just taking things at face value, because that's where the great ideas come. And as I say, it gives you any insights into weak spots, into processes and policies that you can then address and actually add them in or take away or clarify. And the best way I've found for encouraging these grey area questions is having an open and trusting environment that supports people in asking those questions. Because too often security is about control and treatment rather than the cure, because we don't understand the human factor. But don't fear, because that's what you've joined this talk for. Welcome to my tales of an anthropologist in cybersecurity. We are going to look at all things human factor. Today I'm going to talk to you about why culture should be your first priority and not the tooling when it comes to securing your organization. I'm going to share with you where I've used my expertise as an anthropologist and a security practitioner to change security culture in the workplace for the better. We're going to look at the anthropological theories such as reciprocity, which is a type of exchange involving give and take of objects and services to build and confirm social relationships, and how the gifts that you give the organization can not only be reciprocated, but also yield greater results and rewards for your security objectives. I'm going to talk about how we use participant observation to effectively understand your colleagues to help improve collaboration. And finally, we're going to take a look at security usability. But before we start, let's make sure we're on the same page here. What is anthropology, and is it something to do with bones? Get that a lot. No, anthropology isn't to do with bones, and nor is it like Jurassic Park. Yeah, that's the second Jurassic Park reference in this. There might be another one. Spoiler. And that's probably because I think Jurassic Park is a great hacker movie. I mean, this is a bit of an aside, but I mean, Darkseid hacked a gas pipe, but arguably Dennis caused way more destruction than Jurassic Park, and I'd be really interested to know what type of cybercrime insurance that they have at Jurassic Park. Again, digressing. When I let people down gently, I tell them, no, anthropology isn't, about bones, isn't about dinosaurs, and that anthro of anthropology actually means human, I go on to explain. Anthropology is the study of what makes us human. So I studied the different aspects of the human experience and how cultures are born, grown, developed, and thrive or collapse. And my specific interest is in digital anthropology, which is the study of how we engage with each other online through digital communities. It's a place where really we're increasingly spending most of our time, and particularly in the last 18 months, we've received a good proportion of our social interaction, either through video calls, social media, or messaging apps. So the digital culture space is definitely where we are at the moment. The workplace, let's get back to reality here, has always been changing, even before COVID. It's formed and adapted as technology has changed. We didn't need a pandemic to do that. And while the tech space may have changed, the office layouts, the way we use the workspace, what has remained constant is the human connection, physical or not. The human element is the only constant in all this. So if you want a new approach to security culture that works for your organization to help you face new threats, then you need to start thinking about the human element more. Because while security vendors might be desperate to sell you loads of tools, and thank God, because we do need them, we do need these tools, it isn't the fix that we really need, because as the stat gets thrown around quite a lot, 95% of incidents start with the person. It's that treatment over cure again that we're kind of known for in this industry, and we can do things better. And I guess what you'll be asking yourself at this point, why anthropology? Why not psychology? Why not behavioral science? I'll be honest with you, I'm not fussed which one of these you choose. I just happen to be a cyber anthropologist, and that's what I focus on because I love cybersecurity, but I'm also a trained anthropologist. But if the security industry hired more people from the humanities, and maybe we'd need less sticking plasters. The clue is in the name, humanities, human. Because at the end of the day, when you follow the cables, our colleagues, our customers, they're all people. And that's who we're protecting. and that should be our priority. But that doesn't mean that your role as a human-centered security practitioner is that of savior or hero. You need help. You need a tribe mentality. You can't do this alone. There is a common line that appears in a lot of policies and security training in organizations all across the world. And I want you to take a few seconds. I'm going to give you a few seconds to think about that. What is that common line that appears in loads of policies and security training across all the world, any organization? You often see this in when you first start a job, and it's in the brochure. Can you guess what that is? Security is everyone's responsibility. That appears in almost every place I've ever worked, that documentation. Security is everyone's responsibility. Is it though? I mean, it's hard enough for me, a security practitioner, someone who spends far too much of their spare time looking into security concerns and the latest threats and the latest tools and vulnerabilities. Even in my day job, to keep track of the latest CVEs, that is hard enough. Should I expect my non-security colleagues to keep on top of them too? I don't think so. But what is everyone's responsibility? It's culture. Luckily, security happens to be embedded in that. Now stick with me, because it isn't very obvious at first, but culture is everyone's responsibility has the makings of security in there. To build an intrinsic security culture, however, we need to know what we're working with first. So what are the common perceptions of security and the security teams in quite a lot of organizations? And what impact is this having on building our intrinsic security culture? I'm going to come out there. Cybersecurity practitioners have a PR problem. We're often seen as a blocker to innovation, where the team that puts controls in place that causes friction bamboozles our colleagues with technical terms. We're gatekeepers. We dictate on high from ivory towers, and we use terms like insider threat, least privilege, and zero trust in relation to our colleagues. It's not very endearing. We facilitate any knowledge inequality through a we know best kind of mentality. And when we do share information, our favourite ingredient is FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Now, fear has been recognised as a motivator to influence a change in behaviour, but if that's all you're drawing upon, it really ceases to become impactful. The very people we're trying to protect are fatigued by our interventions, and that's causing them to switch off. And we don't want that. Because once we lose our ability to face the threats as a collective, remember that all of us swarming together as bees, when we lose that ability, we're weaker as a culture. That early warning system is gone. When something goes wrong somewhere, and it will, we're not going to know about it. But one of the biggest crimes in my eyes is that security is boring. Not to me, probably not to you, because you're at a whole conference for it. I find it the most interesting topic ever, but to outsiders, I'm afraid we are very, very boring. And I'm back on storytelling again, because I can't stress enough how important this is. Having an imagination is one of the things that makes us uniquely human. It's why, for as long as we've been telling stories, we've been acting out. You know, why do you think Netflix has done so well? We love a good story. Storytelling is ingrained in our DNA. And when it comes to cybersecurity, it's one thing we should excel at. We've got some fantastic stories in cybersecurity. We've got all the makings of a Hollywood blockbuster. We've got good versus evil, heroes and villains, espionages, heists. Instead, we bore people to death. We make learning how to protect ourselves and the group a chore. And it's exemplified by this article that you can see right here. In this article, the security researchers did something which, according to their reviews of all the existing literature out there and all the research, was quite unique to their study. And that was Instead of talking to security people and asking them what they thought they were doing with, how they thought they were doing with their security training, how well they thought they were doing. Instead, they actually asked the people who actually needed to sit through it, instead of the people who wrote it. I said, what do you think of this security training you're going for? And guess what? The reviews are in. There is no Oscars for us in this domain. The article goes on to explain that security culture falls down because security practitioners fail to understand what it's like for colleagues to do their jobs. They fail to understand actually what is of interest to them, not even just as a passing interest, but as an interest into their actual daily life and their work. What do they actually need to know about? Why do we need to tell them about everything? What's actually important to them? We neglect to understand the practicalities and the politics and the culture that they are operating in, as well as our own. But this is where anthropology can come in and help us understand our people. I'm going to talk to you first about one method that I've used quite successfully in organisations, and that's participant observation. Now, participant observation is a research technique used in anthropological fieldwork, and in it, data is generated on the basis of first-hand observation and participation. It's in the name, participant. And what's really important about this is that you really need to experience social activities of a community. You have to be involved. You are not just observing, because that would just be called observation. You are an active participant. So when I took the decision to approach our security culture as an anthropologist rather than just a pure security practitioner, I faced two challenges: biases and trust. Biases in the sense that I did have an agenda, which was to improve security culture within the organisation, and I had to be cognizant, regardless of how much I wanted to approach cybersecurity from a new collaborative perspective, I was, at the end of the day, one of them, a security person. So naturally, this meant I had to really build up some trust with that community outside the security team, particularly as there was a lot of cognitive distance associated with good security practices. Now, the term cognitive distance is used to describe the mental discomfort that results from holding two conflicting beliefs or values or attitudes. People tend to seek consistency in their attitudes and perceptions, so this kind of conflict causes unease and discomfort. This inconsistency between what people believe and how they behave motivates people to engage in actions that will help minimize those feelings of discomfort. And people attempt to relieve this tension in different ways. So you often see people rejecting what's been told, even though it's good for them, and explaining things away or avoiding new information. Try and think maybe about anti-vaxxers, for example. Regardless of how much science, it's very difficult to convince someone if they truly hold a certain belief that actually this is the right way of doing it. And again, another example is passwords. Everyone knows that you need to have a good password. We keep talking to, non-security people like they don't know this, they do know this, they know that they need good passwords. They know it needs to be long, complex, unique. But, we keep saying in security rankings that password 123 still tops, is in the top 10 for the password lists every year. These people know that they are doing wrong, but they still do it anyways, even if they don't admit it. And they certainly don't go out and seek help to rectify this behavior, because knowing how bad their passwords are, especially if you're a security person, they're confiding in you, it's a really awkward experience. So you have to be careful about not causing too much, psychological discomfort when you're kind of approaching security issues. You don't want to put people off so much that they completely shut down and reject you. So when you're thinking about participant observation, you have to be careful not to trigger this. And I had to be really mindful of that as a security person going into that new environment, to that new culture. Because that's the very last first impression I want to make is, hi, I'm here to give you some cognitive distance. just on passwords, just for a second, just a little sort of side note. The reason why passwords are still consistently bad is because of bad habits. And it's not because, people are an out and out neglectful of passwords, creating good passwords. What you can see here is a Tiger electronic diary. And now this was one of the first electronic devices I ever had. And it was really fun. You could put all your secrets in, and what they sold you in the great adverts for it was, your diary is password protected. Now this is the first device I ever entered a password into at 8 years old, and it allowed for 8 characters. So it wasn't until my late 20s that I graduated beyond an 8-character password. Because bad habits stick. Think of that smoker trying to quit. They know it's bad for them, but it's easier just to carry on as you are. So think about kids today that have been exposed to devices from such a young age. Think about how long a password they could possibly think of and still remember it and keep that device secure. It's not going to be greatly long, is it? How complex a password can young children remember? And then that's when you can see that bad habits might start forming. Because unless we start training kids younger and younger to have these really long, complex passwords, then they're never going to develop those good habits, because you need to start them young. And that problem will persist because it's a problem of bad habits rather than ignorance. So let's cut people some slack when it comes to bad passwords. That's all I'm saying. Because it isn't easy to break a habit of a lifetime. Again, another aside there, so let's get back to the show. The key thing about participant observation is, as I say, isn't just about observation, it's about embedding yourself into their world, their experiences. Oftentimes it's described in anthropological research as almost like completely leaving your identity behind. So I had to sort of completely leave my security identity behind in order to join these teams. It's a way to understand people in collaboration with them. Not as an outsider, but as part of them. And the teams I worked with as a cyber anthropologist start with me explaining to them about what participant observation is and encouraging them to treat me like one of the team. So naturally, there is a period of bedding in to start with me, the outsider, coming in, slowly gaining their trust as I work alongside them, trying to understand not only what they're explicitly saying about the way we did security in the organisation, but also things that are not said. And in particular, insights into how other teams engage or perhaps didn't engage with each other. And it allowed me to identify where these lapses in communications were. And these lapses in communications often directly led to workarounds and bypasses of security controls. And there was also an element of novelty in it, because rarely security teams seek to engage with the wider business in such a way. And it was almost seen as a kind of break in social norms, which is a bit odd. And people began to stop seeing me as a member of the security team and as an ally. And this led to a really unexpected outcome where I became almost a security confessor, in which people would bear their security misdemeanors to me, and I would listen without judgment or retribution. Quickly, I was able to gain a really good sense of how we function and how we were perceived, but also the wider context and situations our colleagues were working in. And from a security perspective, it became really evident how integral each relationship was between the teams, the functions, and the departments in protecting the whole estate. And crucially, although there were a lot of gripes and which people had with the security team were about the controls we put in place, which obviously they saw it as impeding their ability to do their work quickly or autonomously. Most of it, the actual issue was down to a lack of communication. And that's because historically we never really consulted with the people actually doing the work. I mean, think about all the meetings you've got when you're about to implement a new control. Think about CAB. Often that's mostly the senior leaders, the people who don't really have direct experience with the day-to-day. That's the people that we're making these decisions with, not the people actually doing the job. And what's worse is, we don't consult the people who are actually doing the job, and we put these controls in place. We never actually check afterwards to see how these controls are working. Are they working? Sometimes they're not, and we don't check, and we don't rectify. We don't keep an eye on the situation. So what do I do with this information? Reciprocity. It's a type of exchange involving the give and take of objects and services to build and confirm social relationships. That's what you do once you're embedded. Once you understand where the blind spots are, that you've established that communication, and hint, hint, it's always down to communication. It's the same in work, it's the same in your private life. Communication is everything. Reciprocity allows you to actually do something with it. There's a book called Stone Age Economics, which gave us anthropologists a typology that differentiates between the different types of reciprocity and how they help manage social boundaries. So if we think of these relationships as a circle, then those closest to the middle have the strongest relationships, and as the social distance increases, those relationships become more utilitarian. And the knock-on effect is that people become disinterested, and then you see self-interested attitudes proliferate, which isn't an ideal situation if, for example, you need all hands on deck to deal with a security incident. Self-interested and disinterested people, not a good mix. Reciprocal relationships are really important to connect people, and it really helps promote social solidarity. And these relationships, according to Stone Age economics, are built from the giving of gifts, which take the form of resource allocation or distribution of service or tokens of support. So not necessarily literal gifts, though there is an element of that. That's been seen in society. Literally here, I found this really nice shell, for example. You can make some nice necklaces out of it. But really, actually, what's the key type of gifts is resource allocation, distribution of services, or tokens of support. The inherent value of the given object is less significant than the object's effect in building or consolidating solidarity between the giver and the receiver. Through the giving of gifts, you're offering an invitation to establish a closer in-group relationship, and if you accept that gift, then there's an unspoken moral obligation to reciprocate, either immediately or in the future. Reciprocity is the reason why Santa is so jolly. End of. Because, as he says, it's always better to give than to receive. And indeed, other studies have shown that often when people are given gifts, they feel obligated not only to offer something in return, but also the need to over-reciprocate. And, if you've been there with your significant other and they've bought you this lovely, thoughtful gift, the first thought is, oh, that's really nice, that's really thoughtful, that's really nice, oh, that's great, what a wonderful gift. The second thought, I guarantee you've had, is, how am I going to top this? How am I going to do better next time when it's my turn to give a gift? And it's not just that I want to match the gift in terms of value. There's a cultural drive that makes you feel the need to go above and beyond, even if it's only slightly, to the gift you've already been given. So what gifts could I offer my colleagues in return if we're thinking about security? So I could give them the gift of trust and autonomy. Now stick with me. One of the key complaints that I was finding was that people didn't feel trusted by the security team. Yeah, shocker. They didn't feel trusted to make decisions, and with that they lost their autonomy. So I started off small, implementing small gifts of access and loosening up controls, making their work seem more frictionless. It was things I could afford to lose, but to them looked like quite big gifts. First, this was done with sort of what's known as generalized reciprocity, which is, without the expectation of return, because I want to establish a strong relationship with these teams. So generalized reciprocity, it's a nice start. You're not expecting anything in return. It's a bit like, when you're a kid, your parents buy you Christmas presents, but you don't buy them anything in return. Your parents are like, hey, it's fine. I'm trying to establish a relationship with you. But eventually we're able to move towards balanced reciprocity, in which I was gifted accountability. Merry Christmas to me. Now, accountability, I'm sure that's on a lot of security practitioners' wish lists. Accountability done badly, however, is a means to leverage shame, or at least the fear of shame. Because by its very nature, being accountable, you are pretty much acknowledging that at some point, somewhere, you're either going to be blamed or need to justify your actions. So the reason why you can't get accountability on that RACI matrix is because people want to avoid being accountable so they can avoid being blamed. Makes sense. But accountability is so important in security because it means it's another pair of eyes on the process, the tool, the risk. We need people to be accountable so that we can actually not be so thinly spread. And sometimes it's not our job to be accountable for some of these things because either we're not experts in it, or it is just literally someone else's job. But we care about the security element of that. The key with positive accountability, which can happen, is giving people the tools and the knowledge they need to make good decisions. And this can only occur if people feel safe to ask questions or raise concerns. So, if people are putting themselves forward to be accountable willingly, to me that's indicative that the culture is growing to be one of trust. So we see a pattern emerge. More trust leads to people feeling more autonomous. More autonomy means people feel more in control of the situation and or may have more capabilities to respond and react to a situation. That then leads to more accountability. Moreover, those who are accountable then have a greater stake in how things are being handled, leading to an improvement of those processes because they are managed by the very people living those processes. So what happens next is when you give people the ability to be accountable, it's because you provided them with the knowledge, the tools, and the psychological safety to make those decisions. Let's start looking at usability and functionality. It's often said that good security is a compromise on usability and functionality. I don't know if you're familiar with this triangle, but let me explain. We've got on each point usability, security, functionality, and as you see, as you move closer to more secure practices, the theory is that usability and functionality move further away. So moving away from security means a better experience all around, apparently. That's the theory. If you want good usability, you got to give in security. If you want good functionality, you got to give in security. If you want nice, secure processes, applications or experiences, something's got to give in usability or functionality. I would argue it doesn't need to be this way. Again, when you think about security in absolutes, it means we do have to think about compromises. And humans really love a shortcut. We're always going to vote for usability and functionality over security. But I want to suggest to you that all the things I've discussed today, so there's storytelling, reciprocity, accountability, understanding people's cognitive distance, embracing the grey areas, and actually sitting down and having a conversation with the people you're trying to protect, either through participant observation or just talking to them, will mean that we don't have to compromise on security. We can be like other departments. We can innovate as well. We can be secure, we can be functional, and we can give good user experience, preferably without them even knowing it. And we're almost coming to a close on this discussion, but I want to just sort of say at this point, you might not have an anthropologist in your organization to help you with this sort of thing. But if you've got any user experience or user research teams in your organization, my advice to you is make friends with them. They talk all day about micro changes needed to make a product or service better. They know how to ask the right questions, to understand what the end user actually wants, and crucially, what they're not saying, because not everyone will tell you straight out what they want. And most people don't really know either. So if you take one thing away from this talk today, is invite a member of your user research team to your next security meeting. Just get to know them, start that conversation. Start small, maybe do a bit of reciprocity, give them access to that tool they've been bugging you about for ages. Then get them to cast their eye over the mandatory training that you've got to refresh. Or ask them to sit with the people who work in maybe customer service to understand what they really think of your access control policy. The user researcher or the user experience team is the security team's secret weapon in creating a more intrinsic security culture. So where you can, use them. I'm going to just do a quick loop back to triangles for a moment, because there is one triangle that, it wouldn't be a security talk unless I mentioned it. And we all know and love this one. Our beloved CIA triad. It's a great model to help us align our security goals, and it helps us develop our policies and our systems, and it's pretty much the foundation of everything we do. So throughout my journey in cybersecurity as an anthropologist, I realized, the other day that the CIA triad has legs in another way, and it can be used to help us remind us how to be better security people. And the way I've been thinking about it is, have I made, with availability, have I made myself available to support my colleagues? Have I actually put the time in to understand what environments they're dealing with? Have I taken the time to understand what stakeholder pressures they're under, what deadlines, resourcing issues? Do they even have the capabilities in that team to do what I'm asking? What are they lacking that might impede them from delivering their projects with the level of security that I've mandated? Do they even know who to go to if they have a security issue? Have I made myself available enough in that sense? Do they know how to contact me? Do they even know who I am? Do they know where the security documentation is? Have I made that available to them? And then I was thinking about, confidentiality. I was talking earlier in the talk about, am I people confiding in me? Am I someone can confide in? And it's confiding in such a way that like a therapist would. They'll listen to all your problems and troubles, but if you say you're going to go out and murder someone, then they'll step in and let people know. I'm not saying let people tell you about all their terrible security practices that will bring your company under, but be trusted enough that actually when people will tell you when things go wrong and when mistakes have happened, because they will. And it's always best to know about them as soon as possible. And stop people from hiding things, because you want people to trust you. And you want people to confide in you. And people know that you're going to give them the support and help they need and not chastise and punish them. The last one, do I have integrity? It's a really tough job what we do. There's definitely room for us to make more concessions. We need to be a little bit less controlling. We need to be really mindful that not every decision we make is the right one, not strategically, commercially. And so there is going to have to be some concessions there. That's not to the detriment of, our customers' data and information, availability, the CIA of everything that we need to do. But when we do make difficult choices, we need to be resolute in our choices when they matter. And that's the key to this type of integrity. It has to be when it matters. We need to pick our battles. We don't fight them all. We think about security in terms of a sort of personal characteristics. You've demonstrated integrity because when you come down hard on a security control policy or fix, really hard, and say, no, this is definitely how it has to be, you want to have that type of integrity where people know that when you say it like that, you really mean it. There is no negotiation here because it really is important. It's very different from being stubborn. Do not confuse the two. Having that type of integrity with security controls is very different from being just saying, actually, because I said so, you know, that whole argument there, and also, you know, just because I want the tightest, most secure estate possible. That isn't the same. Having integrity means standing by only the most crucial and important decisions. And like I said, when you demonstrate that to colleagues that you're trying to influence, they will take notice, and they are much more likely to respect your decision because you've been careful to stick your neck out and say, I won't move on this because it matters. And, you know, the more you use this argument, you know, the more you use it quite flippantly, the more it loses weight and meaning. So when I've been thinking about the CIA triad through an anthropologist lens, I'm thinking of, you know, I want to make sure I'm someone can confide in, I'm someone with integrity, I'm someone who's available. We're coming towards the end of my Tales of an Anthropologist in Cybersecurity, and I've only really scraped the surface of some of the more well-known concepts of anthropology. And what I would say is, if in your head you're thinking, you know, this all makes sense, and there is a reason why this all makes sense, it's because you are human and we are talking about culture. And culture is intrinsically interesting to humans because our evolution has required it. Without it, we don't survive. So our brain seeks out these connections to forge these relationships and build a community. So next time when you're looking for your next hire or deciding where to spend your security budget, keep remembering that, you know, 95% of security breaches are caused by human error. We as security practitioners need to do better to create a culture that enables all of us to build up our resilience against these cyber threats. We really need to cater for a wide breadth of expertise, capabilities, experiences, cultural norms, and all those inequalities and disparities that frame these individuals. You know, it's not just the positive differences, but also actually the differences that can cause people to really fall over the controls that we're doing because we've not accounted for disparities and inequalities. I want you to think to yourself when you go into work next, what decisions can I make to ensure that we're building an anthrocentric security culture? I want you to think more like an anthropologist when you go into work again. Because when you follow the cables behind every piece of tech is a person, a consumer, a creator, and even a hacker is a person. And we should never really lose sight of this. I want to thank you for listening, and if you would like to know more about the work I'm doing in this space, I can be found on Twitter at the Anthropologist and on LinkedIn. And finally, remember to be human. Thank you again.
Thank you, Lianne, so much for the awesome talk. The need for human knowledge and treating people like human and storytelling. This is quite a new perspective and it was quite insightful, and I'd like to add you here first. And thank you so much, Lianne, for being part of ThreatCon and delivering such an awesome talk.
Thank you for having me. It's been a real pleasure to be involved.
Yeah. So, first of all, I'd like to start with a small question of mine.
Okay.
So our keynote, she also talked about the need for educating people and, you know, regarding cybersecurity, how they are exploited through their weaknesses and all. And she provided some resources to the InfoSec professionals for, you know, to learn how to teach, to say, to put it like that. So what do you think storytelling and anthropology comes into play to educate other people? I know your talk dealt with that much, but, you know, to describe it a bit.
Yeah, I think storytelling is really important because it helps us imagine an actual scenario.
Whereas if you see a policy and a documentation, for example, that's very dry, that's very detached from the human experience. It's usually written by someone who maybe hasn't lived that experience, sort of dictating from on high, which quite a lot of security controls and even just sort of risk controls in general tend to happen. And in particular, you can see from organizations that don't have a sort of robust incident response capability. So maybe they have an incident response manual, but has anyone actually gone through it and seen actually how do real people engage with that happens? And that's why things like incident response actual training, where you simulate an incident happening, you actually get real people involved to see actually how does the human conversation work when something is going down like that. And from that, you can develop your own stories from that. And you can say, okay, we've seen how this happens. We've seen, how Dave responds, and he couldn't get hold of maybe the chief financial officer, for example. He couldn't get hold of maybe comms and marketing, or maybe comms and marketing didn't know what they should be communicating out to their stakeholders. And by practicing your storytelling techniques, you can slowly build up a library that makes it a lot more interesting for people. One of the things that I find when I do sort of security awareness training is people like to hear real life examples. So when I go into a new organization, I make sure one of the first things I do is create an induction training. Now, it's not the boring induction training for when you first start an organization. It tells you, well, you should do this and you shouldn't do that, and that's where the coffee machine is. My induction training on InfoSec is all the times I've ever been hacked. Now, I don't go into detail about how you prevent yourself from being hacked, but I tell them about the time when I was at university and my emails got hacked and someone sent a link with loads of videos saying, hey, do you want to click on this link? Or I tell them about the time when I worked in another organization before I started working in technology. We didn't update our patching. And we all kept clicking that button. You've seen it before where, it says, remind me later. And the whole organization kept clicking on that button because we outsourced our IT. So we took care of it pretty much in-house. One day we logged in and we couldn't get access to our services and all our files were encrypted. I tell them stories like that. Or about the time, recently that I got a ping on my phone saying, hey, two-factor authentication, is this you? People love to know about those sort of stories. They want to actually hear, how does that happen in real life? Because we can share these big stories about, the pipelines, the gas pipelines being hacked and people, being left without fuel. We can talk about these big ransomware money amounts, but we're becoming numb to them. What really matters is actually the person in the story. And you see that in things like, the Oscars. What the ones that win the most? It's the ones that are character driven, where you see a human arc of someone who's learned something, developed and progressed. That's why storytelling is so important.
Okay, thank you, Lianne. Now I'd like to ask you another question related to this only. So in our first talk, our first speaker mentioned that in many cases, people trusted somebody and then they got compromised and they were using spywares or malwares or etc. So how do you think that one can draw a fine line between security and trust?
Mm-hmm. So when I speak of trust, I'm talking about psychological safety. So obviously we can't trust hackers because that's not their modus operandi. But when I'm talking about trust in an environment, what you want from your security team is for them to enable that psychological safety, that when something does like this happens, that the user who has had this incident happen to them reports it instantly. Now, when I'm sort of creating a program of sort of security awareness and engagement, one of the things I do, and I do still see value in it, is phishing simulations. Now, phishing simulations sometimes have a bad rap if you don't sell it right. And people often think, oh, well, it's the security team trying to catch me out and point at me and go, haha, you've clicked on that link. There was a big incident in the UK, a phishing simulation with a train company. And during COVID in the UK, we classed people who worked in public transport as frontline workers. You know, they were the key to making sure that the country was still functioning as best it could during lockdown. During lockdown, you know, we've been doing a lot of praising of our frontline workers, very, very justifiably so. And this train company decided to do a phishing simulation in which they said, thank you so much for your hard work during COVID. We really are grateful for it. Here is a little bonus. And then there's a link. Find out how much this bonus is worth. Now, in the UK, there's been a lot of people that have lost jobs. There's been a lot of people who've been on furlough, which is a very large reduction in salary and things like that. People are highly stressed. You know, people are homeschooling. You know, relationships are breaking down and things like that. The promise of a bonus from who what looks like, you know, your CEO of the company, you're going to click on it. And so they did. And then their instant message was, we've proven that you are too stupid and you have clicked on this. And that is totally the wrong way to do it. Their argument, the security team said, was hackers do use techniques like this. And I agree, they do. But you need to be wary of the psychological safety you're creating within your organization, because really, what are people learning from that phishing simulation? They are learning that your InfoSec team cannot be trusted, and therefore they will actively avoid that information security team. And you cannot have that as an information security team, because you need all eyes, all working together. There is a necessity for us to utilize our people as the canaries in the cage. So when I do my phishing simulations, you know, after the wash up, I put a communication out to the organization and I say, I'm really proud of how many people have reported the suspicious phishing link. I don't turn around and say, lots of people have clicked on this, you're all idiots, because that's the narrative that turns people off. I tell people that all I really care about is, are you reporting this? I don't care if you clicked on it, because if you report it afterwards, then I can deal with it. The quicker we have time to deal with these things, the quicker we can, you know, contain these incidents. So it's about phrasing trust, the trust narrative, and saying to people, we have a no blame culture within reason. If you're actively out to be malicious and clicking on a link I've told you not to click on, in terms of, you know, I'll put a communication out, say there is an active real life phishing situation going on, don't click on these links, we've tried blocking this email. If you go out and do it anyways, or you go out and deliberately download malicious content, yes, there is punishment there. But for honest mistakes, we need to encourage that no blame culture, just so we can encourage that reporting culture. And that reporting culture is so crucial. And that only happens if people feel like they can come to you, that they can trust you, that they will not be any danger to their jobs if they do so. They're not going to get fired. They're not going to be put on review if they come and report it. And that's what you need to encourage.
Thank you for wonderfully answering that question. Now we'll take some audience question. The first question is, what's your thought on the shift in remote working culture, losing that a bit of humanly connection between your work colleagues, as remote working culture is being kind of more of the transactional relations, and what essentially could be done to address them from the use of behavior POB, as well as education and upskilling employees on organizational security POV. So that question was from Nitesh.
Oh, thank you very much for that question. I'm not going to lie, it's tough. But what's really good about the human condition is that we're very adaptable. I mean, we're the only species that has managed to colonize the entire world in the most unhospitable environments. We will be able to adapt to this too. And we are, you know, you can see in terms of actually people in the UK have been asked to slowly start going back to work, and there's a bit of pushback on that. At first, we didn't like it. We didn't like all this remote working, but now we're kind of getting into it, and there is going to be a new way of working going forward in a hybrid way. But it does mean that engagements that in the past would have worked a lot faster do take a bit more time, because you are missing on crucial cues like body language. And, you know, you've been in meetings, I'm sure, where most of the participants have their video off, so it's just audio. And you are missing on cues, and you have to rely on things like vocal inflections. And so we need to figure out another way of doing that. But what you can do is make sure that you understand that just because it's virtual doesn't mean it's a simulation. I think it was Baudrillard that says simulation is not pretending, and it's the same as any kind of team building exercise over video. We're not pretending to build teams. We are building teams, but you just need to find out what works. And that is having frank and honest conversations, and maybe setting up things like a team way of working charter where you get together and you say, this is how I like to work. And it doesn't necessarily mean sort of timings and things like that. One of the most successful ways I've seen a team ways of working charter work is when we've had frank discussions, and there was a colleague of mine who said, I just want to let you know that in September, I really don't want to be given any complex projects. And at first everyone was like, oh, trying to get out of work, are you? Trying to get out of the heavy lifting. But they explained they had a child who passed away in September, and September is a really hard month for them. It's been a few years, they can work, but they would prefer to have their mind not as mentally taxed during that time. And it was only through that trust environment that we created that someone could actually tell us that. And then we recognized actually over the years, prior, there was times in September when that person seemed off. And, we weren't getting the best out of them. But now we know, because we've created that trust environment, we can support them. This can happen remotely. It doesn't matter if, you've got a colleague that's in another country or anything like that. Set up a team way of working charter and have these honest conversations, but you need to establish the safe space first. You can't just go in and say, hey, let's all talk about our feelings, because a lot of us aren't used to that. I'm not used to it. I'm a very private person normally. And talking about, personal issues like that is very difficult, but you need to create an environment which that can proliferate. And also an environment where it says, it's okay if you don't want to talk about it too. Because I don't want people to turn around and think, actually, this anthropologist is coming in here and making us talk about our feelings. It's just as valid not to want to talk about our feelings and not share.
So your take on this is that regardless from the shift from physically going to an office and working remotely, the need for human connection and the core of the community building and a team building should remain the same and is the same.
Yeah, so I remember when I first started my career as an anthropologist, before I got into tech as a software developer, I did a lot of research on Second Life. Does anyone remember Second Life? The platform where you create a whole avatar and you can live and you can have a house, you can go work and everything like that. And there was a huge anthropological study on that called Coming of Age in Second Life. And that was all about actually how do these reciprocity relationships build and develop. And what is key there is that it wasn't, again, it's not a simulation of life. For these people, it was life. And for us living through this, post-COVID world, or we're still going through it, but eventual post-COVID world that will be more disparate virtually, it's only accelerated what has been happening for decades. We, as soon as the internet became more prevalent, we were starting to move online and create cultures and ways of being. The only thing now is that we've had to bring everyone else along on board. A couple of us who have already embraced that kind of world, people who have been on Second Life, this is second hat to them. We just need to make sure everyone else is on board too, and just be really careful about how we push people, because for some people it'd be really easy. As I say, there's quite a few people who, don't want to go back to the old ways of working, being in the office 5 days a week. And that's totally fine. But we need to make sure there is still people that are in between these worlds, and we need to make sure that we provide them the support they need. And that does relate to security, because as soon as people are stressed or feel isolated, that's when they doubt themselves, and that's when they make poor decisions. So it's about communicating security messages frequently, but not so frequently that they, become white noise or anything like that. It has to be relevant. So I could post a load of things about hacks all over the world, but if it's nothing to do with any of the technologies we use or even the industry that we're a part of, it doesn't matter, because that's just noise. And in particular, we really love fear, uncertainty, and doubt as a narrative. And again, if we keep pushing that narrative as security people, people who are remote will just be like, it's a scary world out there, and you want me to engage? You want me to work remotely like this? And you've told me how scary it is. People are going to start switching off, and then that's when they make poor decisions. Oh, I think you're
Yes,
on
I
mute.
think you're
Okay.
muted.
Yeah.
I thought I clicked on it. Okay, so yeah, I guess that answers Nitesh's question, and I'll take another question from one of our participants. Sulabh is asking that during participation observation, how did you overcome cognitive distancing? How did you get into the culture or the crowd as one of them? And what were the most problems that employees shared while you were trying to get into the culture or during the process? And about the differences between the security team and the other non-security team, let's say. I guess that is what.
Yeah, so anthropologists always have a period of sort of bedding in. Nobody ever goes into, even if an anthropologist, sometimes what happens is if you're doing maybe your anthropological PhD, you might get a part-time job somewhere. And actually, your employer probably thinks, oh, you're just working for me while you're doing a PhD, but really, they're the PhD studies. That's often a secret of what anthropologists do. So that really helps. But quite often, more often than not, is that you get dropped into an environment where you are an outsider. And you have to be comfortable with that. And the way you sort of tackle that outsider feeling is by embracing their culture and trying your hardest almost to completely wipe your own identity in a way. And just sort of intake in all their values, their ways of working, their understanding, how they communicate with each other, what's being said and what's not being said. And it's only when you sort of push against that. And, if I came in as a pure security person saying, hi, I'm coming into, say, your dev team. I'm coming into your dev team and I'm just going to watch you. That's not going to work, because automatically you've got this thing of where people are like, oh, am I being spied on? Am I being tested on? Is this to get me into trouble? They're going to shut down. But if you come in with open arms and saying, hey, I would really just like to be a part of your team, really understand how you work and things like that, you need to give context to the reason why you're doing it. And it's really important. But as I say, it's not a quick process. It's not a case of me doing this for a few hours and then it's all good, I know, and people just welcome me in. It takes a long time. And that's when reciprocity comes in. There is certain things you need to do. And it doesn't necessarily, my examples in the talk was about, giving up a few security controls to make people's lives easier. It doesn't have to be that. It could be just small things. It could just be having an ear, being that person someone can, vent to. And that's really quite useful, for participant observation in general, because, you find out quite a lot of stuff when people vent, their true feelings and things like that. And so when it comes to doing something similar, you really do need to the work comes from yourself, not the other people. But the caution is don't try and push it too hard if it's not working straight away. People won't understand why you're doing it. It is a weird thing. And I think the confusion is sometimes with participant observation is not literally sitting there with a notepad and saying, okay, this is what's going on. It's just acting normal. Maybe picking up a piece of work that they do, helping them out that way, and just really embracing what they're doing and how they're living. And eventually they will just see you as part of their pack, their tribe, and things like that. So it takes time, but it really comes from the effort is on the anthropologist side.
Okay, so you said that it takes time and people need to reciprocate. Is it always the case that people do reciprocate all the time? Or I think there is a question here. How do you deal with people that don't reciprocate? Or does that never happen? People do always reciprocate.
I mean, that's why wars happen. So yeah, there's always occasions where people don't reciprocate. Reciprocation isn't guaranteed. And so you need to be mindful of that. There is just some communities that just will not welcome you, and that's fine. And there's occasions where there is no common ground. Not always. There is usually negotiation, but that's what, again, where time comes into play. Like if you don't succeed once, it's fine. And as I was discussing in that talk, there is levels of reciprocity. You do for a long while have to do the one-sided reciprocity where you're giving and giving and giving, but not getting anything in return. But really what you're banking there is kind of capital. And, eventually that might pay off. You might get all that back with interest. But to start with, it can be very difficult to open yourself out and, be vulnerable and say, I'm giving you all these things. And, at the moment, I'm not expecting anything in return. It can feel very one-sided, and you can sometimes feel taken advantage of. But if you have a longer strategic goal in mind, then that's when you'll eventually see those returns. And everything is always about communication. So when reciprocity fails, it's usually because there's a failure in communication. And maybe you don't know, maybe you haven't really understood what is of value to them. Maybe you've made assumptions of what you think their value is or what their challenges are. And it's only by communicating and understanding, seeing people's the other side of the point of view, and that's when you can really understand, what can I offer this person, and eventually get that reciprocity going. And it's the same, our society at the moment, is very fractured politically, across the world, and that's why fake news is proliferating, because we're all in our individual bubbles and we're slowly unlearning how to listen to other people's opinions. We usually stick with the people's opinions and values that mirror our own, and it shuts us off to other narratives. So we need to be really careful not to lose those skills where we just listen. And it doesn't matter if we don't agree with what they say, but we do need to listen, because their feelings, whether or not you agree with them or not, are valid because they believe them. And so, again, it's all about time and listening.
Great. So also in regards to the time aspect of it, how does the criticality and critical nature of security itself and the time that you need to put in, as you said, to make people aware of it, how does that interconnect? Because sometimes it's necessary to act quick and to prevent any mishaps. So
Yeah.
can everyone expect to be give such times to go into the culture and make them aware from the
that's a very valid question. There are some things that are time critical, and that's when that integrity element comes in. But there is always time to start. You could start today building the intrinsic security culture you want, the anthropocentric security culture you want. You might get an incident tomorrow, but you can start making those inroads. It's the organizations that tend to have poor response times when it comes to incidents and critical issues surrounding security. It's because they don't have that culture in place. But you can make a start. There's no sense in putting it off because you think, oh, well, it takes time, therefore, yada, yada, yada. You need to put in that effort in order to gain those rewards later. And again, you might get an incident tomorrow. You might start today, but get an incident tomorrow and you think, oh, this culture thing didn't work. But it's only been one day. But as soon as you start putting these things in place, you start getting extra pair of eyes on the process, and that's what, the whole thing around, I was discussing accountability. Whenever you do a RACI model and you say, I want you to be accountable for this process, maybe you're asking the infrastructure team, I want you to look after this tool for me. And they turn around and go, but that's a security tool. was like, it is, but I need you to have eyes on this too and be really part of this process. And then they turn around and say, well, I don't want to be a part of this process. You're losing a pair of eyes there. You're losing a stakeholder who has skin in the game and could really influence actually how these decisions are made in a crunch time. And if you don't provide people the knowledge and the psychological safety to do that, then you're going to miss out when something really critical happens. So yes, there is critical decisions that need to be made. And sometimes you will have to hurt people's feelings and say no. That's just the nature of the beast. You know, whenever you think of security, it needs to be also very commercially aware of actually, we need to put a stop to this because it will impact the business and therefore impact our bottom line and, you know, our customers and things like that. But there is no sense in saying culture is too hard, therefore I'm not going to start today and do it. Because we're all living in culture. I mean, the very nature of the fact, you know, you go into work maybe Monday to Friday, you log in at 9 o'clock. That's a cultural event. People logging in all at the same time on a Monday morning is a cultural event. And we need to stop thinking of security as just an add-on. We need to make it as intrinsic, like just flow through everything that we do, because it is part of our culture. You know, we protect each other and security is part of that.
Okay, so thank you for answering that. And so thank you very much for being here. I think we'll should end this session now and move on another session. And thank you so much for showing this side of cybersecurity and a completely different side of anthropology, because in the pop culture, as you know, the epitome of an anthropologist is, I guess, Indiana Jones.
Yeah,
So
I wish.
everybody thinks that.
Yeah, you can call me Indy if you want. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. That's pretty cool.
Sure.
Awesome. Well, thank you so
Okay,
much for
thank
having
you
me. It's
so
been a
much.
pleasure.
It's been our pleasure as well. So thank you so much, Lianne.
Bye.
Bye. Bye-bye. Okay. So before going on to our next session, I'd like to introduce our tomorrow's session briefly so that you can know what's coming the next day. So tomorrow's session, as I said earlier, will be focused more on the national scene, where people will be where the speakers will be focusing more on the national Nepal side of Nepal cybersecurity status and how the national cybersecurity landscape here is. People from various domains will be talking about their cybersecurity experiences and their observations, and we'll cap it off with a panel discussion session involving all our decision makers and cybersecurity stakeholders. So do tune in for that as well. Also, a side note that the tomorrow's session will be completely in Nepali language. So if you are Nepali and understand Nepali, do tune in. So Rashmi
Also,
will introduce our next session.
the winner for our giveaway is Sulabh for asking the question to Lianne. So we would like to invite Aakash Madan and Subhash Popuri for our final talk on honey trap, how to catch the external threat actors with an easy to configure honeypot. Aakash is an aspiring red teamer associated with Ernst & Young. It is an India's cybersecurity practice. He has been recognized by various companies for identifying and responsibly reporting critical vulnerabilities in their applications. Similarly, Subhas is a consultant. He's a red team and aspiring purple teamer with EY India. He's regularly seen contributing to the cybersecurity community by security tooling. On a daily basis, Subhas performs adversary simulation. So let's welcome Subhas and Akash, and let's hear the talk now. Thank you.
This is Subhash, and I have Akash with me. Today we're going to talk about. Hello everyone. This is Subhash, and I have Akash with me. Today we're going to talk about something really interesting from a red teamer perspective. We're going to talk about a tool called Honey Trap, which we've passionately built for the blue teamer community to effectively catch the external threat actors who are scanning and doing a lot of reconnaissance um, on the internet. And just quickly to get into the presentation. As I've mentioned before, I do have Akash with me on the call as well with me. We both work at EY in the cybersecurity practice, where we do red teaming predominantly for a lot of our clients on a day-to-day basis. And apart from work, we do work on security automation, blue team, detection engineering, cloud security, and all of that. Prior to EY and Big Four experience, I was a bug bounty hunter and I participated in a lot of bug bounty programs like Google's, Facebook, Microsoft, etc. And even Akash is a bug bounty hunter who is acknowledged by reputed companies. Feel free to get in touch with us, on LinkedIn and Twitter. We do appreciate a lot of feedback, even if it's critical. We are very open for it. So look forward to hear from a lot of participants today. Let's quickly jump in. So what are we gonna talk about today? And the approach for the presentation is going to be very non-rigid, where please feel free to kind of ask any questions in the chat or just post your questions. We'll be more than happy to answer your questions because we understand COVID is not allowing us to be physically be present and interact with all of you. And we hope it's all going to be all right very soon. But for now, I think if you have any questions, please feel free to ask us. We'll be more than happy to assist you. And any critical feedback at any point of time, it's always welcome. So to start with, we're going to look at what is the problem, the reason why we kind of came up, with a spray tool where we already know there are a lot of honeypot based tools. And we'll also explain our approach for solving this problem. What is the unique approach that we have taken when compared to a lot of other tools on the market. And we're going to quickly jump into what the tool is and what is the entire solution built upon and what makes it different from other tools that are out there or other projects that are out there. And obviously we've got a lot of demos and hopefully we'll be able to kind of show it to even a beginner how to set up, go forward and start detecting threats using honey trap. And obviously we do expect a lot of community support for this project, because this being a crowdsourced community supported project. Obviously I'm gonna talk about how as a person you can contribute to this project, because I want this project to be community owned. And we will have questions, although it's just made as questions in the end. We will be more than happy to take questions at any point in time. Please feel free to drop your questions at any point of time. So to start with, all that talking about me and agenda and all of that, typical stuff, it's all done. So diving deep into what we wanted to do now. uh, what is a honeypot, for people who are beginners into security, or who are not into blue team, might wonder what a honeypot is. Now typically a honeypot is a tool or is a solution which will help you to detect threats, inside your network or outside your network, wherever you want to trap, right? So the concept is very simple. You're going to deceive the attacker that there is something very sensitive, that is very something very fruitful out there. Now, for example, you might probably have a honeypot inside your network, which is probably going to be an AD account with a weak password. So anyone who's trying to do brute force or who's trying to do credential spraying would probably first compromise that account and try and log in into that account. Now, instantly you would know, okay, hey, look, there's some guy who's trying to touch an account which is a honey trap account, right? So this is where we're coming from. So honeypots are traditionally used for deception-based defense, where obviously it is not possible to capture 100% of threats all the time. So what we went ahead and we did was let's just leverage something which is already there. There are a lot of commercial tools around this. There are a lot of free tools around this particular concept of deception-based defense, and we've tried to leverage the same thing. But one of the biggest challenge that we've identified, purely this is our experience and the conversations that we've had with a couple of blue teams. One of the biggest challenge for setting up honeypots in the network is they are extremely hard to deploy. Most likely the organization is depending on a vendor to deploy it. If it's a commercial solution, if it's an open source solution, the SOC team has to be super mature for doing something like that. And obviously, there are again a lot of challenges revolving around it being hard to deploy, right? Because you probably have to go ahead and create an entire, product. If you're talking about, creating a zero-day detection for specific software, you might have to create a jail shell, and create a lot of other things around that. Now, typically, the reason why it being hard to deploy is a problem is because detection is extremely time sensitive. And for example, there is a 0 day out there in the market. How fast can you go and detect that particular 0 day, or that particular 1 day is going to make a lot of sense in terms of how mature is your SOC team or how effective is your response time. Now, what I would say is, it has to be extremely easy to deploy and easy to maintain as well, because at the end of the day, you're not just getting one attack per week. Now, attackers are obviously on their toes. They are, they are creating new exploits and they're coming up with new attacks. So as a guy in detection team, or a blue teamer, it is expected that you're also on your toes. And there are not many tools that really help the blue teamers to kind of expedite the entire approach of setting up honeypots. There are a couple of projects which are doing extremely great, but we've just taken another approach, just to solve the problem. Now, one of the biggest challenge is not too many honeypots are there which are externally exposed, which are less techy, probably less code and or no code approach, where even if you're a manager, if you're a senior manager, you probably have not touched any code, or if you have not probably touched, if you have not gone too deep into tech, there is a good chance that you might find working with honeypots a bit problematic. This is where we want to go ahead and say, hey, look, deploying honeypot is just going to be as easy as just 5 seconds or 10 seconds. In fact, you will see in this next 30 minutes or 20 minutes or so, you will in fact be ready to deploy your own honeypot inside your network for start detecting external threat actors who are doing reconnaissance on your network. Now, obviously, there are too many options. This is not really a downside of it, but I would say having too many options, it's just like every vendor or every project implements its own kind of syntax for creating traps or kind of delivering its solution. The reason why it's a problem is not every solution is going to cover a lot of 0 days or not a lot of 1 days. And open source projects, it being open source, it's not really reliable to kind of depend on for a big enterprise if it's not actively maintained. So there are a lot of challenges, in existing honeypots which are out there, and obviously there are enterprise alternatives to this. However, I'm pretty sure the audience will appreciate the kind of approach that we've taken, and will be more than happy to have people test it as well. Now, what's honey trap? We've talked about the problems, and we've understood, okay, hey, look, there is a problem that we need to solve. But what is that we're going to do to solve it is what we've created is a very bare bone solution. So we've gone a very minimalistic approach where I say, hey, look, you just have a binary, you just have a exe, or you just have an elf, which you just have to you'll have the binary. All you have to change is the template that the binary is going to take as a configuration. Now we've seen this approach with many modern offensive tools, like nuclei. If you've been a bug bounty hunter, or if you've been into offensive security, nuclei is kind of creating ripples. And nuclei is one of the popular tool right now, which is actively being leveraged by a lot of people across the globe. Now, what we thought, in fact, a lot of inspiration from nuclei was taken into this project, and you will in fact see a lot of that traces of impact being there on the project as well, the way we approach the problem. Now, what we have done is, we've said, okay, fine, we will give you a binary where you don't have to change the binary for every exploit or every new thing that you've identified, every 0 day that is published outside. But all you have to do is just change the configuration file. The configuration file, which will have the kind of trap configuration. We call it, we call each configuration file a trap. And it's just going to be like a template which can be just downloaded, edited, and deployed online. And in fact, that's the same approach that was taken by Nuclei for doing offensive stuff. I can probably say to a major extent we have applied the same thing onto defensive side as well. Now, the advantage of having something like this is a single bare bone structure where all you have to do is just have this binary. If you have an update, you can simply update the templates and you are good to go. You don't have to change anything else. So tomorrow you have a new let's say 0 day which has come up, and you which is HTTP based, attacking a web application, of course. Then you will be able to detect or create a trap for that particular 0 day within minutes with the help of the solution. Now, obviously, this kind of gives a broader flexibility to the blue teamer, and the turnaround time for detection also becomes exponentially easier. And obviously, we have kept in mind that the solution is not going to be a standalone solution. It's not going to sit in a silo. It is going to be integrated with other solutions, like probably take this output onto ELK, or take this output onto your SIEM. So we have also been very mindful about the output that we are going to give. We have chosen CSV for now, but we're looking forward to integrate ELK and other sort of pipelining solutions to integrate it with your existing security controls as well. Now, the components, obviously, as I've mentioned before, there are three components which are major components as a part of Honey Trap. One is the traps themselves. So it's a set of configuration files where you will be able to define the configuration so it's basically, to easily put it, I would say probably you're just defining the configuration of the entire so you're defining the behavior of the entire trap. So let's say you want to trap a particular URL request based on a header, based on a parameter, based on a user agent. You've got enough flexibility there, and you've got wildcard support to kind of give you flexibility in terms of pattern matching as well. So we will talk more about how to create a trap and all of that in the coming slides. But just to give you a high level overview, traps are nothing but they're just the configuration for your traps. So it's going to define how you behave, how the traps are supposed to behave, and how easy it is going to be is something which you'll experience very soon. Now, you've also got a honey trap binary, which is a standalone binary compiled from Golang. So it is built on Golang. And along with honey trap binary, we also have a trap logger, which is going to be a component where it is going to, let's say, it has identified a certain malicious request that is coming in, which is trapped according to the configuration. So it is going to give the output in the form of CSV for now, and we're also looking at JSON, and we're also looking at ELK sort of pipelines at a later point of time. So if this didn't make sense, absolutely fine, not a problem, because this slide will make sense for you. So let's just say, there is an incoming request, which is site.com/rc.php with a command line, with a parameter, a query parameter of cmd equal to who am I. Now, in this specific case, let's just say that you've identified that this is a 0-day on your CMS or on your website. Let's say the URI is rc.php, and with the parameter of cmd, the key being cmd, the value being who am I. This is something which you've got as a part of threat intel, or as a part of your PT, or just public, someone just disclose this vulnerability, right? So you're going to mention it in the form of a trap configuration. So it's going to be in JSON, as I've mentioned before. Obviously, the one which you see on the slide, it's not comprehensive. It's just for the representation purpose. Comprehensive one you will see in the next slide. But here you see there is request URI, there are headers, there is a user agent, and there are parameters. Request URI, again, it gives you what is the exact request path that it needs to match, and what are the header that it needs to match. For example, the header might have an authentication request, or authentication, for example, if it is doing for default credentials. And user agent might be only a specific user agent. If you're talking about SQL map sort of tools exploiting a specific vulnerability, then it can be something like a SQL map user agent. In this case, user agent, when I say star, it can be anything. Headers, it can be anything. And parameters, again, CMD has to be there, but CMD can have any parameter which can be who am I, or which can be just ls as well. Now, this particular trap configuration is loaded into the request handler right before loading Honeytrap binary. So once you load Honeytrap binary with parameters, all these trap configurations, they are stored, and any request that comes into Honeytrap interface, it is going to hit the request handler. And what this request handler is going to do is it is going to look at the URI. It is going to look at the path. It is going to see, hey, look, this path says rce.php. Now, yes, this path contains rce.php on get parameter, and it has the user agent, which is described in the trap. It has headers, which is described in the trap. It has parameters, which is described in the trap. Now, all of this, if I have to put it in a nutshell, it's just a pattern matching honeypot solution, right? And if, let's say, all the 5 conditions or all the 6 conditions are matched, then it goes into the trap logger, where it is going to log the trap saying, there is an IP which is 1.1.1.1. It has been trapped for specific CV or whatever name of the trap that you've given, timestamp, and a lot of other things. This is just for the representation purpose. But the idea is, you will also have a trap completely done in the form of a CSV or JSON format as well. Now, the idea was to kind of make it extremely lean, so that, let's say, you've identified a new 0-day. All you have to do is go to the trap configuration, add a new file, add a new request URI, headers, agent, params, etc., etc. Just restart the Honeytrap binary, and everything is all set. You're just up and running in probably less than 5 minutes, 10 minutes, from starting from writing a new trap for this particular CVE. And how does a typical trap work? Because I've been talking a lot about how it works, what is the methodology that we have obtained, that we have followed, and I've also talked a lot about what are the advantages of it. But just talking about the structure of the trap, right? Because that is what is the core of the entire solution. Now, the anatomy of trap, basically contains, I would say, 2 blocks. The first block contains basic information. It contains things like name, port, protocol, references, description, risk rating, which is going to give you a basic understanding of what the trap is and what the trap does, etc., etc. And then you have behavior of the trap. You basically, behavior is again a JSON array, which will have a list of JSON objects. Each JSON object will have request response. So you're defining how the trap should behave for a particular request. For example, in the trap that you see on the screen, you have a URL which is /negois/site.php, right? So what you're defining here is, hey, look, if there is a request with /negois/site.php with get method, and the headers contain an authorization header which with value of the base64 value, which is, I guess, the default password of Negois, and the parameters would also contain more equal to 0 and host equal to PAS. If that particular request is matching all these conditions, which is URL, which is method, headers, and parameters, then give a status code of 200 and also give the body of that particular response. So if you want to just give the attacker the illusion that he compromised the entire Negois server, just give a default Negois admin panel page. You can just take a one-page HTML dump and you can clearly give it in the response. And obviously you can define if it's a type, if it's a string, or if it's a file. And in the end, you would see a parameter called trap. So for each of the request and response block, you can say if you want to trap that request or not. Now, there is a very good reason why we've went ahead and put it. So the idea is, it's not just you trapping every request that comes in the configuration file. You can also define reconnaissance-based behavior. For example, instead of putting only negois-site.php, /site.php, you can also simply put /negois, as an index page, right? And you don't want to trap that request because you don't know if it's an attacker or not. But for a matter of fact that if someone is doing a basic authentication with the default password of Negois, it's someone who's probably trying to see if your default credentials are used, and that is how you know that, look, these are the requests that I want to capture, these are the requests that I don't want to capture. And this sort of nice little segregation allows you to mimic the entire behavior of an application. So for instance, you just want to try and understand who is doing reconnaissance to see if Jenkins is present in your external attack surface, right? So you can simply say, anyone who is pinging into /Jenkins is fine with you, but anyone who is pinging into /Jenkins/login, or whatever attack vectors are there for Jenkins, is something which you should definitely look at. So this is the methodology that we have taken up, where the kind of the value of trap defines if the request has to be trapped or not. But otherwise, you can still go ahead and give a good response based on the request if it matches the parameters that you have defined in the trap. And this is the basic anatomy again, of a trap. In fact, this table is there on our GitHub page, and the idea is it should be as clean as you just read it. Within 5 minutes, you should be able to get a trap up and running. And that has been our core mantra from starting, because we understand time is of essence, as I've mentioned before. Right, and just to summarize what I've mentioned before, it has basic info, and inside that you have basic info, name, port, protocol, MITRE ATT&CK, tags, references, and description, which is just going to give you an understanding of what a trap is, what it is doing. And for example, if you've, as a blue teamer, you've identified that there is a specific trap called Jenkins enumeration, or CV 2021 1234. But what CV 2021 1234 is something that you'll get it in references or description, which will give you a high level understanding of, hey, look, this is something which I will have to deal with right now, or this can wait till tomorrow. So the idea of basic info, just to kind of give you a basic information of the entire thing. Now, in terms of behavior, it contains request URL, method, headers, parameters. And in behavior, again, you have response status code, response body. So these are all very self-explanatory. Again, at the end of the day, it is very simple. You have a request, you have a URL, and you have a request URL, you have a request method, you have set of headers, you have set of parameters that you want to compare a coming request to. If I have to put it probably in the blue teamers language, this is like writing rules for WAF. But the only difference here is you're not blocking requests, you're trapping requests. And at the end of the day, these rules are pretty much open. So let's say someone has identified a 0-day being exploited in their environment, they're going to push it into this repository, and you will be able to leverage the entire crowdsource power to secure your organization as well. Pretty much how it is happening with repositories like Sigma, or repositories like Nuclei, where people are attacking to check if they're being vulnerable or not. And one very good example is, I think, couple of days or rather last week, I've observed two fine gentlemen. They went ahead and they kind of reverse engineered an RC, a very very critical vulnerability in Confluence, right? And they just made a nuclei template for it, and they started checking if any of their servers are vulnerable, or any of their client servers, or any of their bug bounty websites are vulnerable, right? And at the end of the day, just imagine having a vibrant community like that, who's going to go ahead and create a trap and deploy it. And that is where the real power of crowdsourced security comes in. So that is where we want to head, and I think I'll also kind of talk about it in way forward. But this is the idea, that we want to go ahead and do something which is going to be on that scale, right? And if you're wondering, how should I do a or create a trap, it will barely take you 10 minutes, and we will definitely support you at every point in time. If you're stuck anywhere, you can open a GitHub issue. For now, there is not much of traffic there, so we'll be more than happy to help you out with it. However, we also expect, and we also would appreciate if community can step up and start creating traps for wherever they think there are vulnerabilities, right? And basically, just talking about in brief about, if you are a researcher, if you have vulnerabilities which you want to detect, you should create these traps in JSON syntax, strictly adhering to JSON syntax. And there are two blocks, basic info, which is a JSON object, and behavior again is a JSON array, which is containing multiple JSON objects, each with request, response, and trap as their keys. And everything is clearly documented in the GitHub repository. And if you think somewhere it is not clear, we'll be more than happy to kind of put video tutorials there as well, because we believe that this is going to help a lot of people out there. And so we're just gonna get a server ready, and what we're gonna do here is just go ahead and do an SSH into the EC2 instance, yeah, and install a couple of dependencies that are required for Honeytrap to run. So let me quickly walk you through the dependencies that are required. And as you can see, all you have to do is just install Git. So Git will be installed pretty easily using just yum install, or apt install, whatever works for your flavor of Linux. Or if you're using Windows, you can download Git Bash. This is only to go ahead and clone the repository at a later point of time. And the second dependency that you have over here is Golang. If you want to build it from source, you will require Golang. But if you are looking to use a ready binary, which I would not recommend, you can straight away take the binary and run it. And just get your hands dirty by just doing building from the source. So all you have to do is just go ahead and copy the link for the Linux, for any Linux instance. I think this is a straightforward process. Just go ahead and do a wget of the particular repository, and then you will be you just have to unarchive that particular machine, and then you will be able to export the path as well. So the process is called setting the go path, and then you're good to go. So just do a go version. You should see something which is 1.17 or 1.16 based on the version that you've installed, and you will be good to go. So moving on, the next one, I say that it's the deploying stage, where you will go ahead and deploy the honey trap onto your network. And all you have to do is just go ahead and do a git clone of that particular repository. So you'll go to my GitHub page, which we've given a link of that, and just go ahead and do a git clone. The instructions are pretty much there as well. So for all the lazy folks, thumbs up. we have helped you there. So just go ahead and do a git clone. Just kind of do go build main.go, which is the main file, and you should have a binary called main, which is an elf, and all you have to do is just run main with the help command, which will give you all the help that is required for you to kind of go ahead and start start trapping people. And you have couple of things like output and traps and all of that, just for your understanding if you want to go ahead and do it. And this is a sample log, which we have also have. It's called log.csv. So it's a sample log of what one of the tests when we've performed. These were the people whom we caught, and I mean, of course, it was a local test though. So just go ahead and kind of this is the command. So it is main with a command line parameter of log, and traps folder. You already have a traps folder there, so you'll have to give the traps folder. And obviously, if at all you're getting any permission denied errors, it is because you're trying to open a listener on port 80 or 443. So based on your permissions, you might get a permission error, but if you use sudo, hit it with sudo, it will automatically work. So you see, it says, it loaded one trap on port 443 and 28 traps on port 80, which is the primary set of version 1 traps, which is stable that we have created and deployed open. And obviously, you can just go ahead and look at the traps, the way they are. They are in fact segregated into assay, backups, config, CV exploitation, or default credential exploitation, or any vulnerabilities that are specifically there. We are in the process of adding a lot of I would say traps to it, and very soon you would see hundreds of traps coming up. We have an automated pipeline as well. And for instance, if you want to go ahead and look at a couple of CV based things, I think we have around 4 to 5 CVE based traps as well available, and you can just go ahead and do a cat of that CVE, and you will be able to see what is inside that. As I've mentioned before, it is just a plain JSON file, which is gonna be pretty similar to what you've already seen. And you have the URL, you have the entire trap with you, basic information that will give you more understanding of what the vulnerability is and how you're going to trap it, etc., and all of that, right? And obviously, one of the interesting things which is which I like is the description part, right? Because it gives you an understanding of this is what the trap is, and this is what the attacker is going to do. So this is probably what the attacker wants to do. And if you have any such instances online available, then you should probably patch it, because the attacker is already scanning these instances on your externally exposed attack surface. And then yeah, I mean, obviously, without further ado, you can just go ahead and probably I'll just fast forward it because it's just viewing all the traps. And the idea is you'll have main you're gonna have log, you're gonna have an output. Log is basically logging of all the requests. Output is basically the output of all the traps, whichever request is trapped. And traps folder is kind of a reference to all the traps that are out there. All the traps which you can download from GitHub, and you can update accordingly as well. And it will give you without any error. I mean, if it processed without any error, it should give you a screen something like this, where it says it loaded XYZ number of traps on specific ports. And once it is done, catching an attacker is not really a tough task. So all you have to do is just run the same command. And here, what we're trying to do is we have two instances, right? And one instance of EC2 for detection, and one instance of EC2 which is Kali Linux instance, which is for attacking. And here what we're trying to do is we're trying to run nuclei on that particular target. So if you see, the target IP is the EC2 instance, which is set up with Honeytrap. And all you have to do is just run that particular nuclei command, and you can see all the requests that are coming up. And as you see, nuclei is set with all the nuclei templates. You see all the requests. So this, whatever you see on the screen, is a log of all the requests that are coming up. you obviously don't have parameters, headers, and all of that. This is just a reference view to tell you what is happening, onto your network. And if at all any of the request is referenced in the trap, it is going to check for the headers, it is going to check for parameters, and if at all it matches anything, then it is going to trap. For example, here, in between you see there is GitHub workflows test.yml. It is trapped, and GitHub workflows build.yml, it is trapped, and nginx.config, it is trapped. So all these requests to this particular web server. So this is a fake web server which is kind of exposed to the attackers. The attackers are going to do reconnaissance pretty much how they do, and this is going to trap all the requests that are made with these automated tools. And obviously you will have an entire log. So, and also you will if at all you want to fake the attacker or fool the attacker, obviously you can return a response, and if you return a response, Nuclei is going to tell you that it has identified something. If you give appropriate response, what it is expecting. But if you don't want to give an appropriate response, just detect and block that IP, you can also do that. Or if you just want to build a wrapper around to report to abuse IPDB or any other XYZ service, you can also do that. And we're also going to come up with a very simple thing where you can directly report it to abuse IPDB as well. So it just makes defenders' life easy. And you see a lot of greens. So green means good, and red means black over here, where you'll see a lot of detections by nuclei and a lot of traps that are happening around. And overall, let me just do a fast forward, because I think participants have got a sense of what is happening. So let me just take to the part where I can show the log file, and yeah, here I am. So here you have log file and you have an output file. So you can simply check the log file or output file. Log, again, it gives you all the requests that have been hitting your web server, the IP, the port of that particular IP, the source port, and the user agent, and the again, what sort of request is it? Is it a get request, post request, and all that data you'll see it inside the log. And inside the output file, you will see only the requests that are trapped. So in the log file, you'll see literally every request, whether it is trapped or not. This is just for your statistics purposes, how people are doing it. Probably if you want to build traps out of your log, that is also fantastic. And as you can see, there are a couple of requests that have been hit from the attackers machine. These are the ones which are trapped, right? And you also have, for each trap, you see there is git config, there is and nginx config, and there are a couple of other trap names as well, like env config. And so these are the traps that are defined right now inside the traps folder, and that is where it is kind of gonna give you look, we've got these many IPs and these many these are the targets that it is trying to attack to. And obviously, for people who are not really doing a second level of check, or they are doing a mass scanning, automated scanning, this is really going to help to catch those sort of actors. Because in general, you see a lot of threat actors out there who are just doing a mass scanning. If they identify something in the network, they're gonna get an initial foothold into the network. So this is really going to be helpful for them. And you know I think probably I'm also running out of time, so I'll quickly talk about what we think about this tool. Where do we want to take it? The idea to put it in the public forum like this is, we want people to talk about it. We want people to actually come back to us and say, hey, look, you've done this wrong, or you've done this right, and this is wrong, or this is going to generate more noise. Because at the end of the day, offensive tools, there are a lot of people who are helping them. There are a lot of people in the offensive space. We being red teamers, we built a lot of offensive tools as well. And the offensive community is really vibrant, and vibrant when compared to the defensive community. So we want people to come back to us and say, hey, look, we want something like this. For instance, based on the feedback, based on the initial feedback that we've got on this particular tool, we've had people who come up and said, look, we want the same thing on HTTPS with SSL certificates. And we want this on RDP, and we want this on SMB, where we can define the behavior and we can, sort of create an ecosystem around, building traps within 5-10 minutes. So we don't want to spend setting up, fancy Windows servers with SMB and all of that. We just want to, and we don't want to, create hooks around, those processes, just see who's logging in, put file integrity monitoring. It's just gonna create a lot of complexities. So this is the feedback that we've got, and we'll be more than happy to understand if any blue teamer really wants any new protocol or any new approach that they would suggest for something like this. And obviously, the way we look at it is, we want to have more CVEs, create a crowdsourced repository of traps where we want people to drive it, people to verify, validate, and drive the tool around, because it is going to be in the combined interest of the community and combined in the interest of the internet as well. And obviously, we want to have an update mechanism for traps. We don't want people to kind of do Control Z and execute it again and again. So we want to have an interval where it is going to check for every let's say 1 month or 1 week for an update on the traps. If there is an update, it is going to pull that updated traps, and it is going to go forward and check for more vulnerabilities. And obviously, one of the biggest things that we have got as a feedback is you should go ahead and convert burp requests or nuclei templates into Honeytrap directly instead of manually doing it, which we're doing it right now. So again, even though manually it is cutting down, the process of making a trap in probably from 30 minutes to 10 minutes, we want to take it under 2 minutes. We want to create an automated workflow where you can use a burp request, just do right click and create a trap for it. Or if you want to use a nuclei template, you just just insert that nuclei template, and you'll have a honey trap for it. So this is the way we look forward to put this tool up front. And obviously we're open for feedback, as I mentioned earlier. I can't emphasize on enough on this. We'll be more than happy to get a lot of feedback on this. And without further ado, this is Subhash signing off. And any more questions you have, feel free to contact us now, or we'll be more than happy to take your questions on GitHub as well. Or you can get in touch with us on Twitter. We can surely sort it out. Bye bye. Thanks to you. Thank you for being a wonderful audience at ThreatCon. Have a nice day.
Thank you so much, Akash and Subhas, for the wonderful talk and introduction to your awesome tool, Honeytrap. So we have you right here and get you started. Hello, Akash. Hello, Subhas. Are you there?
Yeah, hi.
Hi. So thank you to both of you. We are very happy to have you here, even though you can be here physically.
Thank you.
So let's first, do you have anything to add to your presentation here before we move on to the Q&A?
I think one particular thing which probably I would request to the community is, I would want people to come up and, sort of contribute to the repository. There are a lot of researchers, I believe, who are watching the show. So, just for the sake of community, please go ahead and contribute. And we'll be there if at any point of time you think you're having issues, or, you want to go ahead and have any modifications.
Okay, so now we should begin the Q&A session. And for the first question, I would like to ask you that it seems like the tool Honeytrap is quite compatible with nuclei, as you said, or yourself. Is it possible to simply import nuclei templates and have traps created based on those rules? And if not, do you have any plans to make it possible in near future?
Yeah, so one thing which is it is not possible right now, but this is something which is actively being explored from our side, because we understand that nuclei is again a very popular tool. So we want to go ahead and sort of use that nuclei to honey trap converter, which will again make a lot of lives easier, because creating nuclei templates, I think a lot of people are already doing it. So we have it in the pipeline. I think it should be there in 1 or 2 months.
Okay. So another question. This tool seems to be restrictive in nature unless driven by community. So do you have any plans for future to increase community involvement in this, and how do you plan to implement them?
So right now, we kind of not being restrictive. Honestly, it's like it's not widely popularized, and we obviously are very open for community development. The only way we see is talking at multiple conferences, telling them the uses of this tool so that people can actually own it. We don't want to own the tool; we want people to own the tool, and we want people to own the sort of strategy as well. How do they want to take it forward? Right, so we're pretty open to it. We are ready to convert it into an organization account and take it forward if anyone is interested.
Okay, so I'll take the question from audience. So how does your system deal with obfuscated requests or payload or exploits? Is asked by Kioni.
Got it. So in terms of obfuscated payload, so again, we're not really dealing with intelligence over here, right? So we're not really looking at, hey, look, I'm going to do a stateful inspection of packets, or we're not really going to do something like that. But instead, we want to do a pattern-based thing, which is, if let's say in the exploit or in a CVE, it is there in an obfuscated manner, so the template would also be in an obfuscated manner. So it doesn't have any intelligence. It is extremely dumb tool, but it does what it advertises that it does. So it does not deal with obfuscated payloads unless and until the exploit has it.
Okay, I hope that answers Kioni's question. So next question is from Chanak. How Honeypot can lure cyber attackers? Can you please explain it?
Sure.
Chanak?
So honey traps are, kind of extremely been a popular tool before, where there are a lot of people who do mass scanning activity across the internet for finding vulnerabilities, right? And the idea is we want to target those sort of automated scanners, people who use automated scanners, and we want to basically create an environment which is vulnerable, and we want people to exploit it. And there are a lot of people, I don't have to lure them. There are a lot of people who search it across the internet, who scan the internet across. And this is where we want to go ahead and do it. We want to use those sort of people who are already doing that sort of scanning.
Okay. So the next question is, so how do you plan to deal with 0 days? People don't generally share POC for 0 days unless they're done with playing it themselves.
Yeah, absolutely right. So again, as I've mentioned before, right? So there is no sort of intelligence for this particular tool. It is a dumb tool, so it won't be able to stop any 0 day, or it won't be able to trap any 0 day as such. The prerequisite is that exploit should be public, or you should know how to exploit that particular vulnerability.
Okay. Another question from our audience, Ayush, is that since this tool Honey Trap matches all or most templates from popular tools like Nuclei, isn't it quite obvious that is a honeypot and people start automating things to avoid this particular server? Do you have any plans to how to counter that?
Very intelligent question, something which we've been thinking internally as well, when we were testing this tool. Now it's pretty obvious, if you find a tool, or if you find a output from tool like Nuclei, which shows, hey, look, the server contains Jenkins, and the server also contains Jira, or the server also contains WordPress, server also contains Joomla. And this is going to be pretty obvious, and people can write automated tools to kind of avoid it. Now there are two angles to look at. First one is obviously people will only know about it once they have completed the scan, and by then we've already got the IP address of the attacker for us to block it at the perimeter level. Now, point number two is we are looking at doing a segregation. How pretty much Nuclei has gone ahead and done the segregation, where we have inside traps. If you've seen, you would understand that there is a repository for CVs, there is a repository for web application, there is a repository for Joomla, there is a repository for default credentials, etc. Now, even in that, we can segregate it in the form of application wise. So we can segregate it in, for all the applications with Joomla, all the applications with WordPress, all the exploits, and we can host one at a time. So that would just seem like it's a WordPress website which contains a lot of vulnerabilities. So that is something which is absolutely possible. Pretty much, it's the defender. They can just do the placement of those traps inside a specific folder. That's all it requires. But yeah, we are also working on that particular segregation.
Okay, thank you for answering.
So I have a question for you guys. So you both guys have in your bio that you are red teamers, and how did red teamers go on to build a honeypot?
So yeah, I mean, so one question which we've been frequently asked. Now, being a red teamer, again, we're not the bad guys, right? So we're always the good guys as well, but just sort of emulating the bad guys. And at the end of the day, when we've identified an opportunity that look, defenders need help, then I think it sort of sounded like it was an opportunity for us to go and help our fellow blue teamers out there. Because as I see it, from our experience, there are not a lot many external honeypots which are easy to configure and easy to deploy. So that's right there a problem which we thought, being red teamers, we are better than coding when probably compared to some of the blue teamers. So and we also understand the blue side of the thing. So I thought it's an opportunity, nothing more than that.
Sis, you are muted.
Okay, so this is a recent development, right? The tool.
Yes, it is.
Yes. So how has the community response been, and how has the community, dedicated their time or given effort to build the templates for detection and such?
So one is obviously we've had some people who approached us with some ideas on building the templates. Like a couple of people have come up with nuclei templates to be converted to this, and a couple of people are working on that. Although it's not open source yet because it is still in raw format, so we expect a pull request to come up within probably next couple of weeks. But overall, I think for a person who is probably open sourcing not many tools, this we are having a decent response from the community.
Okay. Great. So an audience member is asking, how do you filter the logs of Honeypot into analysis? Because the manually filtering them is quite time consuming, and how does your tool address that?
So the format which we are giving out is in CSV format. So if you know basic Python, you'd be able to do it with pandas and other data visualization / data munging libraries. However, our aim is not to cater to people who are individual researchers to a major extent. We want to look at how this can be integrated to other tools which are having that functionality, right? For example, tools like Elasticsearch or Splunk or which do have the inbuilt functionality of doing all the sort of data munging and data analysis, data visualization. So we are looking for something like that. Yeah, absolutely. As the fellow participant has mentioned, it is extremely time consuming, but that is the whole reason why we've got it in CSV format, so that it just gets easier.
Okay, so I'll ask the last question from our audience member. So he's asking that what open source honeypot can you recommend for testing?
So I would say Honeytrap is a good open source honeypot that you can use for testing. But apart from that, you can get onto GitHub. I think there are millions of repositories out there. A lot of them are useful honeypots. I do not want to mention a specific one, but because there are plethora of repositories which are doing fantastic job, better than Honeytrap as well. So you should go and check on GitHub for that particular thing.
Okay, I hope now that answers his questions, and it is the time to wrap up our Q&A session. Thank you, Akash and Subhas, for your time and for your research.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure having you guys present at ThreadCon, and we hope to see you again in the coming years. Do keep supporting us. Thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you. Pleasure's mine.
Thank you.
You're doing a great job. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that was our last session for today. And now that we have completed all the talks and come to an end of the event, we'd like to thank all our speakers for sharing their research and making time for Q&A despite their busy schedule and time zone difference. We'd also like to thank you all the participants for joining in and being a part of ThreadCon community and supporting us. Although we wanted to host a physical event due to pandemic, this was not possible this year. But nevertheless, the event is going well. And all the giveaway winners, you can email us to claim your giveaways. You have earned 3 months subscription of Pentester Lab. And finally, we would like to conclude this event for today and request you all to join tomorrow's conference that will feature local cybersecurity experts and professionals. Thank you again for today and see you tomorrow. Have a good time.
Thank you,
Any parting
everyone.
words you want to say?
Thank you, everyone. I would like to thank our sponsors as well. Our diamond sponsor, Google, our gold sponsor, Microsoft, our silver sponsor, HackerOne, and our bronze sponsors, Buckrowd, Epinic, and Probably. Also, I would like to thank our community partners, Norcon. They have been invaluable to ThreadCon, and their support has been nothing less than extremely helpful. So, and similarly, a huge thanks to our community as well, who have made ThreadCon possible this year. So, thank you, everyone, and do join our tomorrow's national session that will be focused more on the local cybersecurity landscape. And good day, goodbye.